In Elden Ring, we take on the role of the Tarnished, a resurrected warrior following the guidance of grace in order to become the Elden Lord. As we journey through the lands between, we come to know others who also carry the title of Tarnished, and even uncover the history of the very first of our kind, who was ousted from his throne as Elden Lord. Each Tarnished we interact with through the game has their own story, their own history, and we even get to see some of their journeys unfold before us. Over the course of the last 2 years, we've dug into the backgrounds of every Tarnished we have the pleasure of encountering across the lands between. And we thought it would be a good idea to compile all of these stories into one long-form video, so you don't have to go digging through our playlist to find the character you're looking for, while also adding another video to our Elden Lore to Study and Relax to series. Like with our other compilations, we'll be editing out our sub-callouts from the intros, but the outros will be left as is, so as not to ruin their flow. Also, our incredible artist Pat G has made custom thumbnails depicting each of these characters that we wouldn't want you to miss out on, so we've included them as intros to each topic. Now, grab a drink, cuddle up in a warm blanket, and start off 2024 right by learning the story of every single Tarnished, before Shadow of the Erdtree inevitably introduces us to a few more. Here at Square Table Gaming, we do our best to make sure we're paying attention to what our community wants. If you've been subscribed for a while, you know we regularly ask you to share what characters and enemies you'd love to learn more about. Sometimes what happens is that the characters we're researching don't have enough story associated with them to support an entire video on their own. With that in mind, we decided to do something a little different. Welcome to the Tarnished Files, where we're going to dig into some of the Tarnished we've been asked to cover in bite-sized lore segments where we give you as much info as we can based on item descriptions and in-game context. Old Knight Istvan is one of the few wizened Tarnished who survive to this day, which immediately links him to what is likely the first item we'll find in the game, the wizened Tarnished Finger. This item is a finger of corpse wax, so emaciated the bone is visible. It is a relic of those who came before, left to help those who would come after. It seems as though the goal of the wizened Tarnished is to help those in need, and engage in jolly cooperation. Those who did not survive their time in the lands between made sure to leave their fingers behind so future generations of Tarnished could help each other achieve their ultimate goal. And it seems Istvan, one of the few survivors, still holds true to his mission. We can summon Istvan to help us at the coastal cave where we face the demi-human chief, a tough battle for any new Tarnished to take on alone. Istvan's armor is all scaled, the corroded metal is reinforced with rock-hard scales, making it highly effective against non-physical attacks. The age of his armor and the need to reinforce it with scales shows us how long Istvan has been on his journey, and while he doesn't seem to have made much progress, his adaptability is clearly how he's lasted so long in the lands between. He wields the Dismounter, a difficult-to-handle weapon that demands much of the wielder's strength and dexterity, but with practice and ability, can serve as a versatile weapon even on horseback. He's been training with this sword long enough to wield it effectively, and even uses the Ash of War Gravitas, a skill that thrusts the armament into the ground to create a gravity well. In addition to dealing damage, this attack pulls enemies in. So while he is likely not an Alabaster Lord himself, he has mastered a skill of the Alabaster Lords, likely without their instruction. Old Knight Istvan may not have the charisma of our classic collaborator Solaire, but knowing his mission is to help other Tarnished above all else does make him a friendly face we can depend on. Unfortunately, in order to become Elden Lord, we may have to put an end to our new friend. During the Volcano Manor questline, the first Tarnished we are asked with hunting is Old Knight Istvan himself. Whether we're truly dedicated to the recusants, or simply using them to get to Rykard's Great Rune, in order to move forward, we have to kill our cooperator. And after researching Istvan, I have to admit, I feel a little worse about it now than I did when I fought him initially. Next, we have Anastasia, Tarnished Eater. This recusant can invade us in 3 different areas of the Lands Between. Near the smoldering church in Limgrave, as you approach the corpse stench shack in Caelid, and while exploring the consecrated snowfield. She wears the clothes of a finger maiden, which to a desperate Tarnished, brought to the Lands Between maidenless, may seem like the perfect opportunity to start on the path to becoming Elden Lord. Unfortunately, once they get in close, she reveals her true nature and attacks with her butchering knife. This weapon's description teaches us everything we need to know about Anastasia. Huge carving knife made to cleanly butcher the human body, signature weapon of the ogress Anastasia, known to have eaten countless Tarnished while disguised as a finger maiden. While the name Tarnished Eater may seem like a title representing just how many Tarnished she has slain, it's important to remember that she is a recusant, and we all know how Rykard grows in strength, by eating his warriors. It's possible Anastasia is aware that in order to grow stronger, one must literally eat their enemies after defeating them. This gives her title and use of the butchering knife a little more context should it be that she is literally a cannibal. For those of you who think this may be an outlandish claim, let's not forget, after we defeat Rykard and return to his throne room, we can find Tanith feasting on his corpse in order to take his power, so that Rykard may live again through her. It's no large jump in logic to say that a Tarnished recusant who goes by the title of Tarnished Eater may just live up to that name. Just make sure you take out Anastasia fast after she invades you, or you may end up on the menu. Since we just talked about a hunter of Tarnished, let's pivot and discuss a cooperator. Greathorn Tragoth is known as a famed knight of assistance who makes his way across the Lands Between, helping Tarnished who have hit a snag in their adventure. We're even able to summon him for 3 separate fights: the Draconic Tree Sentinel, the Magma Wyrm, Makar, and Starscourge Radahn. His armor description tells us, countless Tarnished facing adversity in the Lands Between have survived thanks only to the Great Horn One's aid. And the Bull Goat's talisman tells us, bull goats are associated with the stout and mighty Tragoth, said to be unflinching in combat, now a silent comrade to those who fight. Again, we have a Tarnished who has made his top priority helping others reach the throne. Tragoth is so powerful he wields the Giant Crusher, a hammer made from a boulder used in the war against the giants, one of the heftiest weapons in the entire Lands Between, which speaks to how long Tragoth has been a warrior, dating all the way back to the war against the giants. This weapon tells us, after the giants were quelled and man turned against man in violence, this weapon was all but forgotten. Man has grown feeble in comparison to his forebearers. So Tragoth is clearly a powerful Tarnished, preferring to utilize a hefty weapon. Unfortunately, again, we are forced to do battle with Tragoth should we follow the Volcano Manor questline. While the recusants of Volcano Manor say they hunt all Tarnished, they certainly have an affinity for attacking those who have made it their mission to help others. Lastly, we wanted to take a look at Mad Tongue Alberic, the only Tarnished able to invade you within our version of the Round Table Hold. Should we jump off the balcony, this Tarnished invades, giving us a reverential bow before attacking with his scythe, ice magic, and the heretical Briars of Sin sorcery. This is a difficult encounter for a new Tarnished, and should we defeat him, we are rewarded with the Taunter's Tongue, which allows your world to be invaded without any furled finger cooperators present. And it also shortens the interval between windows of opportunity for invasion. The context of who Alberic is and why he's carrying an item that makes it easier for you to be invaded isn't discovered until well into Elden Ring, after reaching the version of the Round Table Hold that exists in Lanedale. After reaching this version of the hold, we enter to see a corpse sitting below the balcony, and upon inspecting it, we receive Alberic's set. Multiple pieces of this set provide us with the following insights. Set with red glintstones, said to be formed by the blood of sacrifices. Strengthens thorn sorcery. Alberic was an aloof yet disturbed heretical sorcerer, said to have been driven mad by jeering tongues during his service to the Round Table Hold long ago. There are a couple of different ways to interpret the jeering tongues driving him mad. One line of thought is very literal. Due to his dalliances in heretical sorceries, he was looked down on by other Tarnished of the Hold, and constantly berated for dabbling in arts forbidden by the Golden Order. This would lead him to start invading other Tarnished worlds. Another thought could be that the jeering tongues were a symptom of learning his heretical sorceries. Perhaps learning these aberrant sorceries had an effect on Alberic's mind, and the jeering tongues were all in his head. We think it's clear to see that the Taunter's tongue dropped after defeating him is his own, and the little power it has left draws invaders to our world. We hope you enjoyed this dive into the Tarnished Files, a look at NPCs that are of great interest, but may not have enough lore on their own to support a long-form video. Be sure to comment with any other Tarnished you want to know the backgrounds of, and we'll see if there's enough information to make them into their own video. If not, they'll be added to the next round of the Tarnished Files. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on any Square Table Gaming content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. Last month we put out a video focusing on various Tarnished in the Lands Between and speculated on their history with the small amount of in-game lore we had access to. Today we're going to open that book once more for a second look at the Tarnished Files. We will be discussing Rileigh the Idle, Recusant Henricus, Blackguard Big Bogard, and Lionel the Lionhearted in an attempt to further flesh out all of the players in the Lands Between and see if we can draw connections between these individual Tarnished journeys and the greater story of the Lands Between. Elden Ring's lore goes deep into the history of these lands, but we think it's just as important to understand the stories of those living in this world, and this series is one more way to explore that. While some Tarnished in the Lands Between can be encountered in multiple areas, both as summons and invaders, Rileigh is an exception. The only way we ever meet this character is by invading his world during the Volcano Manor questline. It would be easy to push this Tarnished aside and assume he's no one special. After all, he only exists as fodder for the Recusants, right? But if we know anything about the Manor, it's that they don't target random Tarnished. Everyone they send you to assassinate seems to play a big part as a cooperator, someone who helps other Tarnished on their journey to follow grace and become Elden Lord, but not Rileigh. We can gather why the Manor may want him dead through clues associated with his armor and the items he drops. Our first clues come from the Confessor set. Each piece tells us it's worn by church confessors. The churches outside of the Lands Between, dedicated to the teachings of the Two Fingers, send confessors out to follow the guidance of grace. The confessors are loyal servants to the Two Fingers, ready to hunt down and quietly dispose of their enemies. So right off the bat, we know that Rileigh was an assassin of sorts for the Two Fingers, possibly one hunting those who strayed from their teachings, like the Recusants. His weapons reinforce this notion, as he uses Crepus's Black Key crossbow and the Scorpion Stinger. Crepus's crossbow is the weapon of Crepus, who served the Two Fingers from the shadows of the Round Table as the head confessor, and the Scorpion Stinger is a dagger fashioned from a great scorpion's tail, glistening with scarlet rot, a ceremonial tool used by heretics, crafted from the relic of the sealed outer god. Rileigh also uses Black Key bolts, which are used in Crepus's Black Key crossbow, an assassin's tool of exquisite craftsmanship. The intricate spiral tip bores deep, injecting scarlet rot far into the flesh of its target. So it seems the confessors were allowed to dabble in heresy if it meant destroying enemies of the Fingers. The fact that Rileigh uses these items has led to a popular theory that he actually is Crepus, simply using a fake name in order to keep his movements secret. This can be further speculated as upon death he drops the Crepus's vile talisman, which is described as a small mysterious bottle with a dark mist sealed within. Eliminates all sounds made by the wearer during movement. A ritual implement used by Round Table Hold assassins. There was a time when Tarnished who had strayed from guidance feared nothing more than utter silence. While the idea that Rileigh is Crepus may hold water, we can't say for sure we think this is true. After all, the Confessors were a group of Tarnished who carried out these assassinations on behalf of the Fingers. It's likely they all used the same armor, weaponry, and talismans as members of their order. Perhaps Rileigh was the last true Confessor in the Lands Between, and that's why we were sent to kill him. Next up we have recusant Henricus, possibly the worst spy in the Lands Between. This large man wielding a large mace can be encountered north of the Stormhill Shack. While defeating him will yield the Hammer Talisman, that's not important when looking at who he was as a character. We know from his title that he is a recusant, but one look at his armor makes it abundantly apparent where his loyalty lies. He wears the Eye Surcoat, which is described as a brown surcoat draped over chainmail. The insignia emblazoned on the front marks out the wearer as the eyes and ears of Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. So clearly, Henricus is not loyal to the recusants at all. He works for Gideon Ofnir, keeping tabs on the recusants of the Lands Between, and likely Rykard himself. This surcoat can be found after we defeat Rykard inside of his arena. Henricus was clearly one of the Tarnished that Rykard decided to devour in order to grow his own strength, but we believe the fact that his surcoat was left behind was very telling. It's likely that Rykard knew from the start that Henricus didn't believe in the mission of the recusants, or turning against the Erdtree. When we find the surcoat, what it says to us is that Rykard finally decided Henricus was ripe enough to be devoured, and upon meeting him, Rykard stripped the symbol of his true master from his body, and made him one with himself, just as he did to all those devoured before. Really, Henricus has no one to blame but himself. What kind of spy wears the well-known symbol of their leader directly on their chest for all to see? We're going to go out on a limb here and say Henricus was not very bright. Blackguard Big Bogard is an interesting case as he presents himself as nothing but a petty thug, but harbors some deeper aspirations that he never truly articulates to us. We speak with him after he's stolen Raya's necklace, and should we choose to get it back for her peacefully, Bogart warms up to us right away. He loves his prawns and is happy to sell them to us, saying he's never met someone with a taste for prawns he couldn't trust. When we make small talk with him, he says, "You're Tarnished too, ain't ya? Can't you see it then? The guidance of grace, I mean? I can't see it at all no more. Makes no bloody sense anyway. Why some no-name shithead like me gets called to the Lands Between. Cruel bloody joke, you ask me. Maybe something went tits up with it. Maybe it's been broken for a good long time. The Erdtree, I'm saying." So he seems to think very little of himself, but if we follow his quest, we learn more. We can meet Bogard at the outer moat in the royal capital, where he tells us he was once trapped in a gaol with the Dung Eater, and he was forced to watch him perform his curse on his friend. He makes it clear that the Dung Eater is a monster, something we know all too well if we follow his questline. Unfortunately, our friend is fated to endure the same kind of torture he saw performed in the past. When we speak with Bogard again, he says he believes the Dung Eater is nearby, and upon reloading the area, we find Bogard bloodied and tied to a chair, where he says,
"Serves me right. Fitting bloody end. For a jumped up little shit with big ideas. Help me out. Would you, mate? I don't want to get cursed. Just let me die. I don't want to live like this."
He then dies and we receive a seedbed curse. This is immediately followed by the Dung Eater invading us. While Bogart did have a seedbed curse upon him, we believe that by defeating the invading Dung Eater here, we may have saved our friend from the curse. It's known that Dung Eater needs to defile a body after its death to complete his ritual, so by stopping this, maybe we did save Bogart from the fate he dreaded. As a final note, after his death, we also receive the Blackguard's Iron Mask, which tells us it's an iron mask forced onto convicted prisoners, worn by the Blackguard Big Bogard. To Bogart, the mask made him all the more threatening and helped him get what he wanted, but it was also a mirror of his emptiness. So while he acted like he had no big purpose, he felt a deep emptiness that he likely tried to fill with these big ideas he mentioned before his death. Unfortunately, we never get to know what those ideas truly were. Last but not least, we have Lionel, the Lionhearted. We can only encounter him twice throughout Elden Ring, once during the Radahn Festival, and again when we face Fia's champions. We can find his armor when searching the capital city. It's on a bed in a small church alongside the deathbed dress. Every piece of Lionel's armor tells us, when this chivalrous, dauntless knight met Fia, who had been driven from her home, he declared himself to be her father. So we know Lionel took Fia under his protection, making her family, and likely protected her against those who wanted her dead for her heresy against the Golden Order. By finding his armor on a corpse in this church, it begs the question, how could a dead man have helped us during the Radahn Festival? We theorize that he was a projection of Fia's champion, determined to see Radahn's defeat. But why does he want Radahn dead? Unless we defeat Radahn, we can never make our way to the resting place of Godwyn the Golden, meaning Fia could not make it there either. If Lionel is aiding us in battle during this fight, and he's already truly dead, that would mean it's actually Fia trying to help us defeat Radahn, so she can finally make her way to Godwyn. So while we never meet Lionel as a living, breathing Tarnished, we can easily see how his strength influenced the Lands Between, both in his protection of the deathbed companion, and in his help fighting our way through Radahn as one of Fia's champions. The Tarnished throughout Elden Ring really do come in all shapes and sizes, with deep motivations driving them through their quests. There's not a single throwaway character that we've found when it comes to this game. Everyone has a reason for their existence in the overall narrative of the world, and while they may not always add much, it goes to show how deep this world building truly is. If you have a particular character you'd like to see explored in the next Tarnished Files, leave a comment letting us know. Also, tell us if you think there's more to any of the characters we've discussed in this video. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Welcome back to the Tarnished Files, where we take a look at some of the Tarnished you can find within the Lands Between, whose lore may not necessarily support an entire video on their own. Today we're going to be taking a look at Magnus the Beastclaw, Dolores the Sleeping Arrow, Preceptor Miriam, and Inquisitor Giza. Magnus, Miriam, and Giza can only be found in one specific location each, while Dolores can be missed entirely if we don't follow Seluvis's quest. We hope that by diving into these characters, we can help build a deeper appreciation for the many stories that can be found throughout the Lands Between, and further flesh out the world of Elden Ring. Magnus the Beastclaw is a bit of an enigma in Elden Ring. He can only be encountered in the Wraithblood ruins by invading his world. He looks like a barbarian, wielding a massive hammer with spikes, and uses beast incantations that can only be obtained by studying under Garronk, the Beast Clergyman. With this in mind, we believe it's possible Magnus may be connected to Garronk, and by extension D sharing in his duty to weed Deathroot. There isn't really anything to support this, but the use of these incantations does seem to point us in that direction. This gets a little more confusing when we look at his weapon, Great Stars, which is described as a huge bludgeon with 3 stars at the striking end. Though primarily a striking weapon, the star spikes cause blood loss. A blood-stained star is an ill omen, a fact not lost upon those against whom this weapon is brought to bear. Its description seems to imply that Magnus's purpose is either to stand with or against the Blood Star. If we take his location, the Wraithblood ruins, into account, we know that it hides a sanguine noble and a treasure chest containing the Bloody Hellas. Finally, it's important to note that we can fight Magnus to fulfill a portion of White Mask Varre's questline that needs us to invade other players. With all of these contextual clues in mind, we believe Magnus was a warrior who traveled to Garronk to learn his bestial skills and use them to fight against Mohg's forces. This would explain his presence at the ruins. He was seeking out the Sanguine Noble here, and the reason Varre wants us to kill him to protect others working under the orders of Mohg. His weapon, the Great Stars, is ironic. He covers his great stars in blood, which represents an ill omen to those he hunts. Next, we want to talk about a Tarnished we never actually get to meet in the game. She can be bought as a puppet from Seluvis if we follow his questline, by giving Nepheli Loux his potion, or she can be found on Pydia's corpse if we chose to support Nepheli. This puppet's description tells us Dolores was one of Seluvis's favorite puppets, used to summon the spirit of Dolores the Sleeping Arrow, spirit of a handsome archer who dressed in the style of a man. Called the Silent Hunter by some, she fires St. Trina's arrows from her shortbow. Dolores once belonged to the Round Table Hold, where she was both a critic and a friend of Gideon the All-Knowing. It was because of her that he and Seluvis went their separate ways. So while we never meet Dolores in the flesh, she's had an impact on the relationship between two big players in the Lands Between. She was a critic and friend of Gideon, which means she must have been held in high regard if Gideon allowed her to be outspoken against him. And she is the catalyst for the feud between Gideon and Seluvis. To us, this description implies that Seluvis saw her dissension of Gideon's methods, and decided to stop this by turning her into one of his puppets. Upon learning this had happened, Gideon cast Seluvis out of the Round Table and cut ties with him out of loyalty for his now dead friend. There is another possibility, that Gideon and Seluvis conspired together to remove a voice of dissension from the Round Table's ranks. We see from her weapon that Dolores had an affinity for St. Trina. Perhaps she believed following the path to Elden Lord was a fool's errand, and a true change would come with Miquella. This would certainly go against Gideon's plans, and removing her would be to both his and Seluvis's benefit. We can't know for sure, but we'd love to learn more about this Tarnished whose only lore comes in the form of her puppet. Preceptor Miriam can only be found in the Carrion Study Hall. Whether or not she is Tarnished is up for debate, but for the sake of the Tarnished Files, we're going to assume she is. She can cast various Carrion magics, and unlike other battles we have with the Tarnished across the Lands Between, she's able to teleport away from us, sending various spiritual enemies after us as she retreats and attacks from afar. This battle can be grueling if done the way the game intends, as she will constantly be casting towards you while sending waves of enemies your way. For defeating Miriam, you receive Magic Downpour. One of the sorceries of the Carrion royal family summons a mass of magic that fires projectiles over a wide area, said to have been taught by the Crystallians, to mark the swearing of the Old Concord. We can encounter Miriam again if we invert the Carrion Study Hall, where she again tries to fight us from afar, constantly casting Loretta's Great Bow. If we manage to defeat her a second time, we receive the sorcery Lucidity. One of the sorceries of the Carrion royal family, alleviates buildup of sleep and madness. The Carrion Knights never waver. The term preceptor essentially means teacher. This means that Miriam was likely a teacher to those who served the Carrion royal family. She was the holder of royal sorceries and would teach the Carrion Knights all she knew so they could better protect Rennala and Ranni. She wears the Mask of Confidence, which is described as a mask with the mouth sewn shut with gold thread. When Radagon married Rennala, he ordered the Carrion magic preceptors to don these masks, to make it clear that all of their matters were to be kept strictly private. At some point, she was placed in the Carrion Study Hall in order to protect the royal family's secrets. While the secrets she's protecting in the regular version of the hall would likely boil down to magics and tomes within the library, in the inverted study hall, it seems likely she was placed there by Ranni to protect the path towards her physical body. Lastly, we're going to talk about Inquisitor Giza. In a previous video, I joked that he only existed so that players could experience the new version of the Whirligig saw from Bloodborne and Elden Ring, and I stand by that statement. But with further research, we've uncovered some interesting details. We can meet Giza in Volcano Manor when we head upstairs to the dining hall. He doesn't say a word. He spawns in and immediately attacks our Tarnished. It's not a particularly difficult battle, and once we defeat him, we receive Giza's wheel. This weapon is described as a great iron wheel lined with flesh-flaying blades, device of torture used by Inquisitor Giza. As the wheel spins, it causes severe pain and blood loss. The design was adopted for use as the iconic weapon wielded by Iron Virgins. We believe the term Iron Virgins refers to the Abductor Virgin enemies we can encounter through the game. And after looking into them, we found that when we face them as a boss, they drop the Inquisitor's Girandol. This weapon is an instrument of torture used on nobles behind the curtain at the Volcano Manor of Mount Gelmir. Its numerous spikes pierce the flesh, then singe the wounds with flame. The smell of burnt blood induces despair in the victim, a candlestick conceived by a thorough mind. The term Inquisitor means literally a person who asks questions, but in this context it clearly means a torturer after information. Between the Giza wheel and the Inquisitor's Girandol, we see the tools of Giza's trade, and when exploring the Volcano Manor town, we find a building full of Albinaurics in cages. To us, they seem to be victims of torture. We believe this is where Giza would do his work, torturing the Albinaurics, trying to learn the whereabouts of Mikola. After all, Rykard's goal is to devour the gods, and in order to do that, he needs to know where they are. We believe this was Giza's position within the manor. He would torture those brought before him for information on the gods, and report his findings back to Tanith, who would then relay this information to Rykard. Perhaps Giza is the reason the Volcano Manor knows where to find their targets. Between the wheel and the Girandol, it's unlikely anyone would stay tight-lipped for long. Thank you for joining us again for the Tarnished Files. We hope our theories and findings on the Tarnished through the Lands Between helps to further your enjoyment of the world of Elden Ring. We say this a lot, but it's incredible to see how there truly are no characters in Elden Ring with no context behind them. Between environmental clues, weapons, armor, and drops, you can always learn something new about the enemies you face. During your time in the Lands Between, did you find anything we didn't mention about any of these Tarnished? Let us know in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our lore videos. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. The story of Sorcerer Rogier is laid out before us while playing through Elden Ring. He is a scholar, a friend, and possibly a powerful warrior, though he doesn't seem the type. Rogier is one of the truly friendly NPCs we come across in the Lands Between, and while he is driven by a need to learn the true history of the Golden Order, he often shows concern for our Tarnished. Nowhere in his questline does it feel like we are being used or manipulated. We are simply helping a friend. So what is there to learn about Rogier aside from what we experience ourselves in-game? Let's find out. Rogier, by his own admission, is a sorcerer who aspired to be a scholar. When we first meet him, he claims to be looking for something in Stormveil Castle when he isn't hot-footing it from the troops, and shows genuine concern for why you are in the castle where Tarnished are being used as fodder for grafting. After divulging our purpose to him, he tells us he no longer sees the guidance of grace, but remembers what it felt like to be guided to the Lands Between so many years ago. Rogier offers to teach us what sorceries he knows, telling us, as a fellow Tarnished, once guided by grace, I'd love to help you out, if it please. This is likely the most pleasant interaction we've had with an NPC up to this point, and we don't see Rogier again until we defeat Godric and visit the Round Table Hold. After returning to the Round Table Hold, we can find Rogier on the balcony, where he acknowledges our victory over Godric.
You defeated Godric and claimed yourself a great rune. Looks like we both got what we wanted out of Stormveil, didn't we? Well done, friend. Something to mark the occasion. Go on, take it.
He then gives us Rogier's rapier, a +8 weapon, telling us he can no longer wield it due to his inability to move very well after returning from Stormvale. We learn what's behind his affliction after finding the face below the castle. Once we've found it, Rogier will tell us it is a sacred relic and that it is to blame for the shape he's in now. I urge the utmost caution. Don't disturb the corpse more than necessary, he tells us. If we speak to D, Hunter of the Dead, after Rogier comes to the hold, he gives us some background on him.
Are you acquainted with a man named Rogier? You know, the piteous fellow hiding away on the balcony. He was a formidable spellblade in times past. Don't let his easy air deceive you. He was wise beyond his years, stout of heart and clear of mind. No more, though. You see him now, ravaged by thorns, muttering and rambling, like he's half dead already. I can't stomach to watch. Take well the lesson, friend. That's how you end up when seduced by those who live in death. When grace is sullied, it rots people from the inside, breaks them.
So with the knowledge that the relic below the castle is responsible for Rogier's condition, D equating it with those who live in death, and an item called the Prince of Death's pustule, which can be found next to the face and is associated with Godwyn, we can safely assume the face below Stormvale is a piece of Godwyn the Golden himself, and by spending too much time studying it, Rogier has inadvertently sealed his own fate. As a short aside, just to dive more deeply into this face below Stormvale, we believe it is a piece of Godwyn, but not his actual face or body itself. Godwyn's body is found in the Deeproot Depths, and many are saying it doesn't make sense that his face is found in two places so far from each other. However, we believe there's an explanation to this. Godwyn's body has wrapped itself around the roots of the Erdtree, and is spreading out across the lands between like a cancer. The face we see below Stormvale is part of Godwyn, but it's not his actual face. The Prince of Death's pustule has a similar face, as do crabs in the lands above the Deeproot Depths. It seems as though anything corrupted by death grows a face similar to the one below Stormvale, so this is more likely a growth jutting off from Godwyn's body, which is ever expanding along the roots of the Erdtree. After having Rogier examine the black knife print, he informs us that Lunar Princess Ranni was behind the Night of Black Knives, and he asks us to find her body, as it should bear the curse mark of destined death. According to Rogier, this would make his long search come to an end, and his research can finally be complete. It is at this point we learn the true reason why Rogier is pulling the threads of history. I'm afraid there's something I must tell you. Do you know of those who live in death? The very notion of life and death defies the Golden Order. By D's account, these defiled fiends must be expunged. But truth be told, I seek the curse mark to save them. You may find this peculiar, but I discovered something in my examination of the Night of Black Knives. These souls have committed no offense. They have every right to life, only they happen to touch upon a flaw in the Order. So in the end, Rogier's studies started as truly selfless, a desire to save others from a dark fate. Rogier can expand on his relationship with D if we should ask. He tells us they're old friends who journeyed together, but their paths diverged, never to cross again, likely due to their differing opinions on those who live in death. He laments that if D knew his true goal, it would make him boil over with rage, or perhaps maybe pity for his old friend for believing he could change the fate of these undead souls. So Rogier knows D would not approve of his desire to save those who live in death, but cannot abide by his friend's singular focus of destroying them all. If we continue to follow his questline, Rogier will ask us to enter into Ranni's service in order to get close to her and find the curse mark, all while urging us to be careful and showing concern for our Tarnished. Unfortunately, it is not possible for us to complete this task while Rogier lives. After following his instructions and joining Ranni, we can speak with him again, where he confides in us. Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless sleep, and I have an inkling it could spell trouble for you somehow, so I just wanted to get the apology out of the way beforehand, since you're so scary and all. After this, Rogier falls into a deep sleep he never wakes from. Interestingly, he falls into this sleep at the same time Ranni falls to her slumber. It's unknown if there's a real connection here, as no lore points us towards believing there is, but it is a rather large coincidence. To learn a little more about Rogier, we can look at his equipment. Rogier's rapier tells us it is a piercing sword of superior quality, featuring intricate ornamentation, signature weapon of the sorcerer Rogier. High dexterity is required to wield the blade to its full potential, but mastery is a sight to behold, characterized by a flowing style which excels in successive attacks. So while Rogier makes it seem as though he's not much of a fighter, he was likely very skilled and was simply playing his cards close to his vest, not yet knowing our Tarnished well enough to know if we could be trusted. All of the armor in the Spellblade set has the same description. Glintstone Sorcerer Rogier's traveling attire, graced with an intricate, aristocratic decoration. Rogier spent his entire life behaving with utter detachment. No one noticed the anger, grief, regret, or fear that existed along with it. Knowing this, it's likely we are the first person Rogier has truly opened up to. Whether this is because we proved ourselves as a true companion, or because Rogier, close to the end of his life, saw us as a way to fulfill his life's purpose, we can't know for sure. I like to think the concern Rogier shows for us is genuine, and he's one of the few true friends we can make through our journey. A skilled sorcerer and possibly a strong fighter, Rogier was first and foremost a scholar, dedicated to helping those cursed by a plague they had no hand in. He studied and fought for others, and to uncover the truth of the past so the world could move forward in a more positive direction. True selflessness in the hope of bringing about a better world is rarely seen in the lands between, and while it ultimately led to the end of Rogier's life, his sacrifice helps us along our way to becoming Elden Lord. After all, how can we rule the lands between without a proper understanding of its history? Thank you for joining us for this dive into Rogier's story. If you have any thoughts on our favorite sorcerer, please leave them in the comments below. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you can be notified about our next video on the Fire Monks. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. The Bloody Fingers are a faction dedicated to Mohg, the Lord of Blood. We encounter them throughout the lands between, always attacking our Tarnished relentlessly, swinging with blades specifically designed to let our blood and offer it to their master. While it would be easy to wave them away, as a set of challenging invaders placed throughout the land to add more danger to our travels, there's a surprising amount of depth hidden within very few pieces of weapon and item descriptions. Why are they called Bloody Fingers? How did they come to serve Mohg? And why has the Bloody Finger Hunter Yura dedicated himself to defeating them? The first of these enemies we are likely to encounter is Bloody Finger Nereus. He will invade our world while we travel to the ravine leading northeast from Magil Lake. He strikes quickly with a dagger, and for many Tarnished, it is their first experience with blood loss. While Nereus may seem like an insurmountable foe at first, we are soon joined by the Bloody Finger Hunter, Yura, who will aid us in this battle. Should we defeat Nereus, we take his weapon, Reduvia, the description of which tells us it is carried by the noble servants of the Lord of Blood. It goes on to say, this dagger rips the flesh as it enters, inflicting blood loss with sickening efficacy. A proud testament to the success of its vicious design, this weapon is perpetually coated in blood. The description of Reduvia shows us the obsession with blood inherent in the Bloody Fingers. After defeating our first invading finger, we can then find a summon sign in Rileigh. Yura needs assistance, and our Tarnished can join in his fight. When we arrive, we see Yura doing battle with a Bloody Finger Ravenmount assassin. While this specific enemy doesn't drop anything to deepen the lore of the Bloody Fingers, their existence shows that not all Bloody Fingers are named. There are others working under the direction of Mohg, hunting Tarnished across the lands between. After this battle, Yura warns us about Eleonora, the Violet Bloody Finger, deadliest of their order. we can encounter Eleonora, Violet Bloody Finger, at the Second Church of Marika, and she is indeed a fearsome foe. Again, we see the Bloody Fingers taking advantage of blades that cause blood loss. After defeating her, we gain 2 items, both of which tell us more about the Bloody Fingers and their covenant with Mohg. The twin Naginata tells us it was forged in the land of reeds, and that Eleonora's mastery of the sword was such that her onslaught was likened to a whirlwind, but now her legacy is stained in accursed blood. From this, we learn 2 important things. Eleonora, like Yura, is from the land of reeds, and her legacy has been ruined by siding with Mohg. She also drops the purifying crystal tear, which can be mixed in the flask of Wonder's physic, and the resulting concoction purifies the curse from Mohg, Lord of Blood's terrifying rite of blood. This helps immensely in our confrontation with the Lord of Blood, and was clearly entrusted to her as the strongest Bloody Finger. The final Bloody Finger we can encounter is Bloody Finger Okina in the Church of Repose in the mountaintops of the Giants. By defeating Okina, we gain Rivers of Blood, a katana. It's described as the weapon of Okina, swordsman from the land of reeds, a cursed weapon that has felled countless men. It goes on to say that when Mohg, the Lord of Blood, first felt Okina's sword and madness upon his flesh, he had a proposal: to offer Okina the life of a demon whose thirst would never go unsated. He also drops the Okina mask, which tells us the more he sharpened his mind, the more the absurdities of the world came into stark relief. And so Okina renounced it all and arose to a higher plane. There was only himself, his katana, and its mastery. From these items we learn a few things. First, that Okina is from the land of reeds, same as Eleonora and Yura. Second, he actually did battle with Mohg. Third, his thirst for battle led him to serve Mohg instead of slaying him. And lastly, that his pursuit of the sword stood above all else, the call of grace, the search for great runes, and likely, even his devotion to Mohg. Not much is known about the land of reeds, but after facing these Bloody Fingers and seeing the ferocity with which they and Yura fight, it's clear that this land develops strong warriors. It seems they follow the ideals of samurai, dedicating themselves to honor, but the allure of power and battle make them easier for the Lord of Blood to sway. This is why Yura is a hunter of Bloody Fingers, to destroy what those from his homeland have become. Now that we know who the Bloody Fingers are, the question remains: how did they gain their title? And how did they gain an audience with Mohg? The promise of power is what drew them to turn on their fellow Tarnished, but who made that promise? As it turns out, the person behind the recruitment of Bloody Fingers is none other than one of the first NPCs we meet in Elden Ring, White Mask Varre. You may remember Varre as the man who welcomes you into the Lands Between after you leave the stranded graveyard and enter Limgrave for the first time. He's very dismissive of your Tarnished, taking little interest in you due to the fact that you're maidenless. After defeating Godric the Grafted and meeting the Two Fingers, he can be encountered again, asking you what you thought of your audience with them. If you express doubts, saying they didn't seem right, Varre starts to come around and praises you for being so perceptive. This is where his questline begins, and we get a look into how one becomes a Bloody Finger. Varre will provide you with a festering Bloody Finger, asking you to use it to circumvent the will of the Two Fingers. Once you've used this item and defeated 3 fellow players, Varre will tell you he is pleased you are enjoying his gift, and he can see you have a taste for noble blood. We then learn why we have been invading other players' games. Varre tells us he wished to anoint you a proper inductee, a knight to serve Luminary Mohg, the Lord of Blood, and establish a new dynasty. Luminary Vogue has strength, vision, and of course, love. This is how we discover where the Bloody Fingers come from. Using cult-like tactics with the promise of strength, vision, and love, Varre draws other Tarnished into serving Mohg. From here, in order to cement a Bloody Finger's loyalty, there's one final task: to soak a rag, the Lord of Blood's favor, in the blood of a maiden. While our Tarnished is maidenless, We are still able to do this by soaking the item in the blood of the maiden corpse in the Church of Inhibition, or at the Chapel of Anticipation if you've unlocked the second belfry at the 4 belfries. The description of the Lord of Blood's favor changes after soaking it. The final trial is complete. Luminary Mohg is sure to welcome you into his service, as a knight who will lay the foundations for his dynasty. However, we are not yet a bloody finger. There is one more ritual to be observed. Upon returning the favor to Varre, he says, "Ah, my lambkin, you've completed your final trial, and with this you are a formal inductee, a knight who will assist Luminary Mohg, the Lord of Blood, in the establishment of a new dynasty. Now give me your finger. This noble blood will be an immutable badge of honor once it settles inside of you." He then takes your hand and infuses your finger with cess blood, while your Tarnished howls in pain. He goes on to say, "Never forget that feeling of agony, for it is what binds you to Luminary Mohg, to all of us, ha ha ha. You have the sweetest scream, my lambkin." If we continue to speak with Varre, we are then granted the Pure Blood Knight's medal, which reads, "Used to be granted audience with Mohg, only it is not yet time. For Mohg yet slumbers beside the divinity. Be patient, the new dynasty is nigh." This medal is used to access the Dynastary Mausoleum entrance site of Grace just outside the steps of the Mohgwyn Palace. Though Varre does not wish us to use the medal yet, the descriptions of the weapons gained by other Bloody Fingers make it clear they have done the same, and had their personal audiences with Mohg, where they ultimately decided to serve under his rule. Unfortunately for Mohg and Varre, our Tarnished is not so easily swayed. It is possible to do battle with Varre should you invade him near the Mausoleum Dynasty midpoint site of Grace. He shows nothing but contempt for your Tarnished for choosing to do battle with him, even though, ironically, invading and destroying other Tarnished is what he himself has encouraged you to do from the start. Upon his defeat, he says, "Oh, Luminary Mohg, please grant the strength you promised. I have given everything. Please, my lord, please answer me, Luminary Mohg. Bless the Mohgwyn dynasty with love." In the end, it seems Varre himself was another victim of Mohg's ambition, promised power from a god who had no intention of ever giving it. The Bloody Fingers are yet another faction of Tarnished being manipulated by the gods that inhabit the lands between. Like Rykard, Mohg uses his Tarnished to increase his own strength, though not by physically consuming them, instead drawing from the blood they gather to feed his blood bedchamber. Why exactly Mohg uses the Tarnished for this purpose is unknown, but knowing that he's using his blood chamber to try and revive Miquella, we can assume having Tarnished out in the world murdering others who cannot die, and eternally providing him with more blood, is the most efficient way to make sure his power never falters. You would think the tale of the Bloody Fingers would end with Mohg's defeat. However, players are still able to invade each other's games, and it's very likely you will defeat Mohg before encountering Bloody Finger Okina. While their purpose is to keep spilling blood for their lord, it's also true that many of these Bloody Fingers simply live for battle, to test their strength against other warriors, and to bask in the glory of their deaths. If you yourself are one of these Bloody Fingers, leaving a comment telling us about your favorite builds. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on the next episode of Elden Lore. Here at Square Table Gaming, we've talked about the Bloody Fingers and their goals. However, there is one amongst their group that our community has asked us to dive into more than any other. This Tarnished hails from the land of reeds and wields 2 blades, a wakizashi in his left hand, and in the right, the infamous Rivers of Blood. This man traveled the world looking for worthy opponents to test his skills against, and upon reaching the lands between, found a land full of challenges. This man became a legend in his own right, a name feared throughout the lands, a swordsman of unparalleled strength, wearing a wooden mask depicting an old man baring his teeth. This man was known as the Bloody Finger, Okina. Today we will be discussing this demon of a swordsman and taking a look at his place in the lands between. The Land of Reeds is known for the prowess of their swordsmen. They primarily study katanas and polearms, and what little we can learn of their home is disturbing. The Land of Reeds' helm tells us, "The Land of Reeds has long been locked in a miserable civil war, during which time it has remained alienated from the cultures of its neighbors. Little wonder that the entire nation has succumbed to the blood-soaked madness, or so it is said. So the Land of Reeds is embroiled in war, a breeding ground for particularly skilled swordsmen. Those tarnished that have found their way to the Land of Reeds seem to have made a name for themselves, as the ones who answered the call of grace are feared across the lands. One of these men was known as a demon, but he may have lived a much more noble life before reaching this place. The man known only as Okina was once lauded as a great swordsman across the Land of Reeds. We can discern this from the description of the white reed set, worn by the Inaban, head disciples of the great swordsman Okina. The Inaba traveled in pursuit of not only the master who abandoned them, but also proper deaths, won honorably through hard-fought combat. To be a white reed is to seek death, fitting for the Inaba, who desired nothing more than to die by the sword. So Okina once had a school of disciples under his tutelage. It's possible he may have even led these forces in skirmishes within the Land of Reeds. After all, in a nation under constant civil war, an elite group of swordsmen likely saw battle often. However, the longer Okina studied the blade, the more he questioned why he was fighting in this land. What was the point of this war? And why was he using his time to sharpen others' skills when he could focus on himself? The name Okina is not the true name of this swordsman. That name has been lost to the ages. The Okina mask tells us it is a wooden mask that depicts an old man baring his teeth, the source of the sobriquet of the great swordsman of the Land of Reeds. The word sobriquet essentially means nickname, which tells us Okina is the name of the mask, not the man, and was taken as a nickname by this swordsman. It goes on to tell us, the more he sharpened his mind, the more the absurdities of the world came into stark relief, and so Okina renounced it all and rose to a higher plane. There was only himself, his katana, and its mastery. Before long, Okina became a demon of a swordsman. We believe it's likely that this change in his demeanor, this decision to renounce the earthly world and focus only on battle, may have been made before Okina even reached the lands between. At this point, the Call of Grace would simply be an invitation to test his skills against the most powerful beings he had ever known to exist. No mere men, but the gods themselves. Okina took with him two weapons into the lands between, a wakizashi and the infamous Rivers of Blood. Weapon of Okina, swordsman from the Land of Reeds, a cursed weapon that has felled countless men. The wakizashi is a short sword with a tempered pattern on the blade, a weapon unique to warriors of the Land of Reeds. While others use this sword as an auxiliary weapon, Okina used it in his offhand so as to further draw blood from his opponents. It's due to the literal rivers of blood Okina himself spilled throughout his life in pursuit of proving his strength against the strongest opponents he could find that Mohg, Lord of Blood, took such a keen interest in him. The description of Rivers of Blood tells us, when Mohg, the Lord of Blood, first felt Okina's sword and madness upon his flesh, he had a proposal: to offer Okina the life of a demon whose thirst would never go unsated. After reaching the lands between, it's possible that, like us, Okina was met by White Mask Varre. While there is never any mention of Okina having a maiden, it's possible his reputation for letting blood preceded him, and upon meeting the man, Varre immediately stoked his interest in Mohg, the Lord of Blood, and the mission of the Bloody Fingers. Seeing this as a way to test his blade against Tarnished throughout the lands between, he would have taken Varre up on his offer and begun slaughtering those whose worlds he invaded, striking down warrior after warrior, adding to the pools of blood from which Mohg drew his strength. Perhaps his intention was to make Mohg as strong as possible before he could meet him in battle, as if he were fattening a pig for the slaughter. After enough Tarnished fell to his blade, he was presented with a talisman, the Lord of Blood's exaltation, and was able to travel to the Mohgwyn dynasty to face this so-called God of Blood. A fierce battle ensued between Mohg and Okina, where Okina was able to lay his blade against Mohg's flesh. Upon feeling the sting of his blade and the madness hiding behind these eyes, covered by a wooden mask, Mohg, either out of respect or possibly desperation, offered him a gift. Okina would become Mohg's blade, the personal swordsman of a god, and he would give him the life of a demon. A bloody finger feared above all others as the greatest swordsman in the lands between, wielding a weapon infused with the cursed blood of Mohg's palace. We believe after this battle, Okina's blade, so aptly named Rivers of Blood, was given the Corpse Piler ability by being infused with the blood of Mohg himself, effectively making Okina even more of a force to be reckoned with. While it's likely that Okina did not see himself as truly beholden to anything but his pursuit of the sword, he did see the opportunity for new power, and any power he could utilize would bring him that much closer to true mastery of his blade. We can encounter Okina in only 2 places in the lands between. The first is before we have any way of knowing of his connection to Mohg. During the Radahn Festival, we can summon a number of powerful warriors to fight by our side against the Star Scourge himself, and among their ranks is Okina. As we know, Okina's purpose is to fight the strongest warriors he can find, to push himself to the absolute limit in his pursuit of power and mastery of the blade, and who better to test his skills against than a literal legend, Radahn. While we're sure he would have preferred to fight this god one-on-one as he did with Mohg, the terms of the Radahn Festival made this impossible, as all warriors were allowed to pursue the general at once. The only other time we can encounter Okina is in the Mountaintop of Giants near the Church of Repose. This is where Okina waits to invade those strong enough to make their way to the Giant's Forge. He springs his attack as we approach the church, a building meant to be a place of rest for weary travelers, which he has turned into a trap for any who have proven their strength to make it this far through the lands between. We believe Okina knows to invade Tarnished in this place thanks to Mohg. It would make sense that Mohg, being a member of the royal family, would know that the only way to become Elden Lord was to light the Erdtree ablaze, and the only way to do that was with the Giant's Forge. By bestowing this knowledge to Okina, he essentially gave him a foolproof way to find the strongest opponents he possibly could. Of course, this doesn't exactly work out for Okina, as he must do battle with our Tarnished, and ultimately, we take his cursed blade for ourselves. Then again, perhaps this is what Okina would have wanted. His disciples, the White Reeds, sought an honorable death through battle. Their purpose was to fight until they had nothing left, and perhaps, before he was twisted into the demon that we now know him as, this too was Okina's purpose, the pursuit of strength and an honorable death, which he finally finds at our hands. Thank you for joining us today as we explored Okina, the Bloody Finger, swordsman of the Land of Reeds. For better or worse, Okina and his blade, Rivers of Blood, have left an indelible mark on the world of Elden Ring, especially within its PvP community. That aside, Okina has piqued our interest in the people of the Land of Reeds. This land is wildly interesting, and we'd love to learn more about its everlasting civil wars. Perhaps the people of this land are closer to us than we know. After all, Corpse Piler does utilize animations from Sekiro. Hopefully future updates will pull the curtain back on this land, maybe even letting us visit it ourselves. Comment letting us know what your theories about the Land of Reeds are. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. In trying to decide who or what we'd look into for our first post-spooky season Elden lore, we went back to your comments to see what you wanted us to explore. Among the various enemies and NPCs, we noticed a number of people asking for one character in particular. In truth, we've already touched on her story when talking about White Mask Varre and the Bloody Fingers, and we weren't sure there was much more to say. But after researching dialogue and paying attention to her attacks during our battle at the Second Church of Marika, we found threads that we believe flesh out her story. We are of course talking about the Drake Knight herself, Eleonora, the Violet Bloody Finger, and her relationship to Yura, the Bloody Finger Hunter. The story of Eleonora starts long before we can encounter her in the Lands Between. Our friend and ally, Yura, the Bloody Finger Hunter, is the first and only character we encounter who discusses her. After helping him defeat the Bloody Finger Ravenmount assassin, he tells us,
"I may not have much time. I'm dying to see you. Eleonora. Violet Bloody Finger. Yes, I've been tracking Eleonora for quite some time. She is the deadliest of all Bloody Fingers. She's felled many an old hand already, but in spite of her cessblood zealotry, Eleonora is a proud knight. If she comes for you, do not think twice. You must flee. There is no shame in self-preservation."
It is clear that Yura, the man who hunts Bloody Fingers and brings them to their demise, holds Eleonora in high regard, a curious thing for him to do given his disdain for cessblood. His armor may shed some light on these feelings. The Iron Casa tells us, the man once known as Yura kept a woman in the deepest reaches of his heart. The only woman we know Yura shows any fondness for is Eleonora, which leads us to believe at one point these two were allies, or possibly something more. If we follow Yura's quest, we eventually meet him again at the Second Church of Marika, where he lays on the ground, beaten and bloodied. He says,
"It seems I am no match for you, but I've learned a thing or two myself. You see, I've sliced the finger off. Please. Please, Eleonora. Yield to the cessblood no longer. Do not stain the immaculacy of your sword. Your flesh. Your fire."
While Yura could not defeat his friend, it seems as though he did manage to cut off her bloody finger in an attempt to release her from the influence of Mohg, the Lord of Blood. Unfortunately, this does not stop her from invading our world to do battle with our Tarnished. It is in this fight that we get more clues to the truth of Eleonora's past. She wears the Drake Knight set, which is described as black iron armor worn by Drake Knights, features the spoils of a dragon catch as an emblem of pride as both dragon hunter and partaker of communion. From birth, Drake Knights speak not a word. They spend their lives pursuing the strength of dragons, for its sublime beauty and inspiration of awe. So Eleonora is a Drake Knight. Her goal in life was to hunt dragons for their hearts, and use them to attain strength through dragon communion. This can be seen in our battle with her as she uses Grail's Roar and Aghil's Flame incantations. Her role as a Drake Knight also speaks to her past with Yura. When we meet Yura at a fire by Aghil Lake, he warns us about the dragon up ahead. Should we choose to do battle with this dragon, we unlock unique dialogue related to dragon communion.
Beautiful work, felling that dragon, and as such, there's something you might like to know. The heart you brought back. It's used in dragon communion. If you should find yourself overcome by hunger for the heart, yearning for its strength, then seek the decrepit church on the little island off the western coast. You must not forget, though, those who partake in dragon communion will one day shed their humanity, their hunger for dragon, their yearning only worsens until the floodgates burst unleashing eternal torment. The strength of a mighty dragon. Magnificent. But deadly. It's no surprise that dragon communion is ruinous.
This is not only our first opportunity to learn about dragon communion, but it leads us to believe that Yura saw the effects of communion firsthand. Given that Eleonora never speaks, it's likely that Yura saw her downward spiral after engaging communion again and again. He watched her humanity leave her until her lust for power turned her toward another source. Eleonora's weapon of choice is a polearm, described as a twinned naginata found in the land of reeds. Her mastery of the sword was such that her onslaught was likened to a whirlwind, but now her legacy is stained by accursed blood. We believe that this weapon was a gift from Yura, as it seems unlikely a Drake Knight would originate from the land of reeds, and at one time, it likely was not stained in blood. What if Eleonora, in her lust for power after engaging in dragon communion one too many times, was approached by White Mask Varre, and offered a new source of power, the blood of Mohg, infused into her weapon? All she need do is join his forces as a bloody finger. So it was that Eleonora became known as the Violet Bloody Finger, succumbing to the cessblood, and the man who loved her, Yura, began his hunt to bring her to justice. Another point of interest when it comes to Eleonora is the item she drops upon her defeat, the Purifying Crystal Tear. This tear is described as a crystal tear formed slowly over the age where the Erdtree's bounty falls to the ground. It can be mixed in the flask of wondrous physic. The resulting concoction purifies the curse from Mohg, Lord of Blood's terrifying rite of blood. Perhaps Eleonora was not as far gone as we all thought, if she carried the key to resisting Mohg's curse with her at all times. Taking a look outside of the Lands Between, the name Eleonora rang a bell for me personally, and I couldn't put my finger on why. It turns out this name is actually the title to a short story by Edgar Allan Poe. In this story, both Eleonora and the narrator live in the Valley of the Many-Colored Grass, an idyllic paradise full of fragrant flowers, fantastic trees, and a river of silence. Eleonora also suffered from a sickness that would come to take her life, and while the rest of the story does not draw any parallels to our characters, we believe the first half does. Perhaps the River of Silence is the origin of the Drake Knight's vow of silence, and the sickness can be parallel to Eleonora's addiction to dragon communion. Also, the title of the Violet Bloody Finger seems to have no origin in-game, as she wears no violet armor and her eyes are distinctly blue. Perhaps this title comes from this quote from the story. The star-shaped flowers shrank into the stems of the trees and appeared no more. The tints of the green carpet faded, and one by one, the ruby-red asphodels withered away, and there sprang up, in place of them, 10 by 10, dark, eye-like violets that writhed uneasily and were ever encumbered with dew. As the narrator moved on from the loss of his love, the land changed and violets grew. Perhaps so too did Eleonora's bloodlust come from her pursuit of power, earning her the Violet moniker. Her naginata now encumbered with Mohg's dew, the blood of her victims. If we put all of these pieces and clues together, they paint a picture of two traveling companions, making their way through the Lands Between, battling dragons and sharing an adventure. Eleonora started her journey with purpose. As a Drake Knight, she always knew her goal was to slay dragons and take their strength as her own. Perhaps, in those early days, Yura was simply a swordsman who found someone worth fighting beside, and as his affection for her grew, so too did his concern for the toll dragon communion took on her. Eleonora, on the other hand, while she may have enjoyed the company of a friend with stories of a foreign land she would never come to see herself, ultimately knew her purpose was to gain strength by any means necessary, to continue fighting and killing dragons. This led her to the service of Mohg, her fall to the cessblood, and eventually, her murder of an old friend. We hope you enjoyed our interpretation of Eleonora and Yura's story. We're confident we found enough evidence to back up our ideas about their history together, but what do you think? Did we miss anything? Do you believe that these two once shared a strong bond? Or did Yura perhaps come to admire Eleonora from afar? We can't wait to hear your thoughts in the comments. Like and subscribe if you've enjoyed our lore content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. In this series, we've explored a number of characters throughout Elden Ring. Some have had plenty of item descriptions to draw their background from, while others have only had small snippets we've been able to use alongside contextual information to tell their story. Today's topics belong in the latter camp, as they're provided little to no explanation in-game. We can encounter these human mini-bosses on our journey, and they truly have no bearing on the story of the Lands Between as a whole. Even so, they each help to flesh out the players in this world, from the little we can learn about them during our battles. Today, we are discussing Esgar, Priest of Blood, and Necromancer Garris, and seeing what we can learn about who they are and their motivations. Esgar, Priest of Blood, can be encountered in the Lanedale catacombs below the city itself. When traveling through the subterranean shunning grounds, we can find these catacombs just past the giant crayfish at the bottom of the area. Once we make our way through, we fight Esgar, who looks a little different from your typical follower of Mohg, the Lord of Blood. He wields the Reduvia in one hand, magic in the other, and fights alongside two bleed-inducing dogs. His strategy is clearly to let our blood as quickly as possible as an offering to Mohg. What makes Esgar different from his other followers is that while he does wear the sanguine robes, instead of their usual hood, he is adorned with the Great Hood, an item you would never expect to be associated with anyone having dealings with the Lord of Blood. The Great Hood is a hood far larger than the head it is meant to cover, a burial shroud of sorts for those who discover, at long last, the truth they sought. And it says, "Yes, surely this is the moon that young Rennala gazed upon." This item is clearly associated with Rennala, and the quote within implies someone else touched on the truths in the moon associated with her. But the part of the description we'd focus on is the area claiming that users of this hood found the truth they sought. Esgar is a bit of an enigma amongst the Sanguine nobles, as he has been assigned the title of priest, implying that he may rank more highly than your typical noble. He is the only in-game enemy aside from Mohg himself that can wield blood incantations against us, another indication that he harbors more knowledge than your typical follower of the Mohgwyn dynasty. The spells he wields can bolster this theory with their in-game descriptions. Swarm of Flies is a blood oath incantation shared from the Lord of Blood's power, and it tells us, "The new palace of the Lord of Blood lies in a swamp of festering blood, and these flies are said to spawn from the excrement of that land." This implies that Esgar actually found his way to the Mohgwyn Palace, as we ourselves can only gain this spell by making our way there. He also uses Blood Flame Talons, a blood oath incantation granted by the Lord of Blood. Now knowing what we do about his armor, weapons, and spells, we can weave together a possible backstory. While it would be easy to assume that Esgar is tarnished, it's worth noting that he can't invade you as a bloody finger, and if he isn't a bloody finger, he may not have tarnished origins. This means he was not necessarily recruited by White Mask Varre, and could have been anyone before encountering Mohg for the first time. Somehow, through invitation or by chance, Esgar found his way to the Mohgwyn Palace, and upon meeting with Mohg, was granted the Blood Flame Talons and the Lord of Blood's exaltation. Now knowing a great truth he never knew he was seeking, that the Formless Mother, an outer god, guided Mohg's hand in creating his dynasty through blood, Esgar found his purpose and became a priest of the Mohgwyn dynasty. While he had no horns of his own, he saw a way to express his newfound allegiance and faith by donning the Great Hood. From here, he was stationed by Mohg within the catacombs, surrounded by Omen, and stood guard over this place, spilling the blood of those who wandered in, defending the catacombs of his lord's domain. In our eyes, this path makes the most sense when it comes to determining how Esgar came to be our final boss within the twisted catacombs beneath Leyndell. Unfortunately, without more concrete information, we can't confirm our theory is correct. But what do you think of this enigmatic blood sorcerer? Our second topic for today is a character known as Necromancer Garris. This man is found within the Sage's Cave in the Altus Plateau, but if you've been exploring the land thoroughly before this point, encountering him in the cave will not be the first time you've heard his name. Below Stormveil Castle, where we can find a face connected to the remains of Godric the Golden, there's a teardrop scarab that holds the spell Rancor Call. This is a sorcery of the Servants of Death that summons vengeful spirits that chase down foes. Once thought lost, this ancient death hex was rediscovered by the necromancer Garris. Once we meet Garris, we find that he wields two weapons, one of which we'll discuss in a minute, and the other is the Prince of Death's staff, a staff embedded with sullied amber, said to be a very part of the Prince of Death, enhances death sorceries. One of the staves deemed heretical by the Academy for its ability to allow sorceries to be augmented through faith in addition to intelligence. This makes it clear that Garris has made a pilgrimage to the face below Stormveil, rediscovering Rancor Call and breaking off a piece of the Prince of Death to use in his study of necromancy. Garris wears the Sage's set, which sheds a lot of light on those who do with very little description. Attire of the wise sages who were deemed heretical, evidence that the wearer was driven from town. The only other sage we encounter wearing these robes is Gowry, but they seem to be considered heretical for different reasons. Gowry due to his study of the rot, and Garris due to his necromancy. When it comes to the heretical study of necromancy, Smowtown already has a very thorough breakdown of how the practice is connected to the Deathrite birds and predates the Erdtree itself. So for a deeper understanding of Ghostflame and how this all ties to Garris, we strongly encourage you to check out his video. But there is one angle of Garris' story we differ in our opinion of, and that would be his motivations. Garris carries a weapon known as the Family Heads. It is described as 3 bludgeoning copper heads attached to a handle by chains, signature weapon of Necromancer Garris, the heretical sage. The heads were made to resemble those of his wife and 2 children. Many believe that this implies Garris began his studies into necromancy due to the death of his family, looking for a way to return them to his side. But we believe this character is much more sinister than that. The skill associated with this weapon is called Familial Rancor, and the description of its usage reads as follows. Gently rattle the copper heads to summon vengeful spirits that chase down foes. The anguish of a spouse and children invites accursed wrath. Garris' family are described as vengeful spirits, and their anguish is what is harnessed to attack using this skill. In the time where Ghostflame rituals were the predominant form of death in the lands between, it's likely not everyone who died was left a vengeful spirit. In order for there to be peace in death, we have to assume that some laid to rest were not called upon to harness magic like this. The only knowledge we truly have about Garris is that he carries around a graven image of his family's remains, and uses their own spirits to attack. In our opinion, this information implies that Garris' family actually met their fate at the hands of Garris himself. His study of necromancy would have had them all shunned from their hometown and driven away. Now living in the lands between with no home, Garris, desperate to continue his study and needing a way to defend himself, turned on his family, making them fuel for his magic, and developing ways to use their spirits, hungry for revenge against him, as weapons against the dangers he would face. It could also be that his sacrifice of his own family to fuel his studies of necromancy are what outed him to his village as a heretic and had him exiled. Either way, if his family had died peacefully, why can we use the anguish of these dreadful spirits against our foes? Thank you again for joining us for this episode of Elden Lore. Sometimes the people we encounter in the Lands Between have so little background, it can be hard to piece together their stories. But we believe we've done a good job of shedding light on possible backgrounds for these two minor characters. Do you think we're onto something with our theory on Esgar's journey to becoming a follower of the Lord of Blood? Was Necromancer Garris a benevolent father looking to revive his wife and children? Or a monster who needed their vengeful spirits to fuel his studies? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss an episode in our Elden Ring lore series. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. In a time long before we reached the Lands Between, there existed two boys, twin brothers, separate in body and mind, but sharing one soul. They were shunned by society as freaks, unnatural for their unseen connection, and likely due to its effect on their appearance. They were white of hair and pale as ghosts, and they never spoke a word to each other. They longed for acceptance in a world that turned them away. Then, one day, they found the Golden Order and took solace in its radiance. This was the only establishment that did not turn the brothers away, the only place that did not judge them as reprehensible beings, and perhaps even saw beauty in two people bound by one soul, a concept with which they were familiar. These brothers came to be known as D, Hunter of the Dead, and D, Beholder of the Dead. While they never stood together on the battlefield, they fought for the Golden Order in their own ways, and today, we will tell their story. Through most of the game, we follow the story of D, Hunter of the Dead, whose actual name is Darian. He wears the twinned armor set, which is described as armor depicting entwined twins of gold and silver. The two known as D are inseparable twins. They are of two bodies and two minds, but one single soul. Not once did they stand together. Not one word did they speak to one another. Perhaps this armor longs to find its way to the other D. The armor depicts two bodies, with the silver one emerging from the stomach and chest of the gold, and a gold arm tenderly holding the silver body. What this implies is that Darian is the brother of Gold, the warrior, who is holding and protecting the silver brother. He is the warrior or hunter, while his brother is the beholder, unequipped for battle. This explains why when we meet D, the Beholder of Death, he's unarmed, unarmored, and protected by a magic barrier. He was never meant to be a warrior. That was the realm of his brother. It's also worth mentioning that D, Hunter of the Dead, is most likely a name nodding to Vampire Hunter D in a clever little reference from Software. The first time we encounter D, Hunter of the Dead, is in the Round Table Hold. If you speak with him, he'll warn you about those who live in death, clearly showing little confidence that a newly arrived Tarnished like us can handle a battle against their forces, or the Mariner. If we speak to D in Limgrave, he's standing over a fresh corpse, seemingly giving them some kind of last rites. He says, "There's no mistake, is there? Death has left its mark once again. I'm sorry I cannot give you your proper rights, but at least you did not join those who live in death. Your soul will return to the Erdtree in time. Honeyed rays of gold deliver this spirit." From here, we get our first implication of what makes those who live in death so dangerous and blasphemous to the Golden Order. If you join those who live in death, your soul cannot return to the Erdtree, making you an abomination in the eyes of the Golden Order and its hunters. D again warns us not to go forward into the village. It has been touched by death, and we should not risk ourselves doing battle with their forces. However, if we do brave the attack of the Mariner and weed its death root, D's tune changes. Should we show D our prize, he calls us fools, but with a talent for weeding deathroot, and offers to introduce us to Gurranq, the beast clergyman. Apparently, Gurranq is Dee's master in weeding Deathroot for the Golden Order, and he's been looking for a replacement to take over the job. Dee has his own business to attend to, and we've proved ourselves a worthy successor to his work. Should we continue speaking with Dee, he elaborates on the matter he needs to attend to.
I spotted the mark of the centipede here in the village. An ill-omened symbol that should not be. Someone or something threatens the sanctity of the Golden Order and must be eradicated.
Should we join Gurranq and weed Deathroot for him, Dee sees us as a brother in arms against those who live in death, and is much friendlier towards us. We can discuss his beliefs on why these dead things are blasphemous to the Golden Order, and he'll inform us of Rogier's past as a spellblade, along with warning us of his fate due to studying those who live in death. Should we also speak regularly with Fia, the deathbed companion? She gives us a weathered dagger that she wishes returned to its owner. It was once a special weapon of gold and silver intertwined, but is now worn down and marred by a black gash. And if we present the dagger to Dee, he claims to know who it belongs to, and thanks us for bringing it to him. Given what we can learn later about his brother, we believe this dagger belonged to Dee, Beholder of the Dead. Unfortunately for Dee, Hunter of the Dead, giving him this dagger seals his fate, as it leads to a confrontation with Fia, where she takes Godwyn's Hallowbrand from him and ends his life. This is the end for Dee, Hunter of the Dead. However, if we take his armor, the story of these brothers continues. Dee, Beholder of the Dead, can be found at Cohryn, the Eternal City, east of the Great Waterfall Basin's Site of Grace, against the railing of the balcony, just outside the Valiant Gargoyle boss arena. We can learn his name if we chose to fight his brother upon meeting him, where upon death he mentions Devon. Devon is surrounded by a magic barrier and is unable to speak very well. If we received Rogier's letter, it tells us, Dee has a younger brother. I heard he sleeps in a deep sleep in the aqueduct beside the Eternal City of Cohryn, and it said he stood before the Prince of Death, not far beyond that spot. Keeping in mind that the weathered dagger was destroyed by what looks like the Rod of Death, we believe Devon found Godwyn and tried to end him, but had his mind shattered by those who live in death. His brother, after finding him, protected him in a veil of magic, always intending to destroy Godwyn and save Devon. We can bring Devon back to his senses by giving him his brother's armor. This seems to fill him with purpose, and he disappears from the spot where we found him, not to be met again until we finish Fia's questline. Should we reload the area, we find Devon standing over Fia's body, and he says,
Prince of Death, take a good long look. See the wrath of the Golden Order, the Order's justice writ in blood. This is what's become of your precious witch. Naught but expired meat and bone. This is a proper death, O Prince. Look at this rotten whore. No more children can be got from this useless flesh. Behold, your mother is dead. This is revenge, you witch, and you ghoul. This is the wrath of Dee.
Hello. The rotten witch is dead. The Golden Order unsullied. Now I can look my brother Darien in the eye. Honeyed rays of gold, deliver my spirit. Darien, now I have no regrets. Honeyed rays of gold, deliver my spirit.
It's then we learn Dee, the Hunter of Death's true name, Darien. We then have a choice. We can either attack Devon for killing Fia, where he accuses us of being responsible for Darien's death, or we can simply leave the area, and should we come back, the twinned armor set sits where Devon stood, along with the inseparable sword. We believe that due to their one soul, one brother cannot truly live if the other has died, so Devon likely took his own life in order to return to the Erdtree and be reunited with his brother. The metals used to represent the brothers have a deeper meaning that we're not quite sure how to describe. The use of gold for Darien is clearly meant to portray his devotion to the Golden Order, and he uses incantations like Litany of Proper Death, which is described as one of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, used by hunters of those who live in death, creates an image of order, dealing holy damage to nearby foes. This incantation is especially damaging to those who live in death. Any felled by this incantation cannot be revived. The role of the hunters is to stamp out defiled reason, all for the perfection of the Golden Order. So it's clear that Darien fights for the Golden Order and uses skills reserved for the Hunters of Death to preserve its brilliance, but Devon is a little more confusing. Devon too is meant to be a proponent of the Golden Order, and makes this clear in his final words to us, but he's represented by silver. Interestingly, along with the incantations that Darien uses, he can also use Discus of Light. One of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists produces a ring of light and fires it forwards. The ring of light returns to a position close to the caster before disappearing. This incantation can be cast repeatedly, a gift from young Miquella to his father, Radagon. As we know, Miquella is closely related to unalloyed silver, which he uses to separate himself from the Golden Order. Perhaps Devon being portrayed by silver is implying that he held some kind of special affinity for Miquella before his split from the Golden Order. But it's also worth noting, Devon's found in Cohryn, a city that deals with silver in multiple capacities. Perhaps the twinned armor set, the weathered dagger, and the inseparable sword were made with gold and silver to indicate that one brother, Darien, would fight for the Golden Order above ground in the golden light of the Erdtree, while Devon would fight for the Golden Order below ground, surrounded by silver. Thank you for joining us while we discuss the story of Dee the Hunter and Dee the Beholder. We know we move back and forth between story and theory, but that's what these lore dives are all about, connecting the pieces where we can to see if we can craft a larger story from what the game gives us. If you have any theories on the Brothers Dee that we didn't touch on, let us know in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on our next lore dive. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Those who have kept up with the lore community in Elden Ring know the story of Diallos Hoslow. VaatiVidya created an incredible Prepare to Cry that took us through his story in the Lands Between, as well as the stories of Alexander and Jarburg. While this video painted a picture of Diallos' arc through Elden Ring, it didn't touch on who Diallos truly was, and one of the major influences in his life, his brother, Juno Hoslow. Juno is the older brother of Diallos, and he took on the responsibility of representing House Hoslow, being the face of the family's strength, because he believed Diallos could never hold that burden alongside him. Today we're going to explore the relationship between these two, as well as the oath of House Hoslow and the weight it carried for its bearers. House Hoslow's motto, "The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood," had a significant impact on the brothers throughout their lives. For Diallos, it was aspirational. He longed for the day he would tell the tale of House Hoslow, but for Juno, it was a duty. Hoslow's helm is a twin-tailed silver helm decorated with flowery adornments, symbol of the head of the revered House of Hoslow. It tells us, Juno Hoslow had a younger brother who was all talk and no trousers. His inability to commit to action was such that Juno inherited the Hoslow legacy without resistance, granting him the freedom to shower his little brother with adoration. So Juno decided early on that his indecisive little brother should not have to bear the burdens of House Hoslow. He wanted to shield this boy from the brutality that may come from taking action to preserve the reputation of their home. While some may believe Juno thought little of his younger brother, it seems as though he bore his brother no ill will. Rather, his goal was to make sure that Diallos would never have to live a life marred by spilling blood. Juno went on to leave House Hoslow, making his way to the Lands Between, called by grace. It's clear that he went on to make a name for himself as a fearsome warrior. With 2 whips by his side, Juno proved his mettle time and again against those wandering the lands, but it provided him with no solace, no sense of purpose. He soon began to see that bloodshed begets only bloodshed, and the credo of his house weighed on him. He continued to tell the tale of House Hoslow and blood, and it left him disillusioned to his purpose. Juno, with 2 Hoslow's petal whips by his side, made his way to the mountaintop of giants, deciding to live in seclusion, away from any who would challenge him, so he no longer had to fight to prove his worth. It's unknown if he received this letter before or after deciding to sequester himself, but Hoslow's armor tells us the story of his relation to Volcano Manor. This armor is described as garish silver armor decorated with red embellishments, passed down through the Hoslow family. When Juno Hoslow received an invitation to the Volcano Manor, he discreetly refused. "I have already walked many a road drenched in blood, yet never would I consider myself a champion." Juno made it clear that he had no intention of continuing his bloody crusade through the land. He was done fighting. He was no champion. He was simply a noble, trying to fulfill his duty, and it left him with the stark realization that all his fighting and bloodshed ultimately led to nothing. It's likely the Volcano Manor saw this Tarnished, who defeated no demigods, but was known as a force to be reckoned with, and thought they could utilize his strength for their own purposes. But his refusal of the call did not sit well with them. This next piece of the story falls squarely into the realm of speculation. Hoslow's armor says it's passed down through the family, and the petal whip is a work of art handed down through the generations of the illustrious House Hoslow. But when we meet Diallos, he already wears his house's armor and carries the whip. With this in mind, we believe the Juno of our world is already dead, killed by the Volcano Manor. Perhaps, behind the scenes, this is what led Diallos and Lanya to the Lands Between, both wanting to avenge Juno after receiving the armor and whip. However, Diallos' indecision led Lanya to chase the recusants on her own, and ultimately got her killed. While we can face Juno ourselves on the mountaintop of giants, we do so through an invasion. As we know, invasions take place across time and space. We enter a new dimension to fight our targets. So this would explain how we're able to assassinate the eldest son of House Hoslow, while still keeping this story intact. Regardless of why you believe Diallos came to the Lands Between, all of his equipment explains why he should not have. Diallos' mask tells us it is a replica of a twin-tailed silver helm with flowery adornments, only without the twin tails. Diallos Hoslow had an older brother who was a stern, self-possessed man of few words. His achievements made him seem out of reach, and so the younger aspired to be like the older, yearning for the day he would tell the tale of House Hoslow in blood, knowing full well that it would break his brother's heart. Even though Juno coddled his brother and avoided pushing him to become a warrior, Diallos still lived with dreams of grandeur, of following in his brother's footsteps. Another piece of equipment Diallos carries, the Distinguished Great Shield, is described as a great shield featuring sumptuous ornamentation used by the scions of great families. Due to their excessive size, these shields were at times seen as the hallmark of little lordlings who were too timid to earn a few nicks and scratches. Again, we see how Diallos was not prepared for this journey. Juno's decision to take on all of the responsibility of the Hoslow name and allow his younger brother to be an untrained braggart turned Diallos into a noble incapable of truly taking action, scared of the consequences of battle, with dreams of being a great warrior. Throughout his quest, Diallos makes convictions and throws them away on a whim. He likely came to the Lands Between in the first place to avenge his brother, but sits in the Round Table hold, too cowardly to explore the lands. This leads to Lanya taking it upon herself to do so, and being murdered in the process. Diallos then swears to avenge Lanya, but is taken in by the Volcano Manor, who likely thought Diallos may have been as fierce a warrior as his brother. A little flattery and the promise of renown was enough to get him to change his convictions and give up on his quest for vengeance. After we put an end to the manor, Diallos says, "It's just as my noble brother says, I'm a complete fool. I can't believe I thought I could become a champion." Choosing to wallow in self-pity at the realization that he gave up on avenging his friend and sullied the name of his house by not answering their transgressions with blood. Finally, he finds himself in Jarburg, where in a way, he heeds his brother's advice and renounces the credo of House Hoslow. He chooses to protect the denizens of Jarburg as their potentate, his soft hands finally put to use in helping those under his protection. His story will not be told in blood, but in peace. Unfortunately, as we all know, Diallos' story comes to a bittersweet end. He falls defending Jarburg, and while many died, he did manage to save Jarbern. House Hoslow's story is again told in blood, but this time, it is blood spilled in defense of the innocent, not in a battle for the sake of superiority. In the end, Diallos finally does get to live the kind of life his brother wanted for him, one of nobility through service instead of bloodshed, even if it is short-lived. The Hoslow brothers tell a story of family, of meeting the expectations of those around you, and wanting better for those you care about. While Juno believed he was saving his brother from a life of hardship by allowing him to live a life devoid of battle, Diallos likely could have been better helped by stern tutoring from his brother. On Diallos' side, if he had heeded his brother's warnings from the beginning, Lanya may yet live, and he needn't have died in battle. Of course, Diallos dies a hero, which we believe Juno would have been proud of, and Diallos himself did finally obtain the glory he was always seeking. Thank you for joining us as we discuss the Brothers Hoslow. Do you think we missed anything in this story? What do you think of our theory on Juno's death? Comment letting us know your thoughts. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell if you want to see more lore dives like this one. Unfortunately, life has been a little chaotic, and between work, the channel, and my wife and I starting a Stranger Things podcast, the Hawkins Hellfire Collective, this series is likely going to be moving to a once-a-week cadence for the foreseeable future. With that said, we're hoping it will lead to more intricate lore dives with even deeper research. Thank you again for your continued support, and we look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. The Lands Between has a number of famous Tarnished who have created legacies for themselves. Vyke, the man who came closest to becoming Elden Lord, the ever-brilliant Goldmask, Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing, and many more have their names exalted for their achievements. However, there is one who may have come even closer than Vyke to becoming Elden Lord. This Tarnished, hand in hand with his maiden, may very well have made his way to the mountaintop of giants, further than any before him, but because of the tragedy that befell him on that mountain, he chose to slip into the shadows, to curse the radiance of grace, and to stop all those who would follow the path of the greater will. This Tarnished chose a new path, the path of the recusant, and dedicated himself to the hunt. We are talking, of course, about the War Master himself, Knight Bernhal. When we first meet Knight Bernhal, he is in the War Master's shack and asks if we're there to take up the fight and follow the guidance of grace. Whether we tell him yes or no, he's cordial and wants to pass on to us the knowledge of his battle arts. He thinks as a good and proper Tarnished, we can make good use of his knowledge as an instructor. Bernhal is very welcoming, likely the first Tarnished we meet who's prepared to help us for the small cost of a few runes. He shows his face and wields a Zweihander, exuding the aura of a battle-hardened instructor who's been around the Lands Between enough times to know what we need to learn in order to survive. Little did we know at the time, This calm, inviting presence is merely a facade, a shadow of a man long since gone. In order to discover who Bernhal was before we came to the Lands Between, we only have a few threads to follow. After we obtain 2 great runes, finger reader Ensha tells us, "I had my doubts, but look at you. Only once before have I seen 2 great runes together. Look there, the fingers shudder with exuberance." So we know that only one other Tarnished has presented 2 great runes before the fingers. While it's easy to assume this was Vyke, we have compelling evidence to show it was actually Bernhal. The Beast Champion armor tells us, beasts are drawn to champions and to lords, and this armor befits a champion worthy of becoming a lord. And this is what Bernhal was, until his maiden threw herself into the fire. If the Beast Champion armor is to be believed, Bernhal and his maiden made it all the way to the forge on the mountaintop of giants, which is only accessible with 2 great runes and the rolled medallion. How Bernhal had access to the rolled medallion, we don't know. However, one thing is clear, his maiden gave her life to light the Erdtree ablaze, and it didn't work. Bernhal had both his maiden and his purpose stripped from him in that moment. He played by the rules of the greater will, and for some reason, he was denied the reward of his quest, the title of Elden Lord. This opens up a larger question. Is it even possible for a Tarnished to become Elden Lord? If our maidens can't light the flame, what's the point of our journey? Why are we led by grace to struggle through the Lands Between and take the title of Elden Lord, when it's impossible for our maidens to burn the tree? Of course we know that Melina has the power to achieve this goal for us, likely due to her connection with Marika, but during this time, the Tarnished are simply following the guidance of the finger readers and their maidens. Bernhal was left on that mountaintop, having the ability to convert runes into power stripped from him, all because he followed the guidance of grace. It's likely that sometime after this, he received a letter of invitation, beckoning him to come to the Volcano Manor. After coming to the manor, Bernhal would have met with Tanith and been introduced to the purpose of the Recusants, to rise up against the Erdtree and fight the tide by hunting Tarnished who still hold true to the call of grace. Bernhal, after experiencing the greatest betrayal a Tarnished could possibly imagine, would see the futility in anyone trying to become Elden Lord, and would find renewed purpose in the mission of Rykard and Volcano Manor. If the Tarnished are being misled into questing to become the Elden Lord, Bernhal would open their eyes through force and put an end to their pilgrimage. He became a Recusant, a hunter of Tarnished, and a good one at that. Bernhal was such an efficient hunter of Tarnished, he was even granted a legendary armament, the Devourer's Scepter. This weapon is, in the shape of a serpent devouring the world. It will one day become the very symbol of the Lord of Blasphemy, a vision of the future, briefly seen by Rykard in his final moments before being devoured by the Great Serpent. Bernhal had come to carry the symbol of the Lord of Blasphemy itself, and would use it to crush those who follow grace, just as he once did. When we meet Bernhal in Volcano Manor, he's surprised by our presence, saying, "What in heaven's name are you doing here? The Volcano Manor is a pit of recusants that spit at grace and hunt our own kind. I hope you understand the weight of my words." Should we tell him we understand, he goes on to wonder if following the path of grace led you to your decision, and warns us the path we now walk is one of blasphemy that can only end in a violent death. Upon completing our first mission, he recognizes us as a recusant through and through, and reintroduces himself as Bernhal, a recusant just like you, and offers to teach us even more battle arts. He then goes on to explain, to take power and make it his own, the recusant must hunt his own kind. To raise the flag of revolt against this sanctified pillaging, we recusants must become the most wretched of predators. So Bernhal now has new purpose, to take power, make it his own, and one day wield it against the greater will. After we defeat Rykard, we can speak to Bernhal once more, and he tells us he bears us no ill will. The strong take, such is our code. He goes on to say even Rykard was prepared to meet a wretched end when he first took blasphemy upon his very flesh. While he believes Volcano Manor is no more, Bernhal also sees this as the perfect time to rise against the Erdtree. He has fought many battles, killed many Tarnished, and taken their purpose from them, just as the Greater Will did to him, and he is ready to strike back. The final words we hear from Bernhal are these: "O Greater Will, hear my voice. I am the recusant Bernhal, inheritor of my brother's will, and you will fall to my blade. We refuse to become your pawns. Consider this fair warning." While we believe the brother he's referring to is Rykard, we don't think this implies any family ties, simply a term of endearment for the man who started Volcano Manor and gave Bernhal new purpose. Like many we encounter in the Lands Between, the last time we speak to Bernhal is not the last time we meet him. Should we make our way to crumbling Farum Azula, Bernhal will continue to aid us, stepping in to help during the Godskin duo fight if we so choose. However, it's likely this is another facade put on by this recusant, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. While we make our way to the Old Lord's talisman, we can be invaded by recusant Bernhal. He will attack us with the ferocity of a man betrayed by his companion. By choosing to burn the Erdtree and actually succeeding, we've shown Bernhal that we do not truly tread the path of the recusant. We are chasing the title of Elden Lord, and in his eyes, playing right into the Greater Will's hands. For a man like Bernhal, who experienced the betrayal of having his maiden taken from him and being denied the throne, this is another deep betrayal from someone he likely considered a brother or a sister, and the only way to resolve it is through blood. A recusant through and through, Bernhal meets his end at the hands of our Tarnished. A violent end to the path of the recusant, just as he promised. Bernhal is yet another tragic figure in the Lands Between. He followed the promise of the Two Fingers, completed the quest he was tasked with, and was rewarded with nothing but death and disappointment. It's no wonder he would turn to Rykard and Volcano Manor after he experienced such a devastating failure through no fault of his own. For Bernhal, the path of the recusant was the perfect way to strike back against the Greater Will, to end its game of toying with the Tarnished and making empty promises. In the end, it depends on us whether or not his purpose was fulfilled. Thank you for joining us as we dissected the story of Knight Bernhal, the recusant. Please comment with your thoughts on this character and his motivations. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on any Square Table Gaming projects. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The Dragon Spear, Knight of the Round Table, Festering Fingerprint. These are all titles of the Tarnished who came closest to becoming Elden Lord before we made our way to the Lands Between. Vyke. Vyke is a fascinating character, used as the poster boy for Elden Ring with his image across the box art of the game. One of the most interesting things about him is that his lore leaves little to the imagination. We have enough documentation on Vyke throughout the game to paint a clear picture of who he was and his journey without too much theory crafting. While other lore channels have given us thorough dissections of Vyke, our viewers made it clear that they wanted our take on this character. In an attempt to bring something new to the table, we're going to be looking at Vyke a bit differently than we normally would. We're going to try to tell his story chronologically, from the first pieces of lore we can learn about him all the way to our confrontation with him in the Lord Contender's Everjail. Now, let's explore the story of Vyke, beloved by the dragons, Tarnished Knight, and carrier of the Frenzied Flame. Vyke was originally known as the Dragon Spear. This name likely came from his signature weapon and his close ties to the dragons themselves. In times long before our Tarnished came to the Lands Between, dragons worked alongside Godwyn the Golden and his knights. One of these dragons, Lanciax, was the sister of Fortisax, and it's said that she took the form of a human to commune with his knights as a priestess of the ancient dragon cult. Vyke's Dragon Bolt is an incantation that allows us to utilize red lightning to boost our stats, and the description tells us, of all the knights, Vyke the Dragon Spear was the one Lanciax loved the most. With this in mind, it's likely that Vyke was originally a knight of the dragon cult that served Godwyn the Golden, as he was able to build a close relationship with Lanciax while she was in her priestess form. After the Shattering, the Tarnished were exiled from the lands between, and Vyke was almost definitely amongst those who awaited the call to return to their home. Once the call was heard across the lands and Tarnished started to return, Vyke joined in the rallying cry and was renamed Vyke, Knight of the Round Table. From here it's said that he came the closest out of any Tarnished to claiming the title of Elden Lord. It may be confusing that any Tarnished could claim to be close to gaining the title, as when we reach the lands between, we need at least 2 great runes to ascend to Leyndell, and when we fight our way through the lands, it seems none of the lords have been defeated. But Vyke would not be held back by this limitation. As a former knight of Godwyn and the Dragon Cult, it makes sense that he would know the only other route to entering the Altus Plateau without the Grand Lift. After reaching this Golden Land, he likely would have been seen as worthy of reaching the Erdtree. However, something happened that would change the trajectory of Vyke's fate forever. The fingerprint set tells us no other Tarnished was closer to the throne of the Elden Lord than Vyke, but without announcement, Vyke traveled far below the capital and was scorched by the flame of frenzy. Did he make his choice for his maiden, or did some other force lure him with suggestion? We encounter our very own temptation when it comes to the flame of frenzy in the form of Shabriri, using the body of our comrade Yura. We know Shabriri's goal is to bring forth the Lord of Frenzied Flame and cleanse the land in fire, but he doesn't lead with this. He tells us the frenzied flame below Leyndell is a way to save our maiden and forgo the need of burning her in the forge to set the Erdtree ablaze. It's likely Shabriri, in one form or another, offered the same guidance to Vyke, who, as a noble knight, may have seen the sacrifice of his maiden as an abhorrent act, even if it would secure his place as Elden Lord. Another possibility could be that Vyke learned of the Frenzied Flame and the necessary sacrifice of his maiden from the Frenzied Flame village. A ghost outside of this area tells us, "Ah, Lord Vyke, it seems that you are no lord after all. Then where is he, our true lord, our Lord of Frenzied Flame? We beg of you, incinerate all that divides and distinguishes." We believe this implies Vyke was not the one to turn this town to frenzy. They likely were already worshipping the flame. So in an attempt to spare a life he believed should not be cut short, in order for his own rise to power to proceed, Vyke took the only other route available to him, and met with the Three Fingers. Unfortunately, this would lead to his downfall, and his new title, Vyke, the Festering Fingerprint. Vyke's spear tells us it is singed and blistered by fingers. Like Vyke himself, it has been tormented by the yellow flame of frenzy from within. All of his armor shows the prints of the Three Fingers burned into them. It looks to be melted into his flesh, and his cape is tattered and worn. After accepting the frenzied flame, Vyke became a shadow of his former self. It's unknown why, but he was not able to contain the flame in the same way our Tarnished can if we choose to walk that path. Perhaps this was because he didn't have a guide to warn him that he must first strip off his armor. It may be his armor prevented him from fully taking in the flame. Regardless, Vyke fell to madness. We do not know what happened to Vyke's maiden. It's possible that the dead maiden we can find at the Church of Inhibition once dedicated herself to Vyke, but we can't know for sure. It's entirely possible that the madness that took him over forced him to murder the very woman he took the flame to protect. It's also possible that, much like Melina does if we take up the flame, she chose to leave Vyke after he cast aside the will of the Two Fingers. perhaps, if she is the maiden we find at the church, she simply chose to end her own life, as her purpose of supporting Vyke was taken from her, and she saw no reason to continue living. Vyke the Festering Fingerprint became an invader, moving through time and space, destroying Tarnished with the frenzied flame, driven by an insatiable urge to burn everything to the ground and start anew. But that's not how his story ends. Even if our Tarnished finds this invader and defeats him, we're still able to face Vyke, the Round Table Knight, in the Mountaintop of Giants. It's possible the artwork on the box of Elden Ring is the moment Vyke fell to his knees, weary from battle, that allowed him to be captured and locked within the Lord Contender's Everjail. This would have had to be done by those loyal to the Golden Order, as no one else would have access to the lift within Leyndell that would take him to the mountaintop. So it's safe to assume the final order was given by Morgott to lock Vyke away, so he could not be a threat to the Erdtree. The most interesting thing about this fight is that Vyke is no longer controlled by the Three Fingers when we face him. He's not the Festering Fingerprint. He's Vyke, Knight of the Round Table Hold, and he has access to the lightning magic entrusted to him so long ago by the dragon who loved him above all other knights. So perhaps his imprisonment wasn't a punishment, but a show of respect from Morgott to the knight who served his brother so well before the Shattering. Perhaps the Everjail's dimensional properties severed Vyke's ties to the Three Fingers, much in the same way Miquella's needle can do for us. No matter the reason, this is the last time we see Vyke, the man who almost became Elden Lord, and we face him as a tarnished knight, not as a puppet of the frenzied flame. Vyke's fall from grace is a cautionary tale to all in the lands between. Sometimes the same qualities that make a knight a paragon of virtue and chivalry can lead to their own demise. For Vyke, the life of his maiden was likely worth plunging himself into the flame and ruining his chances of becoming Elden Lord, and it's up to us to decide if we're willing to make the same trade. We hope you enjoyed this exploration of the life of Vyke the Dragonspear, Knight of the Round Table Hold, Festering Fingerprint. Please leave a comment letting us know your thoughts on this legendary Tarnished. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss our next video taking a look at Shabriri, another man closely tied to the Frenzied Flame. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. We know the Tarnished existed in the lands between before the Night of Black Knives. They lived amongst the Golden Order, some as knights serving lords, some as sorcerers of glintstone studying in Rileigh. It's easy to forget that many of the Tarnished do not come to be in the lands between as we did, fumbling for meaning and understanding. They have knowledge that we don't. They've experienced the lands between before, during its glory days, and they know its history better than we do. Today we're going to discuss two such Tarnished that know far more than we ever could. Two Tarnished who were amongst the first to visit the Round Table Hold after the Call of Grace started to summon our people. Companions who likely traveled the world together before returning to the lands between. Friends who chose vastly different paths, but ultimately came together again in battle. Vargram, the Raging Wolf, and errant sorcerer Wilhelm. The story of Vargram and Wilhelm likely begins before the Tarnished were exiled from the lands between. Vargram established himself as a skilled knight during this time, while Wilhelm studied glintstone sorceries. How their paths crossed exactly is unknown, but thanks to the errant sorcerer robe, we know they were friends, and we believe it makes the most sense for both of their stories for them to have known each other before the exile. After Marika made her decision to banish the Tarnished from the lands between, it's likely Wilhelm was given a mission of sorts. The Hyrodos Glintstone Crown is one of the Glintstone Crowns bestowed upon Rileigh scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy. The crown was granted to scholars who engaged in nomadic study away from the academy. From this we can glean that the scholars of Rileigh saw Wilhelm as an asset to their research, and wanted him to continue his studies outside of the lands between, in hopes he could uncover some new truths about the world beyond their purview. Who better for Wilhelm to travel with than another Tarnished? A friend who had shown his ferocity as a knight, Vargram. The two likely traveled as a team, with Vargram acting as the muscle while Wilhelm was able to strike from the shadows with his sorcery. Ambush Shard tells us the Celian sorcerers were assassins, and it's said that they often hunted their fellows. So we know Wilhelm would have acted as a strong support for Vargram's more physical style. Upon being called back to the Lands Between, Vargram and Wilhelm arrived at the Round Table Hold together, which explains why they are both described as one of the first Tarnished to arrive at the Round Table Hold. We believe this is where their stories diverge, where each of these Tarnished chases their own destinies, and their friendship is severed, if temporarily. We will start our dissection of this time in their lives with Vargram. As the Raging Wolfhelm tells us, Vargram earned his nickname from the white wolf pelt that adorns his helm, so we know that his title is tied to wolves, but it goes deeper than this. Vargram did not just embody the strength of wolves in the Lands Between, he saw the deeper connection between wolves and power in his homeland. The Raging Wolf armor tells us, according to the old legends, wolves are the shadows of the Empyrean. Vargram aspired to such a state himself. Vargram understood the power of Malekith the Black Blade, Marika's shadow, the power to wield the Rune of Death, and decided that if he would follow the guidance of grace, those are the footsteps he would walk in. The question remains, if Vargram the Raging Wolf was to be a shadow, whose shadow would he be? To what Empyrean would he dedicate himself? We believe we can determine this by the weapon he wields, the Godslayer's Greatsword. The Godslayer's Greatsword tells us it is the sacred sword of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, who controlled the Godskin Apostles before her defeat at the hands of Malekith. The black flames wielded by the Apostles are channeled from this sword. Vargram understood both his destiny as a Tarnished, to pursue the throne of Elden Lord by defeating the demigods themselves, but he also saw how futile this could be without a means to properly destroy them. In order to put a true end to the demigods and take their great runes for himself, Vargram looked to the power of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, the Empyrean who originally wielded death itself before the rune was given to Malekith. This Empyrean has no shadow, so that is who Vargram would become. Though he would never meet his lord, he would take up her power in the form of the Godslayer's Greatsword, and use the black flame to bring true death to the demigods, acting as the Gloam-Eyed Queen's shadow, protecting her legacy through the power she once wielded herself. Now that we have some background on Vargram, we can discuss the actions of Errant Sorcerer Wilhelm after returning to the Lands Between. It's very likely that after his return, he attempted to visit Raya Lucaria to report on his time away. He found his school to be in ruins, likely a shell of its former self, and discovered what had happened during his time away. From here, he was left with few options when it came to what to do next. As a Celian sorcerer who worked best from the shadows, it's unlikely he could pursue great runes and try to become the next Elden Lord, but perhaps there was another way he could figure out his next move. The Errant Sorcerer robe tells us Wilhelm was a silent seeker of sorcery who had gone so far as to make contact with the primeval current. Wilhelm was led by guidance into confrontation with his friend Vargram, and it's said that he was then taken prisoner in the Round Table Hold. Wilhelm reached out to the primeval current in an attempt to learn what the future may hold, and whatever truth was shown to him led to a confrontation with Vargram, the Raging Wolf. Perhaps he saw the darkness of the future, the abyss, just as Lusat and Azor had, and the futility of the mission to become Elden Lord became apparent to him. Upon sharing his findings with his friend, Vargram's dedication to his purpose led to a split in their friendship, and Wilhelm's imprisonment within the Round Table Hold. It's unknown how much time passes between these events and our Tarnished coming to the Lands Between, but at some point, the friendship between Vargram and Wilhelm was mended. We can fight these two in the Round Table Hold itself, which implies that they may have mended their friendship while Wilhelm was kept prisoner. If we choose to follow the Volcano Manor questline, Knight Bernhal will eventually present us with a letter, a special invitation to hunt some of the first Tarnished who sat at the Round Table Hold. He tells us, if you should accept, I'll next see you on the field of battle. This letter leads us to believe that Vargram still aspires to become Elden Lord, and perhaps with their friendship mended, Wilhelm now supports him. Should we follow the directions in the letter, we head to the fortified manor within Lanedale, an exact copy of the Round Table hold we know. And upon invading this tarnished world, we can do battle with Vargram, the Raging Wolf, and his companion Wilhelm, the errant sorcerer. It seems as though these two came to an understanding. Vargram still wanting to destroy the demigods in the name of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, and Wilhelm wishing to prevent the Abyss from swallowing the world, and they now fight side by side as companions again. Unfortunately for them, our Tarnished, along with Bernhal, are there to stop them in their tracks. While Vargram the Raging Wolf was used in much of the advertising leading up to Elden Ring, traces of his story are few and far between in the actual game. Whether this is due to original plans that fell through, changes in development, or maybe even future DLC that will dive more heavily into the Tarnished that came before us, it's impossible to know. From here, we can only speculate with the information we have on hand who the Raging Wolf was, but one thing is clear. The strongest lore threads we have are his dedication to the Gloam-Eyed Queen as her shadow, and his friendship with a sorcerer who glimpsed the primeval current, but did not follow it to his demise as others had before him. We hope you enjoyed this look into Vargram the Raging Wolf and the errant sorcerer Wilhelm. It was fun trying to weave together the story of these two based on the information available in-game. While we believe Vargram may have some deeper lore that could be explored in future DLC, what do you think? Leave a comment letting us know. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell to help us with YouTube's algorithm, and stay tuned for our next video. We're currently discussing the possibility of a live chat with you, our audience, to give you some background on how we create our Elden lore videos, and to get your ideas on future topics you'd like to see us tackle. Let us know if you'd be interested in joining us, and don't forget to come back for more Elden lore. Lately, our lore explorations have led us into hallowed territory. We've discussed powerful figures in the lands between, like Sirach, the Cleanrot Knights, and Gideon Ofnir. With so many who shine brightly in the world of Elden Ring, it becomes easy to overlook the bit players we can meet along the way. One such character is a student of Rileigh the Academy. An academic who makes little impression, even talking himself down when we strike up a conversation with him. The sorcerer of little skill and no renown can come across as pitiful, but should we help him along his way, we see his strength laid not in battle prowess, but in arcane knowledge. Today, we're going to discuss Thops the Bloodstone. And while his story is short, it's worth exploring, as his personal brand of glintstone sorcery is found nowhere else in the lands between. We can first encounter Thops after making our way out of Stormveil Castle. As we see Liurnia stretched out before us, there's a large church nearby that feels inviting. As we make our way into the Church of Erith, we see a sacred tear and a man in blue robes taking in the serenity of this quiet place. Should we talk to him, he says.
Tarnished, aren't you? Then, perhaps you could spare some runes. Believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
We are then prompted to give him a measly 10 runes, which he reacts to as if we've given him a much more significant amount.
Bless you, bless you. You're a true saint. My name is Thops. Presuming you're interested, I can teach you sorceries, as promised, only none of them are particularly great.
Thops offers a few simple sorceries: Glintstone Pebble, Glintstone Arc, and Starlight. These are incredibly basic spells, our first hint that Thops likely is not a powerful sorcerer. Whether or not we choose to buy any magic from him, he's apologetic for offering such meager spells and tells us about Liurnia, as thanks for offering him our runes. He tells us how the Academy of Rileigh closed its doors during the Shattering, refusing to take place in the battle across the lands between. We also learn why Thops is not currently at the Academy himself.
You'd have guessed. The seals are still active, making entry to the Academy impossible without a glintstone key. And so I'm stuck here. A fledgling sorcerer with little chance of acquiring a key. When they cast the seals, I'd just popped out. And now I'm uprooted from my place of learning.
So given that we know the Shattering happened long ago, it seems likely Thops found his way here to the Church of Earth and hasn't moved for an incredibly long time. If we try to bring a scroll to Thops in an effort to learn what lies within, he explains that he is only a Bloodstone. He doesn't even have a pebble's worth of power, so he's not going to be very helpful at deciphering our scroll. Apparently, a Bloodstone is a title given to those with no true prowess for glintstone sorcery. Thops, though an academic with a sincere love for learning the truths of the world, does not have the innate skill to truly harness the power of the stars. But even so, he wants nothing more than to make his way back to the Academy to continue his work. In order to make our way to the Erdtree capital, we need to get through Rileigh Academy, and our friend Thops knows how to get in. Should we discuss this with him, he says,
Not find yourself a glintstone key. Without one, you can't pass through the Academy, and you'll never reach the Erdtree capital. And if you find an extra glintstone key, perhaps, once you've tied up all your loose ends, and I can be very patient, would you consider donating it to me? I know it. I'm a Bloodstone. Nary a hint of talent for sorcery. But still, my place is at the Academy.
Thops again tells us how he wants to return to the Academy, and should we find another glintstone key while making our way through, we can make this dream a reality for him. After giving him a key of his own, he says,
Thank you dearly. With your blessing, I will depart for the Academy of Rileigh. Or perhaps one day you'll pay me a visit? Who knows? I may be a decorated sorcerer by then.
Unfortunately for our friend, his return to Rileigh Academy would be his undoing. We never get to speak to Thops again after providing him with his own glintstone key. His corpse can be found outside of the schoolhouse classroom site of grace, along with a spell, Thops' Barrier. This spell is the lifelong pursuit of Thops the Bloodstone, creates a magic force field that deflects sorceries and incantations, hold to continuously create barriers. Future generations will learn. They will know the foolishness of the sneering sorcerers who ridiculed this theory, little realizing that it was in fact a discovery worthy of a new conspectus of the Academy. It's at this point we are shown why Thops was so desperate to get back to the Academy. He had discovered something incredible. Thops' Barrier is a spell unlike any other glintstone sorcery. It outright reflects other glintstone sorceries away from the caster, making it an incredibly powerful defensive move. This spell bathes the user in starlight, making it so that even a Bloodstone, with little power of their own, could face off against powerful sorcerers and survive. The notion that this form of glintstone sorcery could create a new conspectus of the Academy is an interesting one, and may even relate back to Thops' death. We know that different areas of study related to the Academy tend to spring up from those who have witnessed a truth within the primeval current. Lusat and Azor were both sorcerers who saw into the deepest truths of the primeval current, and took back with them powerful sorceries that could change the way the Academy understands glintstone. In order to do this, the sorcerers essentially became one with the glintstone they studied, having it physically attached to their minds. If we consider that Thops had no true prowess for magic, but dedicated himself to its study regardless, perhaps this Bloodstone saw something others could not. In front of his body, we see bowls full of glintstone. Maybe, just maybe, the reason we find Thops dead with this sorcery left behind is because he too glimpsed the current in a way others couldn't, and left behind a spell worthy of changing the way academics view the stars. Before sending Thops to the academy, we're able to speak with him about Sellen.
Taken an apprenticeship with Sellen? Well, that is something. Sellen was well known. The most promising sorceress in the history of the academy. I followed her at school. But there may as well have been an ocean between us. But Sellen was expelled from the academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers, under the name of the Graven Witch. I still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Sellen would never do such things.
He mentions he followed her at the academy, possibly studying her work. Perhaps it was in following Sellen that he started to develop his new form of sorcery, learning from her that the confines of the academy's thinking should be expanded. This also opens up another possibility. Maybe it wasn't a coincidence that the gates of the academy were sealed while Thops was away. If the sorcerers of Lucaria saw Sellen as a heretic, and knew of Thops' interest in her work and development of his own new theories and studies into glintstone sorcery, perhaps they never wanted him back at the academy. After all, they don't seem to do well with others challenging their understanding of the stars. Thops, a man who comes across as somewhat pitiful, living on the outskirts of Liurnia, hiding in the safe haven of a church, away from his place of study, could be easily disregarded as unworthy of our attention. Should you never bring him a Glintstone Academy key, his true genius is never revealed. While it unfortunately leads to the end of his life, with our help, Thops is able to achieve his ultimate goal, completing his life's work. It's unfortunate that this happens while the Lands Between is in such utter disarray. His findings will never be lauded for the outstanding discovery they truly are. It's up to us, as his friend and collaborator, to use his spell in his name and teach others the true genius of Thops, the Bluntstone. Or should we say, Master Thops. Thank you for joining us for another episode of Elden Lore. What do you think of Thops? Does his research give us a small glance at some hidden truth of glintstone sorcery? How do you think he died, given that his body shows no sign of being attacked? Did Thops somehow see within the primeval current to create his unique sorcery? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell to signal boost the channel, and make sure you receive notifications whenever a new episode goes live. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. While most of the characters in Elden Ring have rich backstories, some are simply an enigma, and we don't think there's a better way to describe Ensha of the Royal Remains. This character never says a word throughout the game, but his actions speak volumes as to what motivates him. If we simply play through Elden Ring without paying attention, the edgiest Tarnished we know is simply a man standing against a wall until he unceremoniously attacks us upon returning to a slightly different version of the Round Table Hold. However, should we take a closer look at the many smaller conversations we can have with NPCs around the world, we gain a better understanding of Ensha's actions and just how depraved he can be. This Tarnished is first seen standing against the wall outside of Gideon's study. When we try and speak to him, we're met with silence and maybe a turn of the head. The way he looms in the Round Table Hold is disconcerting. While Gideon welcomes us into his study in order to speak of the Shardbearers, this man's presence outside of the room makes him feel like a bouncer, ready to drag us away should we displease Gideon. In fact, we don't even know this person's name until we speak to Nepheli Loux in the same area. She tells us Gideon Ofnir is her father, and he's in his study, the room Ensha's guarding just over there. So now we have a name to put to the skeleton-armored individual outside of the office, Ensha. Up to a certain point, this is all we see of Ensha, a silent guard protecting Gideon and observing the actions of anyone within the Round Table Hold. However, should we continue our quest, his true nature becomes apparent. A Upon visiting the Albinauric village for the first time, we can see the destruction that has taken place. There are enemies everywhere and an omen killer ready to attack us on sight. We can speak with a ghost that says the village is done for. Please, even if it's just you, old Albus, hide well and still your breath. Something befell this village, and we get our first hit when speaking with Nepheli Loux, who also happens to be here. She tells us this is the oppression of the weak, murder and pillage unchecked, a waking nightmare made by men, and explains that she saw much of the same as a child, and now, as a grown woman, seeks to avenge those affected by such atrocities. It's not until we find Albus hiding in the village behind magic that makes him look like a big pot, where we get an idea of who may have carried out this attack. When speaking with Albus for the first time, he tells us, "Wait, then you're not one of them? Well, what a relief. Oh goodness me, I am Albus, an Albinauric, as you can see. We are finished. The whole village is finished. The cursemongers have destroyed everything. Not one that remains has their wits about them." So he first blames the cursemongers, which is a vague enough term that it could truly mean anyone. But if we choose to attack and kill Albus, he says something else. "I will never give this up, not to your kind, you merciless brutes. Let the curse take everything." He mentions our kind, so that would mean whoever these cursemongers are, they were led by a Tarnished. If we choose to speak with Albus instead of attacking him on sight, he gives us half of the Erdtree medallion and tells us if we should meet the young Albinauric Latenna, then please give it to her. Another breadcrumb on the trail. The next piece of the puzzle comes from the finger reader crone at Rileigh Academy Bridge in Liurnia. Should we have her read our fingers, she will tell us, "Miquella's favor can be yours. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. The all-hearing slaughtered, but alas, it was for naught. But all you need do is snatch it from the big pot. Pity the poor, poor fool." So now we know whoever led the slaughter on the Albinauric village is known as the All-Hearing, a title not unlike that of Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. Should we choose to return to the Round Table Hold at any point after receiving half of the Erdtree medallion, we're brought to a darker version of this area than we are accustomed to. Soon after we arrive, we are invaded by Ensha of the Royal Remains. His attack is completely unprovoked, and his punches drain the life from us should we allow ourselves to be hit. He can also cast Rock Sling and Collapsing Stars, gravitational magics we don't see any other Tarnished use. After defeating Ensha, we are rewarded with his armor set and his weapon, both of which can shine at least a small amount of light on who he was. The Royal Remains helm is a helm graced with gold human bones, worn by the unspeaking adherent of Sir Gideon the All-Knowing. It is said that the bones belong to an ancient lord, the Soulless King, the Lord of the Lost and Desperate, who was known as Ensha. And the clinging bone is a horrific weapon made of a hardened skeletal arm, wielded by Ensha of the Royal Remains, fitted by placing one's hands into the fist's grips until they dig in. O clinging creature, a king relinquishes not the hand. So between these two items, we know that the clinging bone is likely the actual bones of the Soulless King, and that Ensha has taken his name, possibly due to his armor containing the rest of the bones of this ancient king. After all, they are the Royal Remains. This king is not mentioned anywhere else in Elden Ring, and while Godwyn is known as the Soulless Demigod, he is never referred to as Ensha, so we don't think a line can be drawn here to connect them. The Soulless King is a piece of lost lore, a fleeting figure at some point in the history of the Lands Between. After our battle with Ensha, we are teleported back to the Round Table Hold we are all familiar with, and once we speak to Gideon, he tells us, "Oh, my apologies for that nasty business. Ensha got rather ahead of himself, it seems. As his master, I'd like to express my regret. And now Ensha is slain and gone, finished forevermore. Ah yes, by way of apology, allow me to tender some advice. In regard to the half of the secret medallion you possess, find the Albinauric woman. She hides in a cave to the west of the Lasciar ruins, which jut from the mist-shrouded lake of Liurnia. She knows the location of the medallion's counterpart, I am sure." So Gideon seems to be remorseful for Ensha's actions, so much that he gives us a lead on the other half of the medallion. But the question remains, why would Ensha attack us and what does it have to do with the medallion? Once we find Latenna the Albinauric, we can see she is sitting by a large wolf that has been slain. She says to us, "Foul Tarnished, what do you want? I told the all-hearing brute that I possess no such medallion. Or have you come to take more from me? Was my other half not enough?" That name comes up again, the all-hearing, and with what we've been able to piece together, it seems that this was Ensha. He was the one who attacked the village of Albinaurics. Ensha was seeking the medallion in order to gain access to the Erdtree. He murdered an entire village seeking it, and even attacked Latenna, murdering her wolf, her other half, when she refused to tell him where it could be found. From here, it's no large leap in logic to see who was truly behind these heinous acts. Gideon Ofnir charged Ensha with the destruction of the village, and the attack on Latenna. He even sent Ensha after us to take the medallion half we discovered, all to satisfy his lust for knowledge, to learn that which he could not without reaching the Erdtree. Nepheli can even confirm this when she tells us, "I can no longer trust in my father. To think he'd order his men to enact such tragedy. Where is the justice he purports in that?" In the end, Ensha is nothing more than a hitman for Gideon Ofnir, and that's all there really is to this Tarnished. With that said, there's one small note we'd like to add while discussing him. On the box art for Elden Ring, we can see 3 figures defeated around Vyke while his sword is plunged into the ground. One being Witch Hunter Jaren, and another being Ensha. Now that we know Ensha is nothing more than Gideon's hitman, it's likely that after Vyke was taken by the Frenzied Flame, Gideon saw the danger he posed to the world with his capability to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame, and sent Ensha to murder him. As we can see, Ensha was defeated, but if you subscribe to our theory on Vyke, was ultimately part of the group that wore Vyke down enough that he could be locked within an Everjail. This is another example of Ensha's fingerprint on the greater lore of Elden Ring, even if it is small. While Ensha's story is rather straightforward, and some may argue unfulfilling, it goes to show that not every Tarnished takes charge of their own fate. Ensha came across as an enigmatic man who may have had ambitions of his own, but in the end was nothing more than a hitman for a master with a complete and utter disregard for life, should it stand in the way of his quest for knowledge. We hope you enjoyed this overview of what we can learn about Ensha of the Royal Remains throughout Elden Ring. Leave a comment letting us know if you think there's anything more to the Tarnished that we all know as the ultimate edgelord. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. When making our way through Stormveil Castle, we can meet a number of NPCs. We start out speaking with Gatekeeper Gostok, who gives us advice on how best to approach the castle. This interaction is soon followed by meeting Rogier, who is prepared to help you as best he can by teaching you the magics he has available. Finally, we meet Nepheli Loux, who shares in our purpose of defeating Godric and is prepared to join the fight should you have her. This character is introduced by telling her most recent enemy that they were a fine warrior, and she hopes the winds take them to a higher place. She's a warrior who believes in respecting those she does battle with and recognizing their strength after their defeat. The best way to describe Nepheli is honorable, and today, we're going to take a look at her journey through the Lands Between, as well as the implications of her connection to the first Elden Lord, Godfrey, or as he was known before he took the throne, Hoslow. Your first time meeting Nepheli, you may not catch the significance of her surname if you're not paying attention. She carries the name Loux, meaning she has a direct connection to an Elden Lord, Godfrey, or as he was once known, Hoslow. While they share the same surname, it's likely that Nepheli is not directly related to Godfrey, but rather belonged to his tribe of Tarnished. While all Tarnished can trace their lineage back to this tribe, Nepheli is much closer than any other we meet, given that she was still within the original tribe before coming to the Lands Between. It's likely she followed the call of grace out of the Badlands themselves in order to find her way to the Lands Between. And much like the other Tarnished we meet, In time, she lost the ability to see grace. It was then Gideon Ofnir saw the potential of Nepheli. Though she was a mere axe-wielding barbarian, her youthful credulity served his purposes, so he took her in as his daughter. As the daughter of Sir Gideon Ofnir the All-Knowing, Nepheli fought to see her father take the throne of Elden Lord. He told her that should he take the throne, he would never allow the downtrodden to be cheated again. He presented himself to her as a noble man who would make the ideal king for the lands between. When we see Nepheli in the Round Table Hold, she believes her adoptive father can help us in our quest.
Yes. I wonder if you've met my foster father. He's in his study. The room Ensha's guarding just over there. If you haven't already, I advise you introduce yourself. Father is leader of the Round Table. I'm sure talking to him will be worth your while.
She inherently trusts that her father has the best of intentions when it comes to helping the Tarnished complete their purpose. But after seeing more of the world, doubt starts to set in. We next meet Nepheli Loux in the Albinauric village. She's surrounded by the suffering of the people who called this place home, and she feels a sense of righteous purpose being here. When we speak to her, she says,
It's you. Well, what do you make of it? What's happened to this village? I witnessed a sight much the same in my infancy. The oppression of the weak. Murder and pillage unchecked. A waking nightmare made by men. But this time, I'm a woman grown, and though the suffering cannot be undone, I can still mete out justice. Justice to the oppressors. Let the scars I carve remind them. I am Nepheli Loux, warrior.
This exchange tells us a lot about who Nepheli is. She sees herself as a warrior for those who cannot fight for themselves, and if she's too late to protect those being oppressed, she will make sure to avenge them. With that said, this also tells us a little about the Badlands Nepheli comes from. The world outside of the lands between is mostly a mystery, but clearly the Badlands is not a place you want to find yourself. It sounds as though the oppression of the weak, murder, and pillage unchecked are a way of life in the Badlands. Clearly, if the rumors of the first Elden Ring DLC are true, we have our work cut out for us should we visit this place ourselves. In the Albinauric village, we can summon Nepheli to help us defeat the Omen Killer surrounded by the corpses of the village residents. While this helps her claim vengeance for those who had their village destroyed, it does put her at odds with her father, Gideon. Nepheli had no idea that her father ordered the destruction of the Albinauric village in order to get his hands on a Erdtree medallion piece, and upon interfering with his work, he decided he no longer needed Nepheli in his employ.
You know already, do you? Right. It's true. My father cast me out for indulging my emotions, forgetting the mission, punishment for offing his pawns. Lord Gideon has offered me guidance all my life. I would have done anything for him, to place him on the throne of Elden Lord. And yet though it was not my intent, I betrayed him. And I can no longer trust in Father. To think he'd order his men to enact such tragedy. Where is the justice he purports in that? He once told me that if he became Elden Lord, he would never allow the downtrodden to be cheated ever again. Was he simply lying to me? No. How could I say that? Father has always given me his guidance. And now, I've lost it.
Nepheli is completely lost without the guidance of Gideon. However, there is something we can do to remind her of the warrior she once was, long before she came to the lands between. If we return to the Chapel of Anticipation, where our journey began, we'll find that a door that was previously locked is now open, and we can make our way to a spirit ash known as the Stormhawk King, which is described as ashes of a hawk revered by all others as sovereign back in the days when Stormvale's winds still raged like no other. This ancient monarch is proud, however, refusing to answer anyone's summons. Those who paid attention during the battle with Godric or the Omen Killer may notice that Nepheli wields the Stormhawk Axe, which is a battle axe designed to resemble a hawk with its wings comprising the blade, signature weapon of warriors who strive to remain one with the storm, despite being so far from their place of birth. Their hearts are proud, and thereby easily undone. We can see the connection to Nepheli here. Her proud heart was undone by the betrayal of her foster father, but more importantly, it seems she's a warrior of the storm, and when it says these warriors are far from their place of birth, it's fair to assume that means the warriors of the storm originated from Stormveil Castle. Given Nepheli's surname Loux, this may mean that all Tarnished can trace their roots back to Stormveil. We can give Nepheli the Stormhawk King's spirit ashes, and they seem to break her of her despair.
I'm not like Roderkia. I don't feel the presence of spirits, let alone see them. Still, this ash, it reminds me of my first hawk. Thank you.
After this, Nepheli disappears from the Round Table Hold, and we can only meet her again if we make our way back to Stormveil Castle. Upon returning to Godric's throne, we can see Nepheli standing tall, and if we've completed Gostock and Kenneth Height's quests as well, they stand on either side of her. Upon speaking with Kenneth, he tells us,
Nice to see you after so long. Safe and sound, I take it, yes? Good. Quite. I have indeed selected a new ruler. Lady Nepheli is strong and just, worthy of the burden of Limgrave's lineage. Such is the sincere opinion of Kenneth Height, no less.
So Kenneth believes Nepheli has what it takes to lead Stormveil Castle and return it to its former glory, which was lost long ago. Upon speaking with Nepheli, she fills us in on how she found herself here.
Been some time. I must thank you for your aid. I told Father I would be with him no longer. I remembered the vow I took when I first became a warrior, so many moons ago. This land is much like the one from which I hail. I will call upon the storm to drive away the foulness that has settled on the winds. Again, I am Nepheli Loux, warrior. Some call me by the title of Lady, but I remain the same woman underneath, though I have now abandoned my former guidance. I cannot express how much you've helped me. Should you become Elden Lord, I would gladly lighten your burden. Farewell, fellow warrior. I will remain to summon the storm, but your guidance and your fight surely lie elsewhere.
Nepheli has found her place as the new Lord of the Storm, and while she no longer fights to elevate someone else to the throne of Elden Lord, she is prepared to help us lead the Lands Between from her new station once we complete our quest. While this is where Nepheli's quest ends, there is another possible outcome. Much like Gideon, Seluvis sees the strength of this storm warrior and wants to take it for himself. During her hour of despair, we can give Nepheli Seluvis's potion, and she will eventually become one of his puppets. We can even take this puppet for ourselves and use Nepheli as a summon for the rest of our quest. We think this speaks to her strength. Two of the biggest schemers in the Lands Between saw a potential for great power in Nepheli Loux, and wanted to control her either through manipulation or enslavement. The funny thing is, by helping Nepheli reclaim her purpose in defending the weak, she ultimately takes her rightful place in Stormveil Castle, and pledges herself to our rule as Elden Lord. It turns out if you want to utilize the strength of this warrior, the best way to do it is by being a lord worthy of her fealty. Who knew? We hope you enjoyed this look at Nepheli Loux. While there isn't too much to theorize on when it comes to this character, we believe her connection to the Storm and Hoarah make her story worth following. There's definitely more to be discovered when it comes to how exactly Hoarah tribe of Tarnished are connected to Stormveil Castle, but maybe we'll find out in the new DLC. Leave us a comment with your thoughts on this warrior of the Badlands. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Elden Ring is full of religious zealots ready to cut you down for any number of reasons. No matter where you go, you'll be finding enemies of different factions and beliefs that want nothing more than to put an end to your quest to become Elden Lord. With that in mind, it makes those we meet at the Round Table Hold, especially the Tarnished we come to trust, much more interesting. We can speak with them and essentially tell them what they want to hear regardless of our goals, making them our allies. One such Tarnished is met the first time we visit the Hold, Brother Cohryn. Today we'll be discussing the story of this man, his beliefs, and how his quest to find truth and spread the word of the Golden Order ultimately reveals him as a hypocrite. Brother Cohryn is a man of the cloth who explores the secrets of the Golden Order. We first find him at the Round Table Hold, where he's happy to meet a new Tarnished and is ready to teach us the incantations he has at his disposal. He does not travel the land fighting to become Elden Lord himself, but in his own words, "If a Tarnished of the Round Table Hold should become Elden Lord, I might counsel them, ensuring order regains its proper form, righting rule over men." It seems Cohryn's motivation, above all else, is to ensure the Golden Order is kept pure in its original form, essentially religious fundamentalism. We can see this when bringing him prayer books. If we bring him a book related to the Golden Order, he's positively giddy, wanting to teach us what the book has to offer. But if we bring him any other form of magic tome, he says, "That is a work of heresy. Its incantations bear no lineage from the Erdtree." Very well, I'll take it off your hands. While he'll still teach us these incantations, he's not happy about it. After some time, Brother Cohryn tells us he's decided to follow the noble Goldmask, who we may explore in a future lore video. In order to do this, he must leave the Round Table Hold. His goal, so he says, is to study with Goldmask and gain a greater understanding of the Golden Order. Once we find Goldmask in the Altus Plateau, we can let Cohryn know and he will join the famous philosopher, becoming his scribe, seemingly giving up on researching the Golden Order himself so that he may work under his master.
Is always deep in contemplation, while I frantically attempt to record his wisdom, the movement of his finger, and though I am yet to comprehend even the daintiest morsel of his wisdom, I know that this is my life's calling. The Golden Order has bestowed me, talentless as I am, the great duty of documentarian.
From here, he interprets Goldmask's thoughts by reading the motions of his finger. How this is done exactly, we're never told, but perhaps the movement of a finger can be used like a language, and that is how the finger reader crones are able to interpret the will of the two fingers. Eventually, Cohryn and Goldmask reach the Colosseum above the royal city, where Goldmask hits a roadblock in his contemplation. Cohryn does not take this well.
Whatever is the matter? Please, I implore you, continue. Continue your reflections, your rhythms. I must be the one to record them. What matters this issue of Radagon, really? The Erdtree, heart of the Golden Order, lies before our very eyes. Why must these qualms come to you now? We were on the very cusp.
He tells us how Marika is considered the one true god of the Golden Order. But while Goldmask was communing with the Erdtree, the name of her husband, Radagon, also appeared. He then goes on to lament his inferior mind for being unable to help interpret what the Erdtree is trying to tell Goldmask. From here, it's up to us to discover the truth about Radagon and report back. We do this by casting Law of Regression in front of a statue that reveals the secret. Upon learning that Radagon is Marika, we can report to Goldmask, whose finger begins to move once again, to the delight of his acolyte.
What did you do to the Master? Well, not that I'm complaining. Master's finger moves again, resuming his cogitation. More than good enough for me. I haven't the words to thank you, so I'd like to pass this on to you instead. A glimpse into the heart of the Golden Order. documented by yours truly. To think that Radagon was Marika herself, or at least such is all I can interpret from the rhythm and calculus of his finger. How would such a thing even have been possible, I wonder? Sadly, I cannot comprehend it myself. Do you have a fuller understanding of the matter? Oh. Well, either way, I can continue my documentation. In truth, it matters very little whether I understand the Master's thoughts or not. I am merely his scribe. It is my sole and unwavering purpose.
While Cohryn seems so sure of his purpose, his faith is about to be tested when we find him again at the Stargazer's Ruins Bridge. Upon finding the two on the bridge, we can see Goldmask is still searching for the truth behind the Golden Order, and Cohryn is less than enthused with what he's found.
Been gripped by a terrifying thought. The rhythms and calculus of the Master's finger betray a suspicion of the holism of the Golden Order, a conceit, I am afraid, that cannot be overlooked. Oh, but how could this be? I dread to even entertain the possibility, but somehow I cannot cast aside my doubts about the Master. Tell me, have I simply lost my head? Only, if the Master were true to the Golden Order, why would he think to breach this forbidden mount of fire? Oh, Master, put my mind at ease. Dispel these fearsome thoughts. I want to place my trust in you, to be your scribe.
Goldmask has glimpsed the truth, that the Golden Order is not perfect or divine, and that a change in the status quo is what the Lands Between needs in order to move forward. A new Elden Lord is needed, and the Elden Ring must be repaired with new ideals, an idea that Cohryn cannot accept. It's at this point we can offer him the tonic of forgetfulness, which will allow him to forget that his master speaks blasphemy, and revealing his cowardice, he will take it in order to stay blind to the truth. Should we avoid offering Brother Cohryn the tonic of forgetfulness, we can find him once more after making our way through crumbling Far Missoula. Upon speaking with him, he says,
It's you. I finally come to understand. The Master was nothing more than a madman, enchanted by a vain and ruinous delusion. He rejected the perfection of the Golden Order, seeking to supplant our glorious faith with his own. Could there be a more pitiable comedy? Look at it. The culmination of perfection, burning before our very eyes.
He renounced Goldmask and chose to ignore the truth, proving himself not only a zealot of the Golden Order rather than a scholar, but a hypocrite who's willing to push aside truth and knowledge contrary to his beliefs in order to live under his own biases. Cohryn never wished to discover the truth. He wanted someone to confirm his ideas. He wanted to be told he was right about the Golden Order, that he understood it implicitly. He needed someone he considered wiser than himself to confirm what he already believed. And when faced with the truth that his beliefs may be wrong, he cast aside his master and duties as scribe. In the end, whether we offer him the tonic or not, Cohryn chooses to live in ignorance, either as a man searching for his lost master, or a man who shuns truth in order to cling to his own beliefs. We can come to understand Cohryn's zealotry a little better by looking at his robes. Robe of Cohryn the Cleric. Even after exile, Cohryn refused to recant his prophecies, and for this, he was blessed with the guidance of grace. Since then, the cartwheel draped on his neck has served as a reminder that true guidance awaits those with iron wills, those with unwavering faith. So Cohryn believed that holding on to his prophecies even after being exiled from the Lands Between is what made him experience a call to grace. In this way, he believed himself special or better than other Tarnished, when the truth of the matter seems to be that grace chooses the Tarnished at random. Through his suffering, he believes he was given a gift. Of course, in time, that gift faded away just as it did for so many others, and Cohryn likely thought that if he just believed hard enough, someday he would find it again. We hope you enjoyed this journey through the story of Brother Cohryn, a Tarnished of little renown and little integrity, a man who threw himself into the role of scribe for a great scholar, but cast aside his duties the moment his beliefs were questioned. He's an interesting case in Elden Ring, as most of the NPCs we interact with, over time, seem to either grow or meet their end, as with Diallos and Yura respectively. But instead of character growth, we see regression through his quest line. Let us know your thoughts on Brother Cohryn in the comments. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. In the lands between, many may become either ally or enemy to our Tarnished, even those found within the Round Table hold. One by one, our allies reveal their true colors throughout their stories. One overcomes her doubts and insecurities, going on to rule over Stormveil Castle. Others die at our hand as we seek to take the Elden Throne. But one stands out amongst the crowd as an invaluable ally throughout our journey. We meet her soon after finding our way to the lands between, and though her cowardice defines her in this first interaction, her inner strength and kindness become her most unmistakable character traits as she grows into her role within the hold. Today we will be exploring Roderkia, the noble spirit tuner from a faraway land who found her talent and destiny in the lands between. We meet Roderkia shortly after making our way past our first sight of Grace. She wears the noble set with the crimson hood and is found sitting within the Stormhill shack, with her head down, clearly feeling dejected. When we speak with her, we learn of the horror she has already endured.
Everyone's been grafted. Everyone who came with me. They crossed the sea for me, they fought for me. Only to have their arms taken, their legs taken, even their heads taken. Taken and stuck to the spider. Did you know, if you're grafted by the spider, you become a chrysalid? It's quite a lark when you think about it.
It seems Roderkia's men have already been to Stormveil Castle, and what they found was nothing but death and torture. We can assume Roderkia either did not join them, choosing to stay at the shack, or ran away and made her way back to her new home. Upon speaking with her again, she says,
"On your own, are you? And heading to Stormveil Castle? Enticed by the one in the white mask, I suppose? Oh, you've come to be one with the spider? Well, that makes us two peas in a pod. But I don't have your courage. It's scary, you know, having your arms cut off, or legs, or your head. I want to be like everyone else, but I'm just too scared. I'm nothing but a craven."
We can continue speaking with her and she will give us what is likely our first spirit summon, the spirit jellyfish Ashes, saying,
"Oh, I know. Can you take this little one along with you? The poor thing deserves someone braver than myself. And the spirits look rather fondly upon you. It'll be glad of your company, I think, the little one."
This gives us our first hint as to what Roderkia's purpose may be. Finally, we can speak with her one last time, where she asks a favor of us.
"It was a pleasure to see you. Oh, can you pass on a message for me? If you see the little chrysalids in Stormveil Castle, tell them I love them. And that, despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough. I'm finally getting the hang of this whole pain thing, you know.
We are then free to make our way to Stormveil Castle and pursue the spider ourselves. It seems likely in the way Roderkia describes the spider and the way it grafts limbs that she's actually referring to Godric the Grafted himself, the lord of the castle. For whatever reason, Roderkia was sent from her homeland, along with an entourage of Tarnished, to either serve Godric or defeat him in an attempt to take his great rune. Clearly, Roderkia is not equipped to handle a task of this magnitude, as her demeanor shows us. Her attire gives us the best insight we can get when it comes to her background. She wears the noble's traveling garb, which is described as traveling attire fashioned from metallic white silk thread, worn by expatriated royalty, a gift of such rare beauty, a royal wouldn't disgrace their illustrious heritage, even if found dead in a ditch in the middle of nowhere, while wearing such splendid raiment. As we can see, Roderkia comes from a noble family of some renown if she was wearing such fine clothes and was accompanied by an entourage. But it's her hood that creates an air of mystery around this character. She wears the crimson hood, which says it is a hooded cloak of vivid crimson, worn by expatriated royalty. Such cloaks were gifted to those who departed on journeys without specific orders, to faraway lands from which they would never return. In other words, the gift of a cloak made it easier for undesirables to be on their way. Roderkia never once saw the guidance of grace. This description stands in stark contrast to the navy hood, an alternate helm for the noble set, which tells us such cloaks were gifted to those departed on missions to faraway lands from which they would never return. But what choice did they have, having seen the guidance of grace? It would seem the red coloring of her hood marked Roderkia as undesirable, and it's even possible she was never tarnished in the first place, simply marked as one by her family, and sent away because she had no discernible skills or talents they could exploit. This may even go a step further in explaining why Roderkia was able to escape Stormveil without being grafted. Godric was interested in the strength of Tarnished. A weak noble girl would not catch his eye when her group contained so many prime specimens. Should we explore Stormveil Castle thoroughly, we come across a pile of corpses in body bags, surrounded by dogs that will attack us on sight. When grabbing the item sitting atop the pile, we learn it is the Chrysalid's memento, and it's described as a memento left by the chrysalids sacrificed for grafting, a brooch wrapped in red velvet. Traces of blood are visible. Faintly visible spirits try to convey something, but their voices cannot be heard. We can safely assume this pile of corpses is all that remains of Roderkia's traveling companions, and this may even shed light on why she calls them chrysalids. A chrysalis is a protective covering most often associated with a butterfly's cocoon. Perhaps that is how Roderkia sees her former allies' bodies, wrapped in bags, as chrysalids that will never emerge from their shells. In any case, we can take her the memento and she will say,
"A keepsake from my men. Oh, goodness me, I can't." They all believed in me. They all thought I'd make something of myself. Me, who can't do anything. I think I'll head to the round table hold. Perhaps I'll find my purpose there.
Interestingly, this hints at the fact that Roderkia can clearly understand the faint voices coming from the memento. From here, we do not see Roderkia again until we visit the hold ourselves. Upon reaching the round table hold, she greets us.
Greetings. Nice to see you again. My name is Roderkia. I should have told you sooner. Isn't this place impressive though? The round table hold, covert quarters of the Two Fingers, and gathering place of champions who vie to become Elden Lord. I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us Tarnished had such fantastic roots, although it's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
From here, we can speak with Smithing Master Hugh, who informs us that the girl by the fireplace has latent abilities and a connection to spirits that would allow her to become a spirit tuner. We can tell Roderkia about Hugh's revelation, and she will respond with trepidation.
You're telling me I possess some kind of gift? I don't believe you. But if I do have this talent, and goodness knows it would be my first, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me. Certainly he does appear intimidating and holds no love for us Tarnished. But I know he's trapped here at the Round Table Hold, so I can tell. He's a gentle soul underneath it all. If I do have a talent for spirit tuning, and goodness knows that would be a surprise, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me.
When we next visit the hold, Roderkia will be sitting across from Hugh, and she will tell us about her new skills.
Good to see you again. Thank you very much. I have you to thank, don't I? For persuading Master Hugh. I can happily announce that he has taught me the noble toil of spirit tuning. I'm as yet unsure of what I might be able to accomplish, but if I might be able to help you all, I'd certainly like to try. And if there's any chance to ease the suffering of my dear men who were grafted, well, I certainly must try. Roderkia, the Spirit Tuner Apprentice. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
After she becomes a spirit tuner, we can make a detour back through Stormvale that reveals a hidden piece of Roderika's story. Should we find our way back to the pile of corpses that was once her men, we find the Crimson Hood, likely the same one Roderkia herself wore, meaning that after finding her talent and committing herself to honing her skills, she returned to her men to leave the past behind and rid herself of the cloak that was once used to mark her as useless, sending her away from home to become nothing more than a sacrifice to the spider. In this way, Roderkia shows her resolve without ever saying a word of this gesture to anyone. It is from this moment on that Roderkia becomes a steady partner in our journey to become Elden Lord. No matter what we encounter, who we become, or how the world may change, she sits at her station, ready to provide spirit tuning, to help our spirits reach their full potential and fight by our side at full strength. She also warns us of the danger of the Dung Eater, pleading with us to stay out of his way, as she can hardly bear the cacophony of tormented spirits she can hear just on the other side of the hold. After some time, she even acknowledges her own skill and reintroduces herself.
I feel like I'm really coming to grips with spirit tuning of late. I can see how and why immortal essence exists, a spirit under the Golden Order. I can understand their yearnings, what they become drawn to. Master Hugh said it himself, actually, that I'm no mere apprentice any longer. Once again, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Roderkia, the Certified Spirit Tuner.
It's not until we burn the Erdtree that something changes, and Roderkia must take action to help the one person in her life who gave her purpose and guided her to hone her latent skills.
Take a look around. The Round Table Hold is burned, razed to the ground. Don't worry, I don't blame you. I'll continue spirit tuning just the same as before, which is why I need your help persuading Master Hugh to leave. His roots are so knotted in this place. He won't last much longer if he stays here. His shackles are broken. He's a free man now. It's high time he put the Round Table behind him.
After this interaction, we can speak with Hugh, but he wants nothing more than to continue smithing.
Is that right? So Master Hugh won't listen to you either. You have my thanks regardless. I'll try and talk him round next time. I know he was given this great entreaty to craft a weapon which could slay a god. Though I can't help but think of it as a curse, a fearsome curse, put on him by Queen Marika. And if that's the case, I'm not sure there's anything we can do.
Finally, when we complete Crumbling Farm Azula and truly burn the tree, Hugh loses all memory of himself, of us, and of Roderkia. In a heartbroken state, she says,
So it wasn't just me this happened to. To think he'd forget who you were as well. I knew he'd burn himself out, old Hugh. I think we could talk him into leaving the Round Table Hold now, but maybe it's better that we don't. It's only proper that we respect his choice to stay. I'll remain with Hugh. He made me who I am today. I'd like to return the kindness, in whatever small way I can. Please, become Elden Lord. Hugh was always saying that you were a lord to him, so slay her with the weapons he smithed. Slay the god Marika, who cursed us all.
Again, she chooses to stay in one place instead of continuing her journey, but this time, she doesn't stay out of fear. She stays out of a sense of duty. Duty to you, the next Elden Lord, and duty to Hugh, the man who helped her find herself, her true strength, and her purpose. Roderika's journey is one of self-discovery, where a woman who came to the Lands Between, likely against her will, out of a sense of duty to a family who could care less for her fate, and was met with nothing but horror, found strength and purpose due to the kindness of her friends, a Tarnished of no renown who brought her a keepsake from her fallen men, and a misbegotten blacksmith who saw her potential and the rare gift she held within her all along. What do you think of Roderkia the Spirit Tuner? Was she ever really tarnished, or was she only told she was, so it was easier to send her away to the Lands Between? If she truly is tarnished, why did she never see grace? How did she come across her very first spirit, the jellyfish? And most importantly, is Roderkia best girl? Let us know your thoughts, feelings, and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. Thank you again for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you next time for more Elden Lore. The Good Luck, the Hyena, Trusty, Mild-Mannered, the Spider, the Unbreakable, and finally, the Untethered. These are all titles carried by a man who has followed us across various From Software worlds. We tend to meet him in areas where traps have been set for those foolish enough to fall into them. He shows a great amount of disdain for those associated with religions or churches, taking offense to their pompous, holier-than-thou mentalities. No matter what world he inhabits, this bias comes with him. Perhaps because he's seen how religious dogma has destroyed so many lands. This man's name is Patches, and he's a mainstay of From Software games that can be traced back to Armored Core. While there is a popular theory that every iteration of Patches we encounter in FromSoft is the same person, we believe each version has their own story to tell. For our 100th episode of Elden Lore, we'll be discussing every iteration of Patches, their stories, and the motivations of this enigma of a character. There is some debate over which instance of Patches truly came first. Most believe that Patch the Good Luck should be considered his original appearance, as he's the first to take on the name, and does share some characteristics with future incarnations of the character. But YouTuber Blingy makes a strong case for the original Patches, coming from an old, Japan-only PS2-era FromSoft game called Shadow Tower Abyss. This character has no name, but certainly indulges in some Patches-style trickery, including an exploding chest and dropping us into a pit. I won't go into too much detail on this possible version of Patches, as you'd be better served by checking out Blingy's video, which I'll be linking in the cards and the description. Suffice to say, there's a good argument to be made for this random human essentially being a proto-Patches. Next, we have Patch the Good Luck, a lynx that first appeared in Armored Core 4 Answer. This enemy's next is called No Count, and his emblem is a dice with bullet holes, turning each side into a 6. A clear indication of how Patch creates his own good luck. When fighting in his mission, we can see the classic Patch's cowardice on full display, as if you focus on destroying his allies, you can actually make him surrender without finishing the fight. Take out his entourage, and Patch will stop fighting altogether and say, wait, I give up. Hey, I'm just following orders here. If he's pulled out, why should I... You guys, you're alive, right? This is No Count, come in. We're allies, right? Right? If you then wait without attacking, Patch will leave on his own, and the mission will be complete. An important note on this dialogue, though, as it seems what we got in the US version of 4 Answer may be a gross mistranslation. According to the Armored Core wiki, the line, "You guys, you're still alive, right? This is No Count, come in," was likely intended to be, "I might have fought you, but you didn't die, so it doesn't count." This sheds light on the name No Count, as he doesn't consider his losses fair, meaning from his perspective, he always has good luck. This is also our first instance of a classic Patch's surrender, smooth talking his way out of taking responsibility for his actions, and playing on our sympathies to get away unscathed. The version of the character we meet in Demon Souls goes by Patches the Hyena, and can be encountered in multiple locations. Most players are likely to meet him for the first time in the Armor Spider Archstone, where he waits for travelers to fall into his trap.
You're not mad like the rest, are you? Wow, what jolly travelling companions are we, eh? Pleased to meet you. Call me Patches. Oh, see that treasure over there? Go on and take it. My gift to you, just to show that we're friends. Phew, I'm glad to meet you. These soul-starved imbeciles will drive you mad.
You can then take the treasure Patches was so generously pointing you towards, and a bear bug will descend on you.
You? You're no joke, are you? Worry not. The treasure is all yours. Tough luck with the bear bugs, but you certainly showed them, didn't you? Here it is. Kept it safe for you. Go on. Take it. Take it. You are simply unlucky. Worry not. Stay by me, and my luck will rub off on you soon enough.
Even though Patches is not going by the moniker The Good Luck, it seems this aspect of the character is alive and well, as he considers himself lucky by way of creating misfortune for others he can profit on. At this point, we can reasonably assume Patches just didn't know about the bugbear. After all, what if this was just an innocent mistake? If you found yourself fooled by this charming smooth talker, your next encounter with him won't leave any doubt in your mind as to his true intentions. When visiting the Shrine of Storms, we can find Patches again, standing over a small pit. When speaking with him, you'll find him in a jovial mood at the prospect of new treasures.
Hello again. Hey, don't turn a cold shoulder. I didn't mean to do you wrong, really. Come on now. We've got better things to fret about. That pit there is filled with treasure. But, I'm having a little trouble getting to it myself. Go on, take a look. There are more riches than you could dream of.
What can it hurt to look at this treasure?
take your time starving to death. Then I'll sell every last trinket off your corpse.
Again, Patches gets one over on us, but if we escape the pit, he's all smiles.
You? Hey, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Well, a man's got to make a living, right? Here, look, I can make up for it. There aren't many humans like us. We need to stick together. I know. Have this as a token of my friendship. Not bad, right? Come on. Let's be friends. What do you say? No need to drag each other down.
From this point on, we seem to have earned Patch's respect, at least to some degree, because he will become a merchant in the Nexus, selling us various items and feeding us intel about the world. It's at this point we can actually get a little more characterization around Patches the Hyena. He seems to have a distaste for clergymen, which is more prevalent in his later iterations. He seems upset that Saint Urbain does not forgive him for kicking him into the pit as well, and makes a point of saying praying never put food in his mouth or anyone else's. He also warns us of Yurt, and gives us a tip on finding the Moonlight Greatsword in the bodies of those who entered the Valley of Defilement. In his own way, Patches seems to trust us enough to encourage us to do some treasure hunting. His story essentially ends here, but there is one other note we'd like to make about the hyena. He carries the Adjudicator's shield, which is described as a large wooden shield that depicts a brightly colored scene of the deceased being judged. On the other side, an epigram is carved in old script. Cowardly acts and the eating of birds must not be the deeds of a hero of storms. If the one being judged displeases the Adjudicator's master, the Golden Crow, the deceased soul will be gnawed upon until nothing but their bones remain. Its user will recover HP a little at a time. I believe this shield was picked off a corpse at some point, because it seems to stand in direct contrast to who Patches the Hyena is. He is absolutely one for cowardly acts, and if the shield is to be believed, he would be gnawed on until nothing but bones remain. Not exactly a comforting thought for our friend here. It's likely he simply carries this shield due to its regenerative abilities. After all, a thief double-crossing so many may one day find himself in a fight, and if he did, it would help to be constantly refreshed. In the original Dark Souls, we encounter a Patches that's much more upfront with his disdain for the clergy, or as he refers to them in this game, clerics. When we first meet him in the catacombs, he says,
Dave, you look reasonably sane. What are you doing in the catacombs? Are you a cleric or something? No? Well, that's strange. Oh, I know what it is. You've come for the trinkets, haven't you? Well, whatever it is, this place is treacherous. Do you watch your step?
If we tell him we're a cleric, he brushes us off and has clear disdain in his voice. Either way, he'll activate a bridge trap after we walk past, and should we make our way back to him, he says,
Oh, well, how are you then? I slipped and flipped that levers. It didn't cause you any trouble by chance? Are you certain? Well, that's a fine shame. I'm truly sorry. Really? But wait now. You didn't actually fall down then. Well, why didn't you tell me sooner? All's well that ends well. Everybody makes mistakes. I'm not above it all, I swear. I'm trusty Patches. The one and only. I know. This should make up for it. We're on the same side. Undead outcome. Fantastic, isn't it?
We don't encounter Patches again until the catacombs within the Tomb of Giants. Once we reach the catacombs, we can talk to our trusty friend.
What? You again? Well, well. You've been a stranger. Good to see you well, mate. All right. You came at the perfect time. There's a fine stash of treasure. right down that hole. I found it first, but we're friends now. I'll split it with you, in any case. Have a look. It'll shimmer you blind.
Take a guess at what happens next.
This is what I do, my friend. The trinkets I'll be stripping off your corpse, that's the real treasure.
Again, we can escape his traps and make our way back to Patches, where he's very surprised by our survival.
Oh, you! Well, let's just calm down. Talk about things. I did you wrong, but I didn't mean it. These temptations, they can, well, overcome me. You know what I mean, don't you? Please, forgive me. You and me, we're jolly undead outcasts, aren't we? Oh, brilliant. A second chance. Wonderful. I had a feeling you'd understand. I did. But, if I were in your shoes, who knows what I'd have done. But now we're friends again. Eh?
Once again, after surviving the ordeals associated with befriending this man, he'll open up shop in our hub area where he tells us,
"Oh, we meet again. How many of you are there? You've come at the perfect time. I'm done with the looting. I'm a humble merchant now, and wondrous treasures have I, at a special price for you. There you are. Have a nice look at them. Oh, relax. No more funny business out of me, my friend."
From this point on, just as he does in Demon Souls, Patches will offer helpful advice about various characters in the world, telling us Lautrec is dangerous and that Petrus is scum. When it comes to Lautrec, we believe it's possible Patches was the one who trapped him in the first place, seeing the danger he posed. This would explain their mutual distaste for each other. Outside of his story, this Patches shop tells us a great deal about him. He sells us a wide variety of trinkets, but the most interesting in my opinion are the cleric set and crescent axe. All of these items are wielded by clerics of the Way of White, with the axe being bequeathed to cleric warriors that have proven their faith. It seems that Patches has dispatched a number of clerics and picked them clean for his store. One last note about trusty Patches. He carries the Eagle Shield, which, while not having any lore associated with it, does again associate Patches with birds. Up next, we have a bit of an anomaly in this group of Patches. Mild-mannered Pate from Dark Souls 2. This interpretation of the character is a bit different than other incarnations, as he seems much more sincere in his exchanges with us, and is not voiced by our typical Patches voice actor. Pate claims to be a treasure hunter on our first meeting.
Hello there. Traveling all alone in these treacherous times. Well, I hope you have a very good reason. Oh, hogwash. Who am I to judge? My name is Pate. I journey hither and thither on a sort of treasure hunt, you might call it. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself. Oh yes, you be cautious if you go any farther. There's treasure in there for certain, but the entrance locks from behind. I saw the same design earlier, and it's the same contraption, I'm sure. I was with this warrior, you see, and he insisted that he go inside first. The rather brusque fellow tried to swipe the lid for himself, but it trapped him inside. I still have the gent's ring. I do hope he wasn't harmed.
Not only does Pate tell us of this trap, he warns that a previous traveling companion had already fallen into it. He plants the seed of possible treasure, but unlike other versions of Patches, he outright tells us what will happen if we chase it. Should we make our way back to him after exploring the area, he says,
Well, I see you managed to escape. I hope that brave warrior didn't come a cropper either. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself. Oh, but you should take this. It allows undead to call out for help to one another across the fissures between worlds. With luck, somebody will lend you a hand.
So not only does this version of Patches seem to have our best interest at heart, but he gives us the White Soapstone, the item most associated with cooperation throughout Dark Souls. We can encounter Pate again at the Earthen Peak where he says,
Well, we meet again. There's treasure this way, but I have a bad feeling about it. I don't quite have the guts myself.
We can then find the treasure, and he seems genuinely happy for us.
Good to see that you survived. Perhaps you're more rugged than I thought. In any case, the treasure is yours, since you went ahead and took the leap. I prefer a more cautious approach. It's hard to know who to even trust these days. For instance, I've heard that a man is out for my life. Now, what misunderstanding could have ever led to that? The poor bloke must have quite an imagination. You be careful too, my friend. For trust can be a dangerous thing.
The man Pate is referring to is Crichton the Wanderer, a knight we can find at the Huntsman's Copse.
Who are you? I thought you were that bastard for a moment. You've set me free. Now I can find him. The cheeky prick. He won't know what hit him. I am Crichton of Mirror. I travel from land to land to hone my blade. I've heard this land was full of danger. I thought it would suit me perfectly. I joined forces with a man on the way, but he was no more than a backstabbing knave. He took the first chance he had to try and off me. I decided to set a trap for him here. But then I got trapped myself. I can't believe that I was so dense. Thank the stars that you came along. You be careful of him. Pate, I think he said. He wears this rather unusual ring. You know it when you see it. I've seen his type before. He kills entirely for the pleasure of it. I'm sure I won't be his last victim. The man's better off dead. I tell you. He's a slick talker, so don't let him fool you. Pate, the man with a strange ring. Watch out for the slimy rat. And don't you believe a word he says. I'll find the common foot bad and put an end to his roguery.
Here we get our first look at who mild-mannered Pate may truly be. If Crichton is to be believed, Pate is a traitorous dog, willing to throw his companions away at the drop of a hat. However, Crichton is not necessarily the most trustworthy person either. His own armor tells us it was likely a finely crafted imitation of those worn by the Knights of Mira, meaning this man is not who he says he is. In fact, Kel the cartographer tells us he is from the land of Mira, and that this land has an infamous killer who was a knight in name alone and managed to escape before his execution. He has also come across a man named Cray something, who bears a striking resemblance to the killer. So it would seem Crichton himself is not exactly honest with us, and is likely a mass murderer who was tricked by Pate. Ultimately, the questline ends with Pate and Crichton exchanging blows, and we can choose whose side we want to be on. That of Pate, a man who has largely treated us well but is likely a scoundrel, or Crichton, a man we can reasonably assume to be a mass murderer in his homeland. No matter who we choose, the winner will provide us with a key to their secret stash of treasure, and regardless of our choice, this treasure has an explosive trap that will trigger once we open it. It seems no matter whose side we take, we are doomed to be betrayed. Chronologically, the next interpretation of Patches we encounter would be Patches the Spider in Bloodborne. This is clearly the most unique version of Patches found throughout From Software's catalog, with him taking the form of a literal giant spider. But we don't know that at first. The first time we encounter him, it's through the wall of a cottage. He never tells us his name, but he does say,
"A hunter of beasts, are you? Glory be, you know not the value you possess. But what's the pity? The hours of the night are many, and the beasts more than I can count. A veritable hunt unending. Not even death offers solace, and the blood imbibes you. A most frightful fate. Oh my. But I'm willing to do you a kindness. Step lightly round to the right of the great cathedral and seek an ancient, shrouded church. The gift of the Godhead will grant you strength. Yes, I'm unquestionably certain."
With this helpful information, we set out to find the shrouded church. Once we reach the area our helpful friend told us about, we're swept up in the arms of an amygdala, and we can hear his voice speaking to his god.
Oh, Amygdala, have mercy on the poor bastard.
From here, we can again find Patches, this time obscured behind a door in the lecture building.
What a joy it is to behold the divine. It must be such a pleasure. You're in my debt, you know. You're nigh on a beast of the field, but here you are, treading a measure with the gods. Are your feet as fat as your wits? Oh, cease this dithering. Take the plunge. Throw yourself to the wolves.
We don't meet up with Patches again until we are exploring the Nightmare Frontier, where if we keep a close eye on our surroundings, we can finally see his true form. An enormous spider's body with the head of our favorite scoundrel. You can also fall into one of his classic traps while exploring the frontier. After this, we can face Patch's god, the amygdala, and put an end to it. Upon returning to him, he's surprised by what we've done, and asks about your opinion of him.
Oh, this cannot be.
You cannot be. No, you didn't. Lord Amygdala? How did this come to pass? Now, wait just a moment. Do you think ill of me? Me? Indeed, I should think not. I shared with you a thing most secret. Now you're witness to a miracle, and all the stronger for it. You should appreciate it, if you've a grain of gratitude in you. Yes. Appreciate it. No matter. Such details are trifling. We're fast friends by now. Let this express what words cannot. Oh, doubt me not, sweet compeer. What is friendship but a chance encounter?
After this, Patches has no other role in the story of Bloodborne, but he will tell us that he plans on leaving soon, as we've killed his god and he must be off to find another. This is interesting considering Patches' penchant for hating clerics and aligning against the divine. This Patches, depending on how you interpret his dialogue, seems to be aware that he exists across multiple realms. Depending on your reading of this quest, either Patches was consistently tricking us in order to lead us to our doom, which is absolutely in character, or he used us to kill a god he somehow found himself in service of, possibly with the original intention of destroying it. Either way, Patches gets to walk away from Yharnam completely untethered due to our actions. In Dark Souls 3, we meet Unbreakable Patches, possibly the most tricky incarnation of the character to date, as he's willing to go so far as to pretend to be someone else upon our first encounter. We meet him in the Cathedral of the Deep wearing the Katarina set, and he says,
Well, you look reasonably sane. I am a knight of Katarina. I've managed to track down this cathedral's store of treasure. It's right over there, across that narrow part. Treasure? Always so close, yet so far. I'm in quite a pickle, indeed. Just hold your horses a moment. I know. Treasure is so sorely tempting.
If we try to cross the bridge to reach his most tempting treasure, we are treated to Patch's favorite trick.
Shame on you, you greedy guts. Thought you could outwit an onion. Well, say hello to the nice giant. He adores visitors.
As a fun note here, if you're playing a cleric, this dialogue is slightly different, as he'll call male characters a rotten cleric and female characters a rotten nun. Patches will also throw a fit if we've already defeated the giant before being kicked below. Once we escape his trap, we can encounter Patches again where he introduces himself and blames his behavior on the armor he was wearing.
Huh? Yes, hello. Oh, I don't believe we've met. I'm Patches. Unbreakable Patches. You seem to be unkindled. Do you have business with me? Oh, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was my hand, as you know. But the deed, well, that was the armor's doing. Regrettable, truly. But behold, I'm stripped clean of that unruly attire. And look at you, All's well that ends well, right? Yes, we'll be fine. I can tell. It's that rotten curse. It is. The untidy mess. Yes. Now, it wasn't me, but you still deserve an apology. Just a little trinket. Go ahead. It's yours now. You should know, I'm a kind of travelling merchant. If you're as unkindled as you look, you'll find plenty of good stuff.
After this, we don't encounter Patches again until exploring Firelink's Shrine Tower, where he locks us in, another dirty trick in an attempt to gain trinkets for his shop.
Sorry, friend. Be more careful. By the gods, curiosity is going to kill you kittens. Some places are better left alone, you know. Oh, sorry. Am I a tad too late? Have no fear. There's beauty in death. Besides, you're amongst your own. Plenty of company, right? Oh, no matter. I'll look after things. By stripping every last trinket off your corpse, you're gonna make some lucky customer very happy.
After escaping the tower, we can finally recruit Patches as a vendor within Firelink.
You're alive! Now, hold your horses. Let's have a nice talk about this. I'll come clean. I did you wrong. I didn't mean it, though. Not one bit. You get these urges, running the business and all, and I hate myself for it. I do. You know what I mean. Terrible, really. But I can see you'll forgive me. You're alive, after all. And that's what counts, right? Oh, fantastic. A wily second chance. I knew you'd understand. I just knew it. The heart of a lion. A model for the rest of us. A true friend. Forever.
Everything up until now is par for the course with Patches, but it's his development after this point that sets this version of the character apart from his other incarnations. There's another thief that can be recruited as a merchant in Dark Souls 3 known as Grey Rat. We can save him from his imprisonment, and after that point he'll go on scouting missions to add items to his shop for us. If we mention Grey Rat to Patches, we learn they actually have a history. It's during one of his expeditions for new stock that we can mention him again to Patches, where he actually shows concern for Grey Rat. Patches then does something extremely uncharacteristic. He goes out and saves Grey Rat. For whatever reason, Patches actually cares for someone other than himself, and it comes across as a truly selfless act. When asking us about Grey Rat, he comes across as if he's going to plunder his corpse, but it seems his intention is always to bring him back to the shrine safely. Apparently, a true friendship with Patches is possible, if you do him a good turn. Perhaps the relationships we built with him in other games truly are sincere by the end, even if it's impossible to tell. Much like previous games, Patches does not serve a purpose from this point on aside from acting as a merchant in Firelink Shrine. However, he does have another story upon entering the Ring City DLC. We first encounter a man going by the name of Lap when exploring the Dreg Heap, where he says,
Look at you. You've got your head screwed on correct. Fantastic. To meet a kindred spirit on this god's forsaken crag. Call me Lap. I can't remember my real name, so let's just go with that. I have a feeling we're going to make a fabulous team. Oh, you'll see. You'll see. Oh, in all honesty, there's something I should tell you. I'm a
hollow. Yes. I try to play it off, but I haven't a clue about my past, who I was, or what I lived for. Not even my own blessed name. That's why I've come here, searching for the Purging Monument. Said to be in the Ringed City, where the pygmies who found the Dark Soul at the Dawn of Fire reside. All I can say is, those little stones aren't doing much to help me remember anymore. Well, that's the long and short of it. So if I completely forget who you are, don't be wroth with me. Come on. What else can I say? I'm a bloody hollow, for heaven's sake.
Next, we find Lap next to the first bonfire in the Earthen Peak.
Oh, I know who you are. Great to see you still in one piece. God, I can see why they call this the Dread Heap at the world's end. Mangled remnants from every age and every land. It actually sort of lends credence to the old rumors that the Ringed City rests below it all. Don't mind me. You needn't worry yourself with this nonsense. I just wanted to tell someone. I'm sick of old Humpty. I should stay quiet. Wait, I'll make it up to you. By letting you in on a secret of sorts. Past here, you'll find the remains of a giant earthen tower, half submerged in a poisonous swamp. Not a very nice place to visit. Only there's precious treasure in the thick of the swamp. I didn't have any use for it, you see. So, sorry, I left the whole package behind. If I get the chance, I could go fetch it for you. But if that's too long to wait, go nab it for yourself. I know who you are. A righteous warrior. Yes? With a solemn duty to boot. Well, grab that treasure. That's as good a duty as any.
At this point, I'm sure we expect another classic Patch's trap. But that's not what happens. We can actually rest multiple times, and Lap will be true to his word, getting the treasure for us.
You remember that treasure? In the thick of the poison swamp? Well, I fetched it for you. As promised. Oh, it was only a hop and a skip. I needed a rest from old Nan over there. Here, go ahead. It's yours. Maybe it'll help you with that solemn duty of yours.
While it's true that we can't see his face, we all know Patch's voice well at this point, so we know who Lap truly is. But it's fascinating to see how he acts with none of his memories. Upon our third meeting, Lap has more to say about himself and his goals.
Well, fancy meeting you here. A true blessing that we should seek the same place and find ourselves standing here together. I've got the last of my brew. Let's have our own little toast with it. To my search, and to your duty, and to the joy that lies before us. All right then. Bottoms up. Now, I'm off in search of the Purging Monument. Once I find it, everything will come back to me. Who I was, what I lived for, what my name was, and what terrible grudges I held. I don't know. I just have this feeling that that's the kind of man I was. Oh, don't hold it against me. I only think I was.
After finding the Purging Monument, we can tell him where it is.
Oh, and here we are again. How goes things? I'm rather running in circles, I'm afraid. I can't find the Purging Monument, and I've searched high and low. What if it was never here in the first place? Oh, bloody hell. What do I know? Are you certain of that? No. Sorry, I know you'd never lie to me. Thank you. Thank you kindly. I'll speed right on over. It won't be long now before I know everything. Who I was, what I lived for, or what my name was. And I'll have you to thank for it all. Ah, thank you. Most sincerely. I swear upon my birth name that I am your friend. No matter what might come out, no matter what I was, if you would do me the honor, allow me to be a true friend. Always.
Our final conversation with Lap comes after he's rediscovered who he truly is.
Finally, you've come. Now I know exactly who I was. And for that, I've a little thanks to be giving. Go this way and peep past the broken staircase. Some awfully fine treasures just sitting there all alone. It'll change your life. I've much to thank you for, so I'll say it again and again. Go this way and peep past the broken staircase. Some awfully fine treasures just sitting there all alone. What? Don't you believe me?
He then pulls his most famous trick, kicking us to the land below. But this time around, it's not a long fall.
Every age, it seems, is tainted by the greed of men. Rubbish to one such as I, devoid of all worldly wants. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way we are. I'll stick you in my prayers. A fine dark soul to you.
This time around, Patches didn't kick us down a hole to trap us. He actually pushed us in the right direction. Perhaps it's because of the friendship we formed while he was suffering from amnesia. Or maybe it's because he sees the need for the cycle of the world to truly come to an end. Either way, his final appearance in Dark Souls has him acting not as a rogue, but as a cooperator, bidding you farewell and taking his leave. Finally, we come to the most recent version of Patches in FromSoft lore, Elden Ring's Patches the Untethered. This version of Patches is first encountered at the end of Murkwater Cave, after we've made our way past a group of highwayman bandits. Many points of his quest are easily missed due to the nature of Elden Ring's world, and it can be picked up in multiple places, but for the purpose of this video, we'll follow every variation in order. At the end of the cave, we find an open area with no one around. No boss to face or portal back to the entrance. Nothing but a chest. Upon trying to open it, a voice cries out.
Thought you'd just help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh? You scheming little thief! The gods demand repentance! Cough up your coin! All of it!
And for the first time, Patches attacks us directly. It's a fairly easy fight, and after getting him down to around half health, he cries out.
Wait, please! I surrender! White flag and all! For Pete's sake, I concede! No one likes a bull-headed brute, you know. I yield! Yield! You can't harm a yielding man! Well, finally come round, have you? I knew you would. You're a man of reason. True and true. Ah. Well, what do you know? You're tarnished, like me. Now, how did I get that wrong? I took you for a demi-human or some such. Well, an innocent mistake, I assure you. Well, water under the bridge. Now we're squared up. How about we play nice from now on? A true man of reason. Just what I like about you. I'm Patches. Patches the Untethered. Tarnished like you, only free-spirited. Nomadic, you might say. Only for now, those retired soldiers turned bandits. They're paying for my gruel. In exchange for my, well, showing them the ropes. But honestly, This looting racket is bloody terrifying. Frankly, I'm ready to wash my hands clean. Maybe set up a legitimate shop. So don't be a stranger. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time. Don't forget to pop back for another visit, friend. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time.
We can revisit the area after this exchange, and Patches will have his shop set up for us, as well as offer more information about the bandits he was working with and the chest we tried to open.
Well, nice of you to drop in finally. It's all a bit ad hoc, but I'm sure you'll find something. And welcome to Patches Emporium, where you won't need a refund, because everything's top-notch. Yeah, I had those bandits make a clean break. Now they're all suppliers, and good ones at that. I mean, they don't understand a word I'm saying, but it hardly matters. We have a natural connection. They're all foot soldiers, survivors of a defeated army, worked to the bone by their high and mighty lord, only to be thrown out with the rubbish. It's the same old story everywhere I go. To hell with it all. Wondering what's inside the treasure chest. Well, it's nothing too special. Just something I'm saving as thanks for a very valuable customer. But then again, it would fetch some spectacular coin. And besides, this valuable customer could be a long time coming. Huh? Everything is give and take. Give and take.
If we choose not to open the chest, we can visit again and Patches will bequeath its contents to us.
Wait, friend. You've really been there for me, through thick and thin. And so, I've made up my mind. I bequeath that chest to you. An extra special thanks for an extra special customer. What's wrong? I've made up my mind. The treasure chest is yours, in word and deed. Sure, it may be worth its weight in gold, but a Patch's promise, well, that's priceless.
We can then open the chest to trigger a trap that sends us to the Mistwood ruins.
My sincerest gratitude. I thought I'd never wrench that thing open. You're the finest customer a man ever had.
Upon returning to Patches, it's the same old song and dance we've come to expect from this character.
How in blazes? You're alive! You had me proper scared puffing away in a flash like that. Who on earth spends their time booby-trapping treasure chests? No way I could have known. But still, I apologise. It's all very unfortunate. At any rate, it's nice just to see you safe. Don't miss all the bargains here at Patches Emporium. Oh yes, but by the way, I'm saying goodbye to the old cave. I'm untethered by nature, and it's about time that I moved on. No worries, the old gang will inherit the shop. They may not speak a word, but they never forget a face. Spare them some coin after I'm gone, eh?
Once we make our way to Liurnia, we can encounter Patches again. He's excited to see us.
It's been a long while. It's me, Patches the Untethered. I'm still in business, if you can believe it. Now I'm my only supplier, so I haven't got much. But everything here is top-notch. Patches Emporium, now open in Raya Lucaria.
We can ask him about Raya, and he'll show some sympathy for her plight.
Have you met that girl, Raya? She's a strange one, but I believe she was in need of help. Not that it's any of my business, but if she rings your bell, why not lend her an ear?
He also offers us some advice on a way to reach the Erdtree more quickly.
Making your way to the Erdtree, no? Well, I heard something that might help. A special means of reaching your destination. Have you ever seen an Iron Virgin? The clunky contraptions are whirlwinds of sickles and spiked wheels. But long ago, they were endowed with a spell of transposition. And get this. A surviving virgin sits at the bottom of the big water wheel in the Academy of Rhea Lucaria. Its transpositional powers fully intact. So right, if you get caught in it on purpose, it'll chuck you out straight at the base of the Erdtree. Or so I'm told.
As we all know by this point, the Iron Virgin does not take us to the base of the Erdtree, but to the Volcano Manor. Between this and his interest in having us help Raya, it's starting to seem like Patches isn't as untethered as he says. After escaping the manor, we can revisit Patches and he'll say,
Fancy meeting you here. Hold on. Don't you say a word, my friend. I spoke no lie, not a one. You are trapped inside a volcano, no mistake. But the Erdtree was right outside. You just had to spring yourself out. Well, I'm willing to admit, I could have been more clear. But I did not lie, and you're perfectly unscathed. All's well that ends well, right?
He's not wrong, as his advice did land us closer to the Erdtree. It seems as though this iteration of Patches, though he is fond of tricking us, may just be testing us for some grander purpose. If we speak to him on Mount Gelmir, another classic trap plays out.
Hello? Yes. Strange place for a chance encounter, huh? I thought I could use a rest. Don't mind me. Go about your business. Right, over there. See that? Something shimmering. I swear.
At this point, we all know what's coming. Personally, I was excited.
Well, if you really are that gullible... Then stay away from the Volcano Manor! Bye now! Take care!
Again, we can return to Patches after being duped, where he plays off kicking us as us taking a wrong step along the path.
My. Well, here you are again. Oh, so sorry for that. I meant to warn you, but whoops, there you went. Despite my best intentions, I've done you wrong. I have. But here you are, standing tall and proud. All's well that ends well, eh? And my warning was spot on. You tell me different. Stay clear of Volcano Manor. End of discussion. I heard the brutes there hunt Tarnished like animals.
Of course, if we truly want to do everything there is to do in Elden Ring, we join the Volcano Manor regardless of Patch's warnings, and we can find him there, waiting outside of Lady Tanith's throne room.
You joined the manor, huh? I don't believe it. Didn't think you had it in you. All good though. We're on the same side now. We'll do good work together. Are you surprised that I belong to the Volcano Manor? I always hated the gibberish about lost grace and the laughable two fingers. I thought I could lend a hand in unmasking the charade. Not to mention, Tanith has always made me curious. I guess her master must really be something, because she's pretty damn smug about it. Even after announcing her blasphemous ambitions, she still stands proud. I've never seen a woman quite like her.
Again, we see Patches taking interest in someone other than himself. He was perfectly willing to toss aside his bandit brethren, but when it comes to Tanith, and by extension Raya, he seems to have some deeper interest. After completing a request for the manor, Patches has one last trick to pull on us, getting our Tarnished to do his job for him.
You're here at the manor, but if you complete the request, you can improve your standing. Relax. We're old friends. Time's come to pass the torch, right? Go on, break a leg then.
Upon defeating our prey, we can report back to Patches, and he'll try to welch on giving you the reward for the contract.
Hunted down Tragoth? Are you certain? No, it's quite all right. Fine work indeed. I'll give Tanith the news. Have some rest, by all means. Sharper than you seem, aren't you? I was just holding on to it for you, you know. Here you go. The reward for hunting Tragoth. All yours.
After this, Patches will remain at the manor with his shop until we're granted an audience with Rykard. Once we've defeated Rykard, Patches sees the writing on the wall and starts planning his exit.
You've gone and killed Rykard? You scheming little bastard. Cripes, you make this nonsense seem, well, less nonsensical. Perhaps a Tarnished will be Elden Lord after all. But for now, this manor is finished. The demigod beast is slain, and Tanith has lost her head. A fine mess. But how else could it end? When Daddy Ambition's head over heels courting Lady Blasphemy. Well, here I am, untethered, once again. Goodbye, my friend.
This time, when he calls us his friend, he seems to really mean it, because this is not the end of his quest, and he will lean on us for help should we find him at the Shaded Castle.
Oh, you again. A shame you had to see me like this. Oh, I had a bit of a slip-up, that's all. I should have stuck to what I know best. No matter. I know I can trust you. Gullible, yes, but a good soul. Make certain that Tanith gets this. Oh, it's nothing, it's just... makes me sick to see her all bent out of shape. Come on, Tanith, back on your high horse where you belong. You're able then? Then I can rest easy, my friend.
In an uncharacteristic turn of events, Patches seems to have gotten himself injured reclaiming Tanith's castanets. It seems as though his admiration had turned to true affection, and Patches the Untethered actually put his life on the line for the sake of someone else. Depending on how you started his quest, this could be the last time you meet Patches, but if you did some of the steps out of order and never actually found him in the Murkwater Cave, it's actually possible to go back there after this point and play that portion of his questline, complete with unique dialogue, where Patches acknowledges your history. And now we come to a point where I actually had to re-record some of my audio for this lore dive, because I had thought that you can only get some specific dialogue back at the Murkwater Cave if you hadn't initially done it at the beginning of Patch's quest. But as it turns out, you can revisit the cave after receiving Tanith's castanets, and it turns out Patches is alive and well. In this way, we know for sure that Patches does survive our meeting in the Shaded Castle, and perhaps he can have a role to play in the upcoming DLC. The Patches of Elden Ring draws much more of his character from the Patches of Dark Souls 3 after living for a time as Lap. He's clearly a scheming thief willing to throw us under the bus to make a quick buck, but at the same time, he shows interest in others to the point of actual dedication. His disdain for the Two Fingers and Grace calls back to his hatred for clerics and holy people in previous games. It seems no matter where or when Patches is, he believes that dogma and those who follow it are not to be trusted. Better to place your trust in yourself, in those you know you can swindle, and, occasionally, on those who prove they can be relied on as a friend or ally. In Elden Ring, Patches claims to be untethered, but it seems like he's never been so well connected to those around him. As a fun aside, Patches seems to have wormed his way into another Souls-like that's gotten a lot of attention lately. In Liza P, we can decrypt the old cryptic vessel to learn the following story. Order, an old shack in the Tomb slums in Malum district. Look for the bleak tree and laundry line and enter the shack next to them. Appendix. An agreement is attached for mutual trust. I kept hiding the stolen goods in the barren swamp and realized something. I'm never going to return if I keep going to the swamp. All I've known is the life of a thief, but I don't want to die now, so we're returning to our sweet home. Even if the Black Rabbit Brotherhood is making trouble, we were technically before them in the Malum district. In the slums, you follow the slum rules. First, bring the stolen goods to our old base. We may be dumb, but we're loyal, unlike the rich. Here's to a lifelong friendship. This leads us to the old shack mentioned in the order, where a man with a large nose stands outside. He says he wants nothing to do with the robbers and their dealings, and gives us a key to their shack, where the treasure waits inside. Upon entering the shack, the following scene plays out.
You got caught! Serves you right for being greedy! Love watching people fall into a trap. Never gets old.
From across universes, it seems Patches got us again with one of his favorite tricks. What makes this even better is that there's alternate dialogue for If We See This Coming, where he complains about our foresight.
Why didn't he fall in the trap? Lame. I was looking forward to that all day. The trap's empty, so are my pockets.
This whole interaction is an amazing way for Liza P to pay homage to FromSoft and our favorite lovable scamp. So we've explored every story of Patches throughout FromSoft history, but the question stands: what exactly is Patches? Does he exist as a simple narrative device to create cohesion between the games? Is he a fun Easter egg we can all look forward to whenever we start up the latest game from this developer? Or is there something more? On multiple occasions, Patches seems to have a deeper understanding of the world around him, and of us as a character, than he probably should. Is it possible that Patches is the single link between all From Software titles in a more literal sense? Patches may be a traveler between time and dimensions, and this would be a good explanation for his outlook on the worlds he inhabits. He finds himself eternally trapped in cycles, whether they be related to the souls of demons, kindling, or death and rebirth. If there's one thing Patches has come to see, world after world after world, it's that greed is the driving factor of mankind, and he's taken it upon himself to punish us for our greed. Time and again, game after game, for as long as we enjoy the games of From Software. Or he really is just a fun Easter egg. Either way, I'm happy he's always here. Except for Sekiro. What happened there? I know we sort of have a merchant equivalent, but not really. He ain't no Patches. Thanks for joining us as we shared the stories of every iteration of Patches throughout the Soulsborne universe. If you have any questions about the man himself, please let us know in the comments, as we think this is going to be a fun one to speak with our community about. Thank you again for helping us reach our 100th episode. We will never be able to express how thankful we are for all of the support you've given us since the beginning of this series, and we hope you'll stick with us in the future. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. While the Tarnished originate from the lands between, many had never set foot there until they were called by grace and set off on their pilgrimage. Characters like Diallos, Roderkia, Yura, and even our very own Tarnished lived lives far removed from the lands between, and likely had no idea they were Tarnished until told of their origins. There is another very important, if not infamous Tarnished, that awoke to the guidance of grace unexpectedly, and was even driven from her homeland due to this event, Fia, the deathbed companion, is a woman who does something for our Tarnished which is rarely found in Elden Ring, much less any other FromSoft title. She offers us tenderness in a hardened world rife with enemies and battle. While Fia has her own agenda, she builds a relationship with our Tarnished that is arguably one of the closest we can experience. And today, we're going to tell her story, as well as explain what exactly a deathbed companion is. We first encounter Fia when we make our way to the Round Table Hold. She sits on a bed in a room just off from Hugh the blacksmith, and she's quite friendly.
Great champion called by grace, I am Fia. Circumstances have compelled my stay at the Round Table Hold. Great champion, would you allow me to hold you? But briefly, perhaps you might share with me some of your lively vigor and your stout-heartedness. Doing so will grant me the warmth of a champion, and you, I am sure, will bear a Baldakin's blessing. Do you think it vulgar, perhaps? Where I come from, it is a sacred act. Ah, my thanks, great champion. You are very warm. What you felt light up inside you was a Baldakin's blessing. Though it is but a fleeting thing, I am afraid. Come back to me, should you require another. I will take you in my arms as often as you need.
Fia does not explain exactly what a Baldakin's blessing is, but if we look in our inventory we can find the explanation. Favor bestowed by a deathbed companion, protection of a hidden temple in the guise of a bedchamber, uses FP to temporarily boost poise. The favor allows one to forget any aches and pain. In death, there is only peace, for in death, there can be no sensation. As long as this item sits in your inventory, your max health is reduced by 5%. Perhaps as a way of showing you've given Fia a portion of your warmth and strength. If we speak with Fia in secret, she will explain exactly what a deathbed companion does.
I was known as a deathbed companion. Where I come from, after I received the warmth and lively vigor from a number of champions, I lay with the remains of an exalted noble. To grant him another chance at life, to do so is the purpose of my being. But before I could bear the noble into new life, I was awakened by the guidance of grace and chased from my birthplace. Pray, be kind. Despite all that, I still wish to be a deathbed companion. So please, let me hold you like this, as often as it takes.
We learn a few things from this conversation. First, Fia is not the only deathbed companion. It seems that outside of the Lands Between, in some far-off kingdom, the practice of using the warmth of warriors to revive exalted nobles from death is considered commonplace. There are likely many deathbed companions, and they're part of a larger organized religion, as alluded to in the Baldakin's blessing. The issue here is that Fia is also tarnished, which is why her land drove her away. Second, she has her eyes set on reviving someone, as she wishes to continue being a deathbed companion, even though she's in a strange new land, and she's happy to accept our warmth in order to help her achieve this goal. Deathbed companions are likely raised from birth with their purpose in mind, as Fia considers her duty the literal purpose of her being. Who exactly Fia wants to revive becomes clear as we follow her questline, but the question we want to tackle first is how did Fia come to find herself at the Hold? When exploring Leyndell, we can find the armor of a man known as Lionel the Lionhearted laid across a bed with the deathbed dress. If you were paying attention during our battle with Radahn, this name may seem familiar, as he's one of the warriors we can summon to fight at our side. Lionel is the closest thing we have to our favorite Onion Knight in Elden Ring, not just in appearance, but in attitude as well. While we never get to speak with him, his armor gives us his measure as a man. Round iron helm with a distinctive large brim, worn by Lionel the Lionhearted. When this chivalrous, dauntless knight met Fia, who had been driven from her home, he declared himself to be her father. Lionel came across a likely ragged and struggling Fia who had been excommunicated from her home, and instead of continuing along his own path, he chose to take her on as his own daughter and escort her to the lands between. Presumably, they made it all the way to Leyndell before something terrible must have happened. We find his armor alongside a deathbed dress, which to us implies two distinct possibilities. Either Lionel chose to provide Fia with all of his warrior's warmth, to the point of sacrificing himself, or Fia took his warmth, leaving him for dead. We believe it's far more likely that this was a chivalrous act on Lionel's part. It would make sense that he would give Fia whatever she needed to ensure her dream could someday come true. It would be after this time with her adoptive father that Fia would find her way to the Round Table Hold, where she would meet another chivalrous friend, the sorcerer, Rogier. While he never says anything about it himself, Rogier has a close relationship with Fia that we only hear secondhand from the deathbed companion. As we work our way through helping him learn the truth of the Knight of Black Knives, we must speak with Fia for help.
Dear, have you ever heard of Black Knife Prince? Dear Rogier likes to talk of them when abed, and the ancient plot, in which the first of the demigods was slain. The black knives wielded by the assassins who committed the act, along with the impressions they made, somehow hide the truth of the conspiracy. These grand affairs are hardly my forte, but dear Rogier began to weep as he spoke. In truth, I've heard tell from someone else about the Black Knife Prince that fascinate dear Rogier so. But it wouldn't be right to give this to him, stuck as he is in the Round Table Hold. Perhaps you could make use of it?
After we help Rogier by bringing him the knife print, we can speak with Fia again.
That you lent a hand to dear Rogier. He seemed positively elated. He must be possessed of great mental fortitude. It anchors his will and sustains him, despite his grievous wounds. You truly are a champion. To dear Rogier, and myself too.
This is the first time we hear Fia use the word champion, and this will bear significance later. But for now, the big takeaway is that Fia seems to sincerely care for Rogier and his unfortunate circumstances. It seems that he cares for Fia as well, as during the final moments of his life, he's choosing to lie with her and allow her to take what little warmth he has left in order to help her fulfill her purpose. This is likely due to their shared beliefs about those who live in death. After making our way through Rogier's quest, we can speak with Fia again, but this time, she has a favor to ask of us.
Dear, might I ask something of you? Could you please find the owner of this dagger and return it to them? A certain person gave it to me as a gift. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart. So I would like for the original owner to have it back, if you wouldn't mind.
This weapon is described as a dagger received from Fia, the deathbed companion. She wishes for it to be returned to its rightful owner. It was once a special weapon of gold and silver intertwined, but is now worn down and marred by a black gash. We can take this dagger to D, Hunter of the Dead, and he says,
What have we here? How did you get your hands on that dagger? Well, that hardly matters. I know very well whose dagger it is. Why don't I return it to them for you? Good work, bringing this to me.
While we believe this dagger does not truly belong to Dee, rather it was held by his brother Dee, he knew who held it last and leaves to confront Fia. When we visit the hold again, we see Dee dead at Fia's feet, where she tells us the stolen halobrand of the Exalted Noble has been returned, and says,
I must bid you goodbye as well, though I ask you deliver this message to the Round Table Hold. I am Fia, deathbed companion, Hark Round Table. Disturb not the death of Godwyn, the Exalted. We, who humbly live in death, live in waiting, to one day welcome our Lord. What right does anyone have to object? Our Lord will rise, the Lord of the many and the meek.
The holobrand she speaks of is half of the curse mark of death that would have been found on Godwyn the Golden after the Night of Black Knives. We know this because the other half of this curse mark is found on the perished flesh of Ranni. Curse mark carved into the discarded flesh of Ranni the Witch, also known as the half-wheel wound of the centipede. This curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. Ranni was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. It seems the exalted noble Fia wishes to lie with is none other than Godwyn the Golden, and she seeks to bring about a true leader for those who live in death. We do not meet with Fia again for some time, as she now resides deep within the Deeproot Depths, sitting below the ever-expanding corpse of Godwyn the Golden. Upon finding this corpse, we're forced to do battle with Fia's champions, 3 of which are specters of those players who allowed themselves to be held by Fia, while the other 2 are warriors we've met before, Lionel the Lionhearted and our friend, Rogier. It seems the Lionel who walked beside us in our fight with Radahn may have been nothing more than the spirit of a champion, summoned by Fia, in order to help us in our journey, perhaps indicating that she too wanted to see the stars set back in motion, in order to reach Godwyn deep below the earth. Rogier being one of her champions makes perfect sense, as they built a strong connection, and he believed that those who live in death were completely innocent. They simply touched on a flaw in the Golden Order. After defeating these champions, we are given Fia's Mist, and can speak with her once again.
There you are. I knew you would come. What is it you intend? To deny us and our ways, like the dogmatic brutes of the Golden Order? I see. Then you must kill me, for I am the companion of Godwyn, Prince of Death. I wish to be a mother to those who live in death. So it is that any loathing, any hatred that overshadows them, I must bear, as a matter of duty, with my own flesh.
If we choose to be held, she says,
You are an odd one. I am the guardian of those who live in death. They call me a foul and rotten witch, yet you still wish to be held by me? Have you ever seen a halobrand? When the first of the demigods died, his flesh was marked with the half-wheel wound of the centipede. Godwyn's halobrand has since been recovered at the Round Table Hold, but there is another halobrand out there somewhere, and I must find it before the time comes we receive our Lord. When Godwyn died. A hallow brand scored his flesh, but another exists. Another mark in the shape of the half-wheel wound of the centipede, and I must find it before the time comes we receive our Lord. My hands will be dirtied once more by the deed. Will you still let me hold you, even then?
If we found Ranni's curse mark, we can then give it to Fia.
Is the other Hallowbrand? How did you... Oh, my utmost thanks. With this, Godwyn can take his rightful place as first of the dead, and claim a second, illustrious life. You are our true champion. And though I can't be of any use to you, can I hold you tight? If only for a moment. I will soon lay with Godwyn, and it will surely stir within me the new life of the Golden Prince, and first dead of the demigods, as the rune of those who live in death. Please, do one thing for me. Brandish this child, my rune, and take for yourself the throne. Stay the persecution of those who live in death by becoming our Elden Lord.
Now we know the truth of Fia's goals. Unlike with others, who she acted as a deathbed companion for, she's not trying to revive Godwyn in the traditional sense. She's instead using her power to craft a new mending rune, one that will return death to the lands between, and make it part of the natural order once more. The rune itself will be the new life that she grants Godwyn, using his power to become part of the Elden Ring. After all of this, we can speak with Fia one last time before she drifts off to a long slumber.
Goodbye, my dear, but I am satisfied. I choose to lie with Godwyn of my own will, not the remains of one chosen for me, and I will bear a child who will inherit your warmth too. What greater blessing could there be but to be born a deathbed companion?
After Fia falls asleep, we can enter her dream to do battle with the Lich Dragon Fortisax. Upon defeating him, we learn from his remembrance that Godwyn's old friend had actually been trying to revive him. After Godwyn the Golden became the Prince of Death, the ancient dragon fought long and hard against the death within its companion. Alas, victory was never achieved, and its only reward was corruption. Fortisax could not bring back his companion, but he did prevent death from taking him completely. It's only after Fortisax is defeated that the mending rune of the Prince of Death can be completed. Rune gestated by Fia, the deathbed companion, used to restore the fractured Elden Ring when brandished by the Elden Lord. Formed of the two Hollowbrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into the Order. The Golden Order was created by confining destined death. Thus, this new order will be one of death restored. Unfortunately for Fia, even though she achieved her goal, she would not live to see her dream come to fruition, as her actions would return to haunt her. Fia sealed her fate the moment she murdered D, Hunter of the Dead, as his brother hunted her down to take his vengeance.
Hello. The rotten witch is dead. The Golden Order unsullied. Now I can look my brother Darien in the eye. Honeyed rays of gold, deliver my spirit. Darien, now I have no regrets. Honeyed rays of gold, deliver my spirit.
We then have a choice. Allow D to bask in his revenge, or continue the cycle and avenge Fia's murder. For a woman who gave so much for the sake of others, the choice seems clear. The deathbed companions are brought into this world knowing their purpose, seemingly having no choice in the corpses they are directed to bring new life to. They lay with champions, take their warmth, and revive nobles who are deemed more important than the common folk, who provided the strength to tear them away from the clutches of death itself. Fia, in being forced to leave her homeland, became unique among the deathbed companions. Not only did she choose her own path, choosing her own exalted noble, but she built relationships with her champions. She was not a religious object to be used at the behest of noble families. She was a woman who acted of her own volition, who saw injustice in the treatment of those who live in death, and who chose to use her power to help them however she could. In this way, Fia showed her selflessness. If she would continue to act as a deathbed companion, it would be by her own rules, and for the sake of helping all those who live in death, not just the nobility. In the end, it's up to us to decide whether or not her ideals were worth her sacrifice, and choose whether or not to become her champion. Thank you for joining us for this dissection of Fia, the deathbed companion, mother of the mending rune of the Death Prince. What are your thoughts on the story of Fia? Did she kill D, Hunter of the Dead, by her own hand? Or did Deathroot do the job for her? Was she simply using those who lent her their aid? Or did she truly care for her champions? What does the Lands Between look like once death has been restored? And does that mean that those that live in death will finally be given a true death? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. In a previous episode of Elden Lore, we took you through the story of Brother Cohryn, and talked about why we believed his pursuit of knowledge was nothing more than a hypocritical quest to prove his own ideals were right. It was during our time with Cohryn that we can advance the story of Goldmask, a Tarnished unlike any other. Goldmask devoted himself wholly to the pursuit of knowledge. His aim was to commune with the Erdtree itself in order to fully understand its goals and the truth of the Golden Order. In some ways, Goldmask can even be seen as a foil to Sir Gideon Ofnir, one seeking knowledge through text and treachery, while the other communes straight with the source of their ideals. Goldmask's story is fairly straightforward, but his ultimate truth is ill-defined. In today's Elden Lore, we hope to share our thoughts on what Goldmask hopes to achieve through the creation of his great rune. Goldmask is first mentioned as one of the illustrious Tarnished from the opening cinematic of Elden Ring. It seems that he was not only famous to those who studied the Golden Order like Brother Cohryn, but to the greater Tarnished community. In fact, at some point, Goldmask even had a tribe of disciples who followed in his footsteps to learn what they could from this man who communed with the Erdtree using the old language of the fingers themselves. His bracelets and waist strap tell us they were made in the image of Erdtree branches, minimal adornments made by Lord Goldmask's disciples. Those disciples have long since left him. So while he was followed by those who saw him as brilliant, eventually these acolytes moved on, likely due to Goldmask's inability, or perhaps disinterest, in speaking outside of the language of the fingers. He himself didn't care about these adornments that were made for him. Goldmask's rags are described as worn rags that just barely cover the body. Lord Goldmask felt no draw to the vain excess of clothing. What use is finery to one who seeks greater brilliance? He was the type of religious academic who shunned all material things in order to focus on the task at hand, understanding the Golden Order. There was, of course, one exception to Goldmask's indifference towards adornment, the radiant gold mask. When we collect it for ourselves, the description calls it a mask designed to resemble a blazing golden halo, created and left behind by Lord Goldmask, a staunch pursuer of Golden Order fundamentalism. Its striking design represents both the brilliant inspiration that once showed upon him and the vision of a ring that he will surely find at the end of his pursuit. To you who seek to shine as I do, wear it well. He created his mask to be a symbol of his pursuit of knowledge, and possibly as a torch to be passed down to someone new who could further his research, should he fall during his quest. In any case, the gold mask itself was more than an ostentatious piece. It was a way of showing others that Goldmask had little interest in the self, and was much more concerned with unraveling the ultimate truth of the Golden Order. In following Goldmask's quest, we encounter him communing with the Erdtree using the language of the two fingers, which utilizes only the use of finger movements to communicate. Interestingly, this conversation does not seem to be one-sided. Cohryn acts as Goldmask's scribe, scribbling down his learnings as he speaks with the tree, so it must be answering him back. At a certain point above Lanedale, Goldmask hits a crossroads. He can't understand what the Erdtree is trying to tell him. He can't grasp why Radagon's name would come up when discussing the one true god of the Golden Order, Marika. Through our own investigation, we learn the truth of this by discovering that in some way, shape, or form, Radagon is Marika, and Goldmask is then able to continue his pursuit of knowledge from the tree. However, this new revelation seems to change something in Goldmask. Cohryn tells us he's found an issue with the holism of the Golden Order. Goldmask, who once believed the Golden Order to be infallible, is now beginning to see cracks in his religion. The most interesting thing about this is that unlike his scribe, who refuses to believe what he's hearing, Goldmask decides it's his responsibility to fix the Order. The last time we meet Goldmask, he's no longer living. After we unleash destined death across the land, we can find Goldmask slumped against a cliffside, and in his lap lies the Mending Rune of Perfect Order. The item is described as a rune discovered by the noble Goldmask, used to restore the fractured Elden Ring when brandished by the Elden Lord. A rune of transcendental ideology, which will attempt to perfect the Golden Order. The current imperfection of the Golden Order, or instability of ideology, can be blamed upon the fickleness of the gods no better than men. That is the fly in the ointment. So Goldmask's final thesis was that the gods themselves were responsible for the imperfection that exists within the Golden Order. But what is this fickleness mentioned? There are many examples of the fickleness of the gods in Elden Ring, but we're going to call out what we believe are two very strong cases. First, it is known that Carian magics were once believed to be heretical by the Golden Order. The study of glintstone and its utilization to power magic was not of the Erdtree and was considered impure by the Golden Order. However, after Radagon's marriage to Queen Rennala, it became acceptable to study these magics. They were absorbed into the Golden Order, and were no longer considered heretical. The question here is, was it fickle to accept this new form of magic just to consolidate power? Or was it fickle to brand it heretical because it didn't fall in line with the idea of Erdtree superiority? Second, we have Marika's shattering of the Elden Ring. Marika was the god of the Golden Order, and we shouldn't need to explain why her betrayal of her station would be seen as fickle, even if she had good reason. Now that we know what Goldmask meant by the fickleness of the gods no better than men, the question becomes, what will the Mending Rune of Perfect Order do? Or rather, what was Goldmask's idea of perfect order? This is where theories abound. Some in the community feel that this Mending Rune is an extension of the Golden Order, that it would essentially remove free will from those in the lands between. How better to solve the issue of fickleness than to remove it altogether? If no one can choose to be fickle, then we have order. Our thoughts fall outside of this realm, though, because of the way that the Mending Rune's description reads. It's not fickleness as a whole that's the root of the issue, but the fickleness of the gods. If we subscribe to this reading of the Mending Rune, suddenly the issue with the Golden Order is not its inherent concepts, but the way in which the Order was managed by those in power. According to Cohryn, the Golden Order itself was founded on the idea that Marika is the one true god, but if we were to remove Marika and her fickleness from the equation, that means we remove her arbitrary biases as well. With this in mind, things like the persecution of the Omen and the Albinaurics are no longer inherent to the Golden Order. and the study of Carian magics is likely to be forbidden again. The Golden Order would focus only on those things that fall in line with the Erdtree, including the Crucible. This may seem counterintuitive, given what we know of the Golden Order's disdain for all things linked to the Crucible. However, the Order's blind eye toward the link between the Crucible and the tree would no longer be an issue. We know these two are tied together due to a number of item descriptions, but we believe the best example of this comes from Redditor Dragonmaester, who found that the Elden Star's incantation uses the primordial crucible insignia upon casting. This legendary incantation is the most ancient of those that derive from the Erdtree, creates a stream of golden shooting stars that assail the area. It is said that long ago, the Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast into the lands between, which would later become the Elden Ring. This spell ties together the Elden Beast, the Crucible, and the Erdtree, showing that all three together have a place in the Age of Order. What this all comes down to is an understanding that Goldmask's Age of Order would simply remove any of the imperfections in the Golden Order tied to Marika's personal biases, or exceptions to the Order's rules. While in some ways it would be more strict than ever, falling back on the worship and the study of the Erdtree alone with no exceptions, in other ways it would be more open and understanding toward all life that springs from the Erdtree, including the Omen, as the Crucible and the Erdtree are unequivocally linked. While we believe this to be the way the Mending Rune of Perfect Order would affect the lands between, we know that this is only one of many possible answers based on different interpretations of the Golden Order and Goldmask's intentions. We'd love to read your interpretations as well in the comments. Thank you for joining us this week for our dissection of Goldmask and his understanding of the Golden Order. What do you think Goldmask took away from learning the truth about Marika and Radagon? Is his perfect order meant to free us or enslave the lands? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Like, subscribe, and click the bell so you never miss out on the latest episodes in our Elden Lore series. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. When it comes to the question of who is the most evil character we encounter in Elden Ring, there is only one true answer. Many characters we encounter as antagonists live within their own set of beliefs that may run counter to ours, and we would consider them evil, such as Gideon Ofnir or Rileigh the Lord of Blasphemy. However, each of them sees a justification to their own actions. This ranges from perpetuating the status quo to trying to overturn the influence of the Greater Will and usher in a new age for the lands between. While every faction is seen as a villain to someone, who is evil is largely a matter of interpretation. There is, of course, an exception to this idea, and he is the topic of our final spooky lore video for October. Today, we discuss the loathsome Dung Eater, his motivations, and the purpose of the Seedbed Curse. Like and subscribe if you've been enjoying the Elden Lore series, and let's begin our exploration into the depraved mind of the most vile Tarnished to ever walk the lands between. To understand the loathsome Dung Eater, we first need to understand his goals. The Omen Helm gives us background on who he was. A malformed helm resembling an omen with its horns cut off, worn by the Dung Eater. Their form is a vision of the landscape of his mind and of his appearance as he wished to see it. The heart of an omen without the body to match. Could there be any crueler existence? What does it matter then if the curse claims all? So we see that the Dung Eater has an obsession with the Omen, those who were cursed with horns due to being touched by the primordial crucible at birth. It's important to consider that the Omen were once seen as blessed due to their strength, and they did not come to be referred to as cursed until Marika established the Golden Order. The Erdtree creates a cycle of reincarnation where souls return to its roots to be born again. However, the Omen cannot return to the Erdtree due to their connection to the primordial crucible, so it stands to reason that the Golden Order would see them as an impure form of life, untouched by grace, and unable to interact with its god. The Dung Eater wished to be an omen, to wield their strength, but was born a Tarnished, so his goal is to bring the blessing of becoming an omen to others. Upon meeting the Dung Eater for the first time at the Round Table Hold, he says to us,
"Have you ever felt the curse? With your whole being, the pox upon life itself, feared and despised by all. The reviled blessing. Apparently not. You are but a lamb, a stranger to defilement, ignorant of your own ignorance. You no longer interest me. I've been long without peace. Don't spoil my quietude. I asked you not to disturb me. Be thankful of the hold serenity. It is all that keeps your death and defilement at bay."
His talk of defilement is aggressive at the very least, and he makes it clear that he is no friend to our Tarnished. If we speak with our companion, Blackguard Big Boggart, he tells us about his experience with the Dung Eater.
"There's something I should probably tell you. You heard of the Dung Eater? He's a madman. Has it out for everyone. Curses him. Goes round in his rank armor and all. You see him though. Stay, well, away. I was in the same jail as him once, so I know firsthand. He's a god-forsaken monster. Not just some petty thug like me. He's a killer. Kills people. And curses the souls. Does all sorts of shit to the corpses. To keep them cursed forever. I ain't seen nothing more disgusting in all my years. I ain't never been more scared neither. Rooted to the bloody spot while he did that. To my friend.
We don't get an explanation of what he does to people in order to curse them, but when we find our first seedbed curse, we see what's left of his handiwork. In Landell, we can find a corpse sitting in a chair with a bloody rag over its lap, and on it, we find a seedbed curse. This item is described as a curse grown on a corpse killed and defiled by the Dung Eater. A tender pox afflicted with omen horns. The Dung Eater cultivates the seedbed curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls returning to the Erdtree, leaving them forever cursed. One of the most loathsome things found in the lands between. The game does not tell us exactly how these seedbed curses are formed, but thanks to Zully the Witch, we have an idea of From Software's intent, and it circles back to how the Dung Eater received his name. In Japanese lore, the soul is housed within an organ known as the Shirikodama, and this organ is found in a particular place in the body. The Dung Eater likely tears this organ from his victims' bodies, explaining the bloodied lapcloth, and consumes it, preventing their soul from ever returning to the Erdtree. Interestingly, something Roderkia tells us when the Dung Eater arrives in the hold bolsters this theory. She says,
"I need to warn you about something. A little while ago, someone started lurking in the wing on the opposite side of the round table, and I can hear, from all the way over there, the howling and wailing of spirits in fear of a curse. I can even hear the repulsive twisted malice in itself. A plethora of spirits in an unceasing cacophony. I can't even imagine. How much suffering inflicted to who knows how many souls. Not even the grafting caused anything like this to happen. You should keep your distance. I know you're strong, but please."
This implies that Roderkia can hear the souls eaten by the Dung Eater screaming out in agony, severed from the cycle of rebirth. This explains why the seedbed curse grows on the corpses of those he defiles, and why the curse itself seems to have horns reminiscent of the omen. Should we talk to the Dung Eater after we find our first seedbed curse, his dialogue changes.
No. Wait. You have felt the curse. I can smell it on you. The pox, yet tender. Apparently my seedbed is ripe and waiting. 'Twas a brief respite, I must say. Go and unshackle my corporeal flesh, trapped in the sewer jail below the capital. I can kill you and defile your corpse. Then the pox will truly be your own.
By obtaining a seedbed curse, he may see us as a like-minded individual, someone who may embrace defilement. When we find his physical body in the sewers of Leyndell, he's screaming to let him out. He must eat more and defile more, everything that matters to us for generations to come. We can then tell him to leave his jail, and instead of thanking us, he continues.
Who are you? I've been here long enough. I will kill again, and defile each corpse with care, just to be sure that when they're reborn, they'll be cursed, along with their children, and their children's children, for all time to come.
We can then travel to the outer moat of Leyndell to face him in battle, but there's an unwelcome surprise as well. The Dung Eater has defiled our friend, Big Boggart. Fortunately, it seems he's not dead yet, so Dung Eater has likely not finished cursing him by consuming his soul. Unfortunately, he does die in front of us, and we are forced to stave off the Dung Eater's attack. He wields the Sword of Milos, which is described as a sinister greatsword fashioned from a giant's backbone. Meets out wounds like a lopsided saw blade. Milos was undersized for a giant, and was viewed as sullied and terribly grotesque. Dung Eater likely feels a connection with his weapon much in the same way he does with the Omen, strength in deformity. We can defeat the Dung Eater to take the sword for ourselves, and this likely also keeps Boggart from being fully cursed, as his soul is never eaten. After his invasion, we can speak with the Dung Eater again.
There you are. You warded off my blessing, despite the curse stirring within you. No one has succeeded in that before. How? I thought. Then it hit me that you are, in fact, me. And I am the Dung Eater. It is my flesh that must receive the blessing. Give me your blessing. Defile my flesh with the seedbed curse, again and again, until it is done, until a cursed ring coalesces that may one day defile order itself. Countless I have killed, and countless I have defiled, and soon the fruits will be born. Hundreds will be reborn cursed, and they'll bear thousands of cursed children, who bear tens of thousands more. A few of those will be born just like me, and they'll kill and defile and bless in my stead. The rotten fools. My fate was the grandest, most brilliant of them all. My corporeal flesh lies in the sewer jail beneath the capital. Give it your blessing. Defile my flesh with the seedbed curse, until a cursed ring coalesces that may one day defile order itself.
Again, Dung Eater sees a form of kinship between us. Our Tarnished can carry the seedbed curse without succumbing to it, which in his mind shows that he's found someone worthy of helping him complete his quest. He wants us to collect 5 seedbed curses and defile him with them, thus infusing his soul and all the souls within him with the curse, and forming the mending rune of the fell curse. If we do as the Dung Eater said, he cries out in agony and anticipation.
A curse upon them all. They'll be born cursed, all of them, along with their children, and their children's children, for all time to come.
unleash it upon them! A cursed blessings to war!
We are then left with his mending rune. The rune itself is described as a loathsome rune gestated by the Dung Eater, used to restore the fractured Elden Ring when brandished by the Elden Lord. The reviled curse will last eternally, and the world's children, grandchildren, and every generation hence will be its pustules. If order is defiled entirely, defilement is defilement no more, and for every curse, a cursed blessing. So by using this rune, we then return all of the souls eaten by the Dung Eater to the Erdtree. However, when they are reborn, they will come back as omen, disconnected from the tree. If the cycle of defilement persists and Dung Eater's prophecy of others like himself comes true, then eventually, all of the land will be defiled, and the omen will be all that is left. Interestingly, this means that eventually, given enough time and generations, the Erdtree itself will wither and die, unable to feed on the souls of omens. The branches will wither to nothing, breaking the Greater Will's hold on the lands between. The Dung Eater's ultimate goal is interesting because it would essentially reset the mindset of those living in the lands between. The blessing of being born an omen, which then became a curse in the eyes of the Golden Order, would then become the norm. This begs the question, if everyone is born an omen, is being an omen truly a curse, or just the next progression of life in the lands between? While the outcome of his plans may be understandable, even preferable to some players who wish to see the persecution of the omens come to an end, the means by which the Dung Eater pursues his goals are vile, brutal, loathsome, and evil. He spreads his curse across the lands between, even in areas he should not be able to reach, such as the brace of the Halig tree, and he leaves pain and suffering in his wake. While removing the Greater Will and stopping the persecution of those with ties to the primordial crucible may lead to a better future, the defilement with which he tries to achieve his goals speaks to the inherent madness and evil lurking within the Dung Eater. Does he truly care about the omen, or does he simply want to spread his curse to as many as possible? That is for you to decide, as future Elden Lord. Thank you for joining us for our dissection of the loathsome Dung Eater, and throughout the month of October while we focused on spooky lore across the lands between. Leave a comment letting us know what you thought of the Dung Eater's plan. Did you side with him, or did you fight back against the defilement? Join us again as we explore the lands between and dive into the lore of its inhabitants. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. There are many Tarnished in Elden Ring who attack you on sight. Anastasia Tarnished Eater, Okina, Bloodyfinger Nereus. It's not at all unheard of for Tarnished throughout the lands between to put their own goals before that of their mission, to become Elden Lord, but these attackers are clear in their pursuit of our Tarnished. They do not pretend to be our comrade or confidant. They have their mission and we have ours. To manipulate and bend our quest to their own will while pretending to be a friendly face. That is the kind of underhanded tactic that will have you labeled as a true villain amongst the Tarnished. Today we are going to explore Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. Who is this legendary Tarnished? What is his ultimate goal? And how are we tied to his plans and schemes? The first time we see Gideon Ofnir is during the opening narration to the game. We're introduced to noteworthy Tarnished, Loux, Goldmask, Fia, Dung Eater, and finally, Gideon Ofnir. The narrator says his name with a fervor saved for those who are highly revered in their communities. We see Gideon in his casket, surrounded by silver ears and holding a box full of silver eyes. This is clearly before Gideon has had his grace returned to him, and he's the only Tarnished we see given a place of respect in his burial. His resting place has his scepter on one side and the symbol of the eye surcoat on the other, while cobwebs built up on the corner show us that this casket was never actually closed. It seems as though Gideon was revered enough for his followers to make his eventual resurrection as easy as possible for him. Simply wake up, take weapon in hand, and get back to work unraveling the mysteries of the lands between. For Gideon, death was nothing more than a nap between study sessions. It can be assumed that Gideon wasted no time upon his awakening and made his way straight to the Round Table to continue his studies. His scepter of the All-Knowing is described as a scepter in the form of a hand grasping a pearl. The pearl stands for the world, the heavens, and an eye, representing the many forms of knowledge, never fully attainable. Even knowing that, the All-Knowing's hand grasps for it. From this we can glean the importance Gideon puts on knowledge. He believes that only by becoming all-knowing could he truly ascend to the throne of Elden Lord. What separates Gideon from other Tarnished is his means of attaining his knowledge. Gideon comes across as a man who gains his understanding of the world through research, digging through ancient texts, and to some degree, this is likely true. We see his library packed with old tomes, and he has many across his desk that have clearly been read. However, books and scrolls are not his only means of acquiring information. Gideon, unlike other Tarnished, does not travel outside of the Round Table Hold. He has people who do that for him. It is well documented that Gideon has an extensive network of spies across the lands between reporting to him. Ensha, his right-hand man, carries out his operations and leads his forces wherever Gideon dispatches them. Henricus is an example of one of Gideon's men on the inside. He can invade our Tarnished as a recusant, but he wears the eye surcoat. The insignia emblazoned on the front marks out the wearer as the eyes and ears of Sir Gideon, the All-Knowing. His armor shows us that Henricus's true allegiance is to Gideon, and that his time as a recusant is likely a ruse to gather as much information as he can on Rykard. With his network of Tarnished, Omen Slayers, and other forces, Gideon learns all he can without ever leaving the safety of the Round Table. Upon reaching the Tarnished haven ourselves, Gideon is dismissive of us. He grows tired of seeing Tarnished make their way to the lands between only to fail time and again. He says he's sick and tired of them. These namby-pamby Tarnished think us no more than a shelter from the rain. It seems as though he does not believe any who have come through the Round Table as of late are worthy of his time or attention. They have no use to him, so he has no use for them. The exception to this would be his adoptive daughter, Nepheli Loux. Nepheli tells us how Gideon took her under his wing. She believes he can bring about a new world as Elden Lord, where the suffering she experienced as a child will never affect those under his reign. It is through her story we can see the callousness of Gideon Ofnir, as after she learns of his attack on the Albinauric village, he casts her aside. A woman he called daughter was nothing more than a disposable tool. Gideon had a use for her strength, and maybe even took an interest in her due to her surname, Loux, but ultimately, he can't control her through deception, so he has no need for her. We ourselves are made a puppet of Gideon's if we choose to work with him after having our conference with the Two Fingers, and become true members of the Round Table Hold. He asks that we exchange information in a mutually beneficial way. He will point us to the Shard Bearers, we will take their runes and report to him anything suspicious or new that we might learn. The information we can bring him proves his own ignorance to the areas of the lands between where he has no spy network and refuses to travel himself. But before we discuss that, let's take a look at Ensha. Ensha is Gideon's personal bodyguard, and while he doesn't speak to us, he has a larger role to play in our relationship to his master. After leading the attack on the Albinauric village that Gideon instructed, Ensha left behind Pidia, a man we can meet with in order to obtain half of the Erdtree medallion. It was Ensha's job to procure this medallion, but in his failure, he saw opportunity. His fervor to complete his mission had him attack us after returning to the hold, and after we defeat him, Gideon comes across as completely unbothered. He tells us Ensha got ahead of himself, implying that the attack was always coming. Ensha simply acted too soon, before he gives us a half-hearted apology. From here, Gideon asks us to find the Albinoric woman, who has the other half of the medallion. It seems as though in his eyes, Ensha is no great loss, if an even stronger warrior can bring him the answers he's looking for. As we progress this quest and others through the lands between, we learn of the demigods Gideon didn't know the locations of: Miquella, Malenia, and Mohg. Once we find the consecrated snowfield, we can relay this information to Gideon, who wonders about the fate of Miquella, who it seems he assumes is dead. We then face Malenia, and upon hearing Miquella was removed from the Erdtree, he says, "How vexing that the All-Knowing didn't have the full story." It bothers him to have been wrong about Miquella's fate. Upon defeating Mohg, we can relay to Gideon Miquella's location. He'll thank us for the intel and tells us that as long as Miquella sleeps, all will be well, as Miquella is the one demigod who is truly a mystery to him. After giving him each piece of intel, Gideon provides us with a spell known only to him, showing us that while he doesn't leave the hold, he truly does possess ancient knowledge that he hoards for himself, only willing to exchange it to further his goals instead of providing it to all of the Tarnished of the Round Table as their leader. Gideon does not gain knowledge in order to help put any Tarnished on the throne, only himself. Upon burning the Erdtree, Gideon is unfazed, simply saying that if it is necessary to become Elden Lord, then let the tree burn. He will memorize the knowledge of his library and be on his way, allowing the Round Table to burn behind him. We then meet Gideon again in the same place we once fought a spectral vision of Godfrey himself. He stands there, greeting us, and says,
"I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle. Unto eternity."
This seems like a confusing turn for the All-Knowing, as he told us before that his own desire was to become Elden Lord, but his armor sheds some light on this. Knowledge begins with a recognition of one's ignorance, the realization that the search for knowledge is unending. But when Gideon glimpsed into the will of Queen Marika, he shuddered in fear at the end that should not be. Gideon, in his search for knowledge, believes he understands the truth of Queen Marika's intent, that we struggle forever, fighting uphill to take the throne, only to be cast aside again and again, so that the current state of the lands between is never disturbed. This is an assumption on Gideon's part, and there is evidence we can find with the help of Melina that helps us to interpret Marika's will to be something else entirely. Check out our video on the history of the Tarnished for more information on that. But Gideon, with his pompous attitude, cannot accept that anyone can have a greater understanding of the truth behind the throne than the All-Knowing himself. Upon his defeat, he even says,
"In my bones, a Tarnished cannot become a lord. Not even you. A man cannot kill a god."
This obviously is proven false, as we immediately go on to kill a god. Sir Gideon Ofnir was a man unwilling to get his hands dirty until he absolutely had to. He grew his influence by becoming the leader of the Round Table Hold, a title we don't know how he attained, and may even have been self-appointed. He developed a network of other people to do his dirty work for him. As a ruler, he'd have likely been a monster if his actions throughout Elden Ring are anything to go on. His lust for the throne bolstered his lust for knowledge, and his fervor for being all-knowing led to him making assumptions without verification. After deciding he understood the truth behind Queen Marika's intentions, he forgot the words he once espoused, that knowledge begins with the recognition of your own ignorance, and that the search for knowledge is unending. Gideon decided he knew best, that he was the authority, and in doing so, he challenged us, believing his truth stood above all else, and in the end, he was struck down so that we could ascend. Thank you for joining us for this dissection of Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. We hope you enjoyed this look at his background, story, and our thoughts on the motivations behind his actions. Did you find any details about Gideon's influence in the Lands Between? Should we have discussed the eye motifs found throughout the lands? While we think many are unrelated to Gideon, are there any that you think are? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our Elden Ring content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. There are a number of deadly factions that reside in the Lands Between. Enemies hiding in the shadows come part and parcel with our journey, and an ambush should always be expected no matter where we roam. The most famous among these groups are arguably the Black Knife Assassins, but this is due to the prevailing knowledge that they were the perpetrators of the Night of Black Knives. There are also the Assassins of Ravenmount, who adopted the visage of the Deathbirds, cloaking themselves in feathers and wielding talons to bring death to those outlined in their contracts. Even the Recusants could be seen as a type of assassin, as they take orders directly from the Volcano Manor to put an end to the lives of other Tarnished. However, the Two Fingers had their own assassins long ago, a group of Tarnished nonetheless, whose duty it was to strike down their brethren who strayed too far from the guidance of grace. These men and women were known as the Confessors, and while the time of their prominence is long behind them, these shadow-clad Tarnished may have been the most deadly assassins of them all. The Confessor starting class was a popular one in the early days of Elden Ring. Its balance between casting and fighting is easy to manage, and it offers utility through its starting incantations, Urgent Heal, and Assassin's Approach. We can start our exploration of this faction here, as their robes give us our first glimpse at who these Tarnished were. Black leather armor for blending in with the darkness, worn by church confessors. The churches outside the Lands Between, dedicated to the teachings of the Two Fingers, send confessors out to follow the guidance of grace. The confessors are loyal servants to the Two Fingers, ready to hunt down and quietly dispose of their enemies. From this, we learn they are loyal servants of the Two Fingers, which makes sense considering their starting equipment and proficiency with faith. One of their starting incantations, Assassin's Approach, tells us more about their role. Incantation of the Two Fingers servants, who once served as the assassins of the Round Table Hold, completely silences the footsteps of the caster, additionally reduces fall damage and the sound produced by falling. The assassins were charged with eliminating Tarnished, who had strayed from guidance. Between their armor and spells, we can understand that though the Confessors, as they are now, come from churches outside of the Lands Between that praise the Fingers, their allegiance is to the Hold, and they are not assassins for hire. They only hunt other Tarnished. This may seem reminiscent of the Recusants of Volcano Manor, but the difference is that the Recusants hunt down those that follow grace, while the Confessors hunt those who don't. Their title of Confessor comes from the way they became assassins for the Round Table. The incantation Darkness tells us, the assassins were themselves once Tarnished who had strayed from guidance, and they pursued their duty in the darkness that is without grace. With this knowledge, we can assume that the Confessors are those who quite literally confessed their sins to the Two Fingers, and were given a second chance to serve by becoming assassins. However, they would do so while no longer having the guidance of grace for themselves, presumably having lost it when they ignored the call. This does paint a somewhat contradictory picture though, as it seems that the Confessors existed before the Tarnished were banished from the Lands Between. Our assumption is that before Godfrey and the Tarnished were stripped of their grace, its guidance already existed across the land, but it must have served a different function as it now leads our Tarnished to great runes. So it was that these men of the cloth took the title of Confessor and hunted their fellows. One of the most interesting things about the Confessors is the tools of their trade. When you find the Twin Blade Talisman in Castle Morn, it depicts a Confessor and tells us, the Twin Blade technique is a tradition of the Confessors, who closely guard the secret of how they preserve the momentum of their attacks. Thus is the final strike of their onslaught all the more deadly. While we never meet a Confessor that utilizes a Twin Blade, we can chalk that up to there being none left in the Lands Between at the time of our arrival, save for one specific man we'll discuss shortly. Along with their Twin Blades, the Confessors were known to wield crossbows and utilize Black Key bolts. Bolts used in Krepus's Black Key crossbow, an assassin's tool of exquisite craftsmanship. The intricate spiral tip bores deep, injecting scarlet rot far into the flesh of its target. We can see from these bolts that the Confessors were not afraid to utilize whatever tools necessary to complete their hunts, even turning to scarlet rot in order to make themselves more deadly. The Scorpion charms also mention their talismans, carried by assassins who strike unseen. And we think it's fair to assume that Scorpion imagery is also associated with the Confessors, as the Scorpion kite shield is emblazoned with a yellow scorpion, a warning of surprise attacks and sudden strikes. And the only Confessor we can meet wields the Scorpion Stinger, a dagger fashioned from a great scorpion's tail, glistening with scarlet rot, a ceremonial tool used by heretics, crafted from the relic of a sealed outer god. We've made mention of there not being any Confessors left in the Lands Between, save for one, and he's actually someone we've discussed in a previous episode of the Tarnished Files. While following the Volcano Manor questline, we come face to face with Rileigh the Idle, a man who wears the Confessor's robes and wields Krepus's Black Key crossbow. We invade his world on the path to the Shaded Castle, which makes sense as these assassins are known to utilize the rot in their tools, and what better place is there to gather it safely? Some have said that his proximity to the castle means that Rileigh may have been a member of the Murray family, the lords of the Shaded Castle, but we believe his connection to this land is strictly due to the poisonous rot it's covered in. We cannot find any solid evidence that he would be a member of this family, so we don't want to assume. What we do theorize about Rileigh, though, is that he is not using his true name. We believe Rileigh the Idle is actually the leader of the Confessors, Krepus. Rileigh does not use a twin blade as the other Confessors were known to. He prefers Krepus's bow. Black crossbow featuring a long stock, used for sniping, it has a very long range. Weapon of Krepus, who served the two fingers from the shadows of the Round Table as the head Confessor. While we can find his bow in the Round Table hold behind an imp statue wall, we believe only one of these exists in each world, as it's said to be wielded by Krepus himself. This would mean if we face a Confessor in another world through a quest-related invasion, who attacks us with this weapon, it stands to reason that they may, in fact, be that world's Krepus. Upon defeating him, Rileigh also drops Krepus's vial, along with 20 Black Key bolts. The vial is known as a small mysterious bottle with a dark mist sealed within. Eliminates all sound made by the wearer during movement. A ritual implement used by Round Table Hold assassins. There was a time when Tarnished who strayed from guidance feared nothing more than utter silence. Rileigh must have been a formidable man to have survived this long in the Lands Between, and with what we know of Krepus, It's perfectly reasonable to assume that a man of his skill could have used the shadows of the land blessed by the Erdtree to keep himself alive, and continue the work he started long ago as a servant of the Two Fingers. The Confessors hold the unique distinction of being the only assassins specifically recruited by the Two Fingers. Those tarnished back in the days before the Long March, who stepped out of line and took it upon themselves to seek forgiveness, were placed in this prestigious, if not secretive, role, where they would essentially become pawns for the Fingers, likely following their orders as they were conveyed to them by the Finger Readers. Whether they chose this route because they were truly penitent can't be known for sure, but we believe many of them donned the robes more out of fear than loyalty. After all, there was a time when nothing was more terrifying to a renegade Tarnished than the sound of silence, and living with that constant dread likely took its toll on many a sinner. It's safe to say your options, should you betray the Round Table hold, were limited. Either take up the black robes and hunt those guilty of the same crimes you yourself committed, or accept a slow and painful death at the hands of your own kind, meeting your demise at the end of a twin blade, or feeling the rot overtake you, having never seen the face of your murderer hidden deep within the shadows. Thank you again for joining us for this week's Lore Dive. What do you think of the Assassins of the Round Table, the Confessors? Did you run a Confessor build your first time through Elden Ring? Is Rileigh the Idle actually Crepus, the leader of their order? Were the recusants hunting Rileigh because he killed one too many of their brethren? How did the Confessors come to use the rot in their weaponry? Which faction of assassins do you believe is the deadliest? Please let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. During our 2 years of writing and researching the lore of the Lands Between, we've touched on the histories of every Tarnished that can be encountered on our journey. Heroic figures like Vargram the Raging Wolf and Vyke, villains such as Anastasia Tarnished Eater and the Dung Eater, even bystanders like Roderkia. We have told all of their stories in an attempt to flesh out the world of Elden Ring, all except for one. While we've touched on his influence in the Lands Between, there's one Tarnished whose life we've never explored from beginning to end. This fierce warrior was so powerful, he brought every enemy he faced to their knees. He led Queen Marika's conquest across the Lands Between, and took the throne as the very first Elden Lord. This myth of a man had his throne torn from him, and his people banished, but still he persevered, eventually making his way back to the royal capital, so he could reclaim what he once won through sheer strength. We speak, of course, of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Today, we will tell the tale of the first Tarnished. The early life of Godfrey, or rather Hoslow, is a mystery. We know only that he was a fierce warrior whose strength stood above all others. We know, thanks to the axe of Godfrey, that in past days a crown was warranted with strength. So we have to assume it was his unbelievable strength that led Marika to choose him as her champion, with the goal of conquering the Lands Between. In the spirit of his new life as her champion, he took the name Godfrey and put aside the name Hoslow, as he needed a lordly name for once he sat upon the Elden Throne. The incantation Protection of the Erdtree tells us, in the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erdtree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order. It was Godfrey's duty as consort to Marika to lead her forces to victory during these countless battles. While many were likely fought that we have no record of, the first war we can trace back to Godfrey is the war against the Giants. During this time, he led Marika's forces into the consecrated snowfield to defeat those who worshipped the fell god, the only beings capable of harming the fledgling Erdtree with their fire. We can hear words of inspiration that Marika spoke to Godfrey and the army he led during this time by visiting the First Church of Marika.
Hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erdtree.
A sword monument near the giant conquering hero's grave tells the story of this battle. The war against the giants. Champions battle, trolls betray, fire vanquished. The era of the Erdtree begins. This time is also referred to as the birth of the Erdtree by smithing stones, solidifying that this victory is where Godfrey helped establish the birth of the Golden Order, where Erdtree supremacy began and would spread through the land. It was during this war that the giants were all but extinguished, leaving only one behind. The remembrance of the fire giant explains why he still lives to this day. The fire giant is a survivor of the war against the giants. Upon realizing the flames of their forge would never die, Queen Marika marked him with a curse. O trifling giant, mayest thou tend thy flame for eternity. So it was that Godfrey's march of conquest began in earnest, although his first victory was not as crushing as he had thought, as while he defeated the giants, their fell god lived on through the last surviving member of their species. The sheer number of battles Godfrey faced is unconfirmed, but we can nail down some of them based on information that can be gathered across the lands between. We know that before he faced the Stormlord, Godfrey fought a battle against Sarosh thanks to Godfrey's icon. Godfrey was a ferocious warrior. When he vowed to become a lord, he took the beast regent Sarosh upon his back to suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within. In fact, it's possible that his battle with Sarosh took place even before the war against the giants, as Marika was already referring to him as Godfrey at this time. So we believe that he was already suppressing his true strength during his entire conquest of the lands between. There was also the siege of Castle Morn, which is commemorated by a sword monument. The siege of Castle Morn, a lone hero fights for his vengeance, only to fall at the hand of Lord Godfrey. While we have no idea who this hero was, we know that this castle was taken and added to the many lands under Marika's control. While the true identity of the Stormlord is widely debated, we also know, thanks to the Elden Lord crown, that Godfrey faced him alone, without his armies. Armor of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. The Age of the Erdtree began amongst conflict, when Godfrey was Lord of the battlefield. He led the war against the giants, faced the Stormlord alone, and then there came a moment where his last worthy enemy fell, and it was then, as the story is told, that the hue of Lord Godfrey's eyes faded. There is one last sword monument commemorating the battles of Godfrey near the smoldering church in Limgrave, and while we can't know who he was fighting, we know that it must have been his last worthy enemy, as the monument reads, Lord Godfrey, at last at the end of his campaign, his golden armies unvanquished and unbowed, yet finds grace lost, tattered and faded. This was the last battle he fought before he was ultimately stripped of grace. In order for the timeline of the Lands Between to work, we have to assume that between his many battles and conquests, Godfrey led some kind of life as ruler of the Lands Between, alongside Queen Marika. It was during this time that they started a family. Their first son was born, Godwyn the Golden, a shining boy who presumably shared the appearance of his mother, with her long golden hair, but the fierce spirit of his father, as he went on to lead the capital in the fight against the dragons. Then came the Omen twins, Morgott and Mohg. Godfrey likely saw no issue with his sons being born Omen, as he valued strength above all else, and in his eyes, the primordial crucible was nothing to be ashamed of. After all, his elite force of warriors were the Crucible Knights, knights who drew upon the power of the crucible itself. However, Marika saw the omen as a blight on the Golden Order, and if she had her way, I doubt the twins would have survived long after their birth. We believe that the reason noble children born Omen did not have their horns removed is because Godfrey did not want to risk the death of his boys, acting against the wishes of his queen, and instead placing the Omen twins underground where they would serve a purpose and grow strong through the years. We have to assume he instilled a sense of dignity in them, as even though Morgoth saw himself as wholly unworthy of the Elden Throne, he used his strength to lead Leyndell from the shadows after the Shattering, taking on the duties that should have fallen to his other siblings, should they not have betrayed the royal crown by warring with each other. Upon resting in various churches in the lands between, Melina shares the story of when grace was taken from Godfrey and he became the very first Tarnished.
My lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Well, perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance. Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
Say what you will of Marika's machinations. Personally, we believe she always intended for a new Elden Lord to rise from the Tarnished, to break free of the Greater Will. But her declarations are what set Godfrey on a new path, the long march through the Badlands. Godfrey's axe tells us more about this time in his life. Weapon of Godfrey, Elden Lord. It was broken in a battle fought as leader of the Tarnished during the Long March. This weapon is symbolic of Godfrey's vow to conduct himself as a lord, later becoming an emblem of the Golden Lineage. In the days of the past, a crown was warranted with strength. Marika's words seem to have come true, as during the Long March, Godfrey and his Tarnished faced countless battles, growing stronger with each victory. However, at some point, Godfrey did indeed die at the hands of some unnamed foe, as we can see in the intro cinematic of Elden Ring that he is bloodied, defeated, and hanging on a tree, much in the same way Marika came to be strung up in the Erdtree, both spreading their arms, crucified by their enemies. It's also worth noting that during this time, it seems Sarosh never left Godfrey's side, meaning that he never fought with all of his strength. This likely means that Godfrey never once wavered in his dedication to being seen as a lord, and keeping his lust for battle in check. We believe that after his defeat, the Tarnished that marched alongside him went their separate ways, some staying in the Badlands and continuing the traditions of their lord, while others set off for new lands, prepared to someday be called back to the lands between to fulfill their duty. Sometime later, Godfrey awoke alongside his fellow Tarnished and made his way to the capital city of Leyndell. We can only imagine what must have gone through his head as he saw what his kingdom was reduced to, what the infighting of his family had done to the land he conquered. He marched back to Leyndell, axe in hand, ready to meet his sons and possibly even his wife. But all he found upon his arrival was the corpse of his beloved Morgoth and the Tarnished who had put him to the sword.
It's been a long while, Morgoth.
Long and hard didst thou fight, tarnished warrior, spurned by the grace of gold.
Be
Be assured the Elden Ring resteth close at hand. Alas, I am returned. To be granted audience once more. Upon my name as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord.
It was then that a thrilling battle ensued where Godfrey would show us his might as the first Elden Lord. But he could not win as he was. Drastic measures needed to be taken.
That will be all. Thou didst me good service, Siraj. I've given thee courtesy enough. Now I fight as Leigh Loux.
Tearing Siraj from his back unleashed the sheer, unbridled power of Leigh Loux, the warrior that had once charmed Queen Marika with his strength, proving himself to be the champion she needed to conquer the lands between. But even this would not be enough to stop our Tarnished on their quest. It would be here that Godfrey ultimately meets his end, telling us our strength befits a crown, and finally falling in battle, permanently. The question of whether or not Godfrey knew of Queen Marika's intentions when she banished him is up for debate. We see and hear precious little from the first Elden Lord. It's possible that if Marika planned the events of the Shattering, as so many believe she did, that Godfrey was actually working alongside her. Perhaps the idea that the Tarnished were the only warriors who could ultimately fell the Elden Beast came from Godfrey himself. As a warrior, he understood the importance of strength, and that it could only be gained through countless battles and hardships. Nothing in the lore of the game suggests that Godfrey resented Marika for her decision to banish him, nor does he speak ill of her when we meet him. Perhaps the first Elden Lord knew all along. After all, thanks to Melina, we know that at some point, Queen Marika said this:
I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
If these words came before Godfrey's exile, then it's possible she discovered the truth of the Elden Beast and saw the need to break free from it, leading to her decision to banish Godfrey and set their plan in motion. If this is true, it means that Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, knew the truth of his journey from the very start and played a part in orchestrating a future where one of his people, a Tarnished, would someday sit upon the Elden Throne. That is, if they could prove themselves superior to the greatest warrior the land had ever seen, Hoslow. Thank you for joining us for the story of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord and chieftain of the Badlands. What do you think of our theory on Godfrey's involvement in Marika's plans? Were the events of Elden Ring orchestrated by the original rulers of the lands between, or was much of what we experienced left to chance? Did Godfrey take Sarosh upon his back before or after the war with the giants? Who was the Stormlord, and who did Godfrey face as his final battle just outside of Caelid? There are many mysteries around the time Godfrey served as Elden Lord, so feel free to share your thoughts, theories, and questions in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.